modern data workloads and low latency applications at the edge, so you can focus on what matters most to your business.
brand of cyber media, would like to welcome your participation at the 4th edition Voice and Data TLF conference on 5G. As you all know, cyber media is India's oldest and largest IT media company. It has lived up to its traditions in creating quality media brands for the ICT industry, the enterprise community, and society at large. Cyber Media launched Voice and Data in 1994 and is India's leading telecom media brands, connecting the digital world for all these 28 years. Since inception, Voice and Data has been voicing the major challenges faced by the telecom sector, highlighting the need for policy changes, spectrum, technology, business and environmental aspects, and many more. Voice and Data is organizing its 4th edition 5G conference under the flagship brand Telecom Leadership Forum, and the theme for FY 2022 is 5G and the future of mobile data. As you all know, 5G will disrupt the traditional digital mobile markets and applications across sectors. The upcoming 5G services will have the potential to create new age businesses, generate additional revenue, provide employment rising from deployment of innovative use cases and technologies. Post the auctions of 5G spectrum ecosystem, we will see new network plans emerge thereafter. It is expected that the mid and high band spectrum will be utilized by telecom service providers to roll out of 5G services capable of providing speed and capacities which would be about 10 times higher than what is possible through the current 4G services. As this conference to be held in person after more than 2 years, policymakers, telecom ecosystem, technology companies, enterprise users will meet and discuss on the latest challenges faced in the 5G deployments. They will extensively discuss the 5G rollout, global and India-relevant 5G use cases, strategies and network operators, policy decisions, and many more. I would now like to take a minute to express my gratitude towards our partners and industry associations whose constant support helped us to bring to you this 4th edition of TLF-5G conference. Our presenting partners, Telco DR and Totogi, Platinum partners, Amazon Web Services and HPE and their PC solutions. Supporting partners, COAI, CMAI, DIPA, Indian Space Association, Telecom Sector Council of India, SIA India, academia partner, APJ Education, research partner, Cyber Media Research, and DataQuest as media partner. To start the conference, I would like to invite Piyush Vaish, partner and telecom sector leader, Deloitte India, speaking on 5G industry trends and forecast. Piyush is a partner and telecom sector leader for Deloitte India. He's part of the risk advisory division with over 20 years of extensive process and risk consulting experience in the telecommunications sector. He has also worked closely with some of the policy-led initiatives at the industry level with the assistance of the Cellular Operators Association of India and the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Piyush also leads the revenue assurance solutions across the telecom sector and has now diversified to multiple other industries. Let's put a warm welcome of applause for Piyush.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come and have a chat on the 5G industry trends. You know, what I'm going to do over the next probably 15, 20 minutes is really not talk about what's happening in India. I think we've had enough of overdose on what's happening in India from a 5G perspective. Obviously, the auctions have been through, and I think a roaring success of the auctions. And I think the government has also been extremely supportive of the various reforms that have been carried out over the last probably 12 months. So I think overall, I think the telecom sector is really coming out of a lot of challenges that it was really going through. And I think probably the next 1 year or 2 years is going to really usher in a new wave from a telecoms perspective in India. And I think all of us are really looking forward to it. I think if you look at it historically, as you say that, while it may have been a little late for 5G in India, but I think it also comes with a pack of goodies. If you look at some of the other countries, like the Korea, US, etc., we actually launched it with release 15 on the 3GPP side. I think because of the fact that we've been delayed in India a little bit, I think we will start itself with the 16 version, while the overall versions are at least now at 17, and hopefully in the next few years, I think the OEMs are talking about version 18, version 19. I think what it really means for us is the fact that it actually brings in significant amount of mobile enhancements for us, whether it's in terms of multiple input, multiple output, whether it's in terms of a lot of energy savings, dynamic spectrum sharing. I think these are some of the pieces that will definitely add a lot of value to India as we see the rollout happening. Hopefully the rollout will happen shortly. I think most of the operators have committed that we will have a rollout shortly, hopefully probably starting off somewhere closer to Diwali, which is not very far away from here. Also at the same time, I think if you look at it, 2-3 things which are going to be very critical from an India perspective, if I look at it, is one is ultra-low energy. Obviously, we have our own challenges in terms of the entire piece around sites and the power, etc. So I think in terms of the battery life, I think this version is going to really help us meet those objectives. In terms of mobility support, I think again something that this version of 3GPP 16 will definitely help us out. So overall, we may be delayed, but I think India is on a good wicket at this point of time. I think we'll start with a very positive note. Pan-India, we have now, I think the entire spectrum's got rolled out. Operators are definitely on track to roll out in terms of 5G services. So I think definitely we should see a lot more happening. If I look at it, some of the countries where 5G's got rolled out in the past, whether it is Korea, whether it is US, they had to invest significantly into moving into the newer versions. I think that's one piece that probably India will catapult going forward. And I think that will give us a much more advantage as compared to some of the other countries. So definitely we're not late. I think a good start overall together. I think the next piece, and we will see a lot more happening from an India perspective. And most of you who worked on the telecom space know that India is a country which, at least in this space, and we're all very proud of the fact that at least in the telecom space, we really kind of drive our own parameters and we really make the rules of the game from a telco perspective. But if I look at it from some of the other countries, etc., 487 MNOs have already invested into 5G, and 187 countries or 187 operators have actually rolled out 5G services. So very clearly, a lot of learnings to happen to actually scale up, see what have been the challenges of the operators, what have been the challenges in the market, and really scale up from that perspective. The other piece is that, I think there was a lot of debate between non-standalone and standalone 5G services. I think as we get into a standalone 5G services, we will see a lot more integration happening. The entire 4G radio equipment from an NSA perspective may not be a very valuable thing from India, but I think we'll wait and watch how it gets rolled out. Definitely not in the key metro cities, but probably in the larger hinterland, we may see a different parameter coming all together. But definitely, 2027, which is not really far away, 5 years from now, I think globally we believe that roughly around 50% of the subscriptions are going to be 5G, which definitely means that India is not going to be falling behind. And if we're able to meet this entire challenge on the low-cost devices, I think we should see a 40% subscription from a 5G perspective in India as well by the time over the next 5 years. So definitely a large-scale population in India will be going ahead with 5G. And I think when I'm going to talk about later, one of the key aspects that we also need to distinguish between 5G services and the previous generations is the fact that 5G will probably, the revenues that 5G is going to provide to from B2B segment is probably going to be far more as compared to some of the previous generations that have happened. So I think one of the key elements that we need to clearly bifurcate is that we're not only looking at a B2C segment from a 5G perspective, B2B is going to be very, very significant in India. And with these new versions, whether it is 3GPP, version 16, etc., I think the entire B2B model is going to be a far more aggressive model as compared to what we've seen from a B2C perspective in countries like US, in countries like Korea, in countries like China. China probably has one of the largest 5G subscriptions, after, and then probably tailed down by US and Korea, etc. But China definitely leads the market from that perspective. While we've seen a lot of increase in the commercial devices, but I think that's the market that is going to significantly grow over the past, probably over the next 6-8 months. Okay, now what's going to happen from a private, private network perspective? Obviously, there was a lot of debate before the spectrum auctions happened that are we going to administratively give away the private network spectrum? Are the operators going to be given that spectrum which they are going to lease out to the private network? So I think there's a whole debate, but I think now it stands very clear that the government has actually kept a separate band, both in the mid-wave and in the mm-wave band, to be given away for private networks. How that happens, I think probably in the next 3 to 4 months or 6 months, I think that will get rolled out. And we'll come to know a lot more over the next 3 to 4 months. But I think now that entire debate is now put to rest, where the government has very clearly said that they will administratively auction spectrum for private networks. And we've seen that happening. It's nothing new with India. We've seen that happening in countries like Germany, Finland, UK, US, where the private networks have been given spectrum separately. What's going to happen with that is the fact that B2C and a significant amount of B2B will remain with the operators, but the private networks will also catapult the entire piece on growth story. So what we believe is that probably the private network story will be really driven by India. Once the entire auction happens on the private network side, I think a lot more use cases will come up from India, and we'll see a lot more happening from that perspective. Obviously, the 3300 and 3600 megahertz and the mm-wave band has been kept separately for the private networks, and we definitely believe that it's going to catapult the same. Commercial launch, obviously, the government had released trial spectrum, and most of the operators have done a kind of a trial across 13 cities, and definitely we believe that these are the key cities that are going to get launched in the beginning, and then obviously a pan-India rollout is going to happen. And I think one of the key reasons for that, which is going to be more commercially viable, is also the fact that we still probably need to work a lot more on mid-band or kind of a low-cost 5G devices. So I think with the initial launch in the larger cities, I think it's going to definitely help and probably reduce the gestation period also for the operators. I think they've paid a significant amount of money, and I don't think anybody can afford to have a longer gestation period in today's time. So I think that's also going to help us out. What's also going to be very critical is the fact that from a B2B enhancement perspective, I think while we will have 5 billion worldwide subscribers, only 10% machines are really wireless. So I think from that perspective, this growth from a machine to machine and from the entire IoT perspective is going to be very significant. And I think B2B business, as I said, will definitely drive the market here. And India will create the rules of the game definitely for the B2B segment. But I think hopefully, and we've got all the operators sitting here, I think we'll hear more and more in terms of the launch over the next 5-6 hours. But I think definitely we are in game for starting off very soon. The second thing is, we've heard a lot in terms of what are the sectors which are going to really drive the growth in this market from a B2B perspective. And, we've talked about healthcare, we've talked about utilities, we've talked about other sectors and so on and so forth. While some of the reports say that in India itself, while the mid-band is probably going to contribute 300 billion over the next 5 years, I think the MM-wave will again contribute not less than half, which is $150 billion. And I think some of the key sectors which will really drive, and we're seeing some tools coming out of that, is probably in terms of the manufacturing space, in terms of the retail, and obviously in terms of transport and logistics with the entire e-commerce industry bubbling in this market. Healthcare and some of the other spaces, while there's a lot of buzz around it, we believe that it's still a little far away in terms of getting to where we aspirely want to get to from that perspective. But I think manufacturing space, retail space is definitely, because it is definitely a larger economy in India, and we'll see a lot more happening from that perspective. And we've seen some of the use cases coming up with some of the large brands like an IKEA or a Walmart or some of these automotive companies, etc. So I think this is definitely a space to work on. The other thing which is a very interesting thing that's coming up is the fact that, historically we've had the OEMs who've had a lot of dominance in this marketplace. We believe that what's going to happen is that because of the fact that you have open networks, you've got virtualization, you've got new players coming into the market, the dominance of the OEMs will probably not be as strong as it was, and the price that they used to command in the market will probably go down or taper down a little over the next couple of years. I think operators and new technologies that are coming up in terms of Open RAN, etc., where you'll have white boxes being installed, I think that's going to definitely probably taper down the cost and over a period of time. And that's what we're seeing globally and probably India also, where this is one aspect which will definitely start to taper down in India. It's not that the large OEMs will not have a larger market share in this place. They will definitely have. But because of all these white boxes, because of open RANs, etc., that will definitely see a lot more going down. And again, something that a lot more is going to get driven out of India from the market. And India will set up a lot of use cases which are going to be globally tenable from that perspective. Now, obviously, we've had a situation where, video has been obviously one of the key things from a B2C segment perspective. And today, probably in India, roughly we have around 18.4 GB of usage from a data perspective every month. Because of the fact that once 5G gets rolled out, and we may be a little behind from a 5G perspective with some of the other countries in the North America and Western Europe. But I think what's going to happen is this entire high-speed broadband from a B2C perspective will definitely kind of enhance our usage. And we see that India will get to almost 50 Gbps over the next 5 years. And now that's a mammoth amount of usage that's going to happen. And for that perspective, I think data will definitely drive it. And 5G is one of the core elements which is going to drive this entire piece. I think lastly, I think a couple of slides that I wanted to talk about is the fact that while we're focusing a lot on the mobile broadband, I think one of the pieces which is also going to probably drive a lot of growth in the market is this entire piece around massive IoT. We've had cases whether it's in terms of NB-IoT or it's in terms of CAT-M. I think those are some of the other areas, other streams of connectivity, which is also going to get a lot of traction. We've seen that, Wi-Fi 6 coming into the market. We've seen MIMO technologies coming into the market. So the way we connect the entire ecosystem through those IoT devices is not only going to be through a broadband networks, it is also going to catapult through a lot of other spaces, which is going to really drive. So whether it's in terms of smart cities, whether it's in terms of connected buildings, it's not only going to be through a wireless broadband or what we're talking about. There's going to be a whole lot of other technologies which are coming into this marketplace, which is again going to get driven over the next 6 to 8 months or probably a couple of years. Last, I think, before I wrap up, we've spoken about various technologies that are going through the phase. We've talked about enhanced mobile broadband, which is largely a B2C space where we've got augmented reality, we've got a significantly premium mobile experience coming into play. At the same time, on the second side, we've got improved connectivity to machine. And that's where I talked about a Wi-Fi dual band. All of us have Wi-Fi 6 at our homes. We've got the entire improved latency coming in through. You may have you may have 5G boxes being kept at your homes and get rid of the broadband where probably the fiber connectivity is not so good. And last but not the least, obviously, ULLC, where ultra-low latency is going to help us out to be able to connect. So I think overall, I think a very, very good story over the next 12 months. I think we've had our own challenges over the last probably a few years, but I think thanks to the government also for really taking the right steps over the last 12 months to make sure that now we're on the right track. And I think for all of us, I think the sector looks very bullish over the next 12 to 24 months. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Piyush. Can I just request you to stay on stage for just a minute? And I would now like to request Ms. Daniel Royston, also popularly and fondly known as DR, to present a token of appreciation and memento to our opening keynote speaker. Ma'am, can I have you on stage? Daniel Royston, CEO, Telco DR, and Acting CEO, Totogi. Please. Can you move to center of the stage, please? Thank you, Piyush. Thank you, Daniel, for doing the honors. We would now like to proceed towards the lamp lighting. And for this, I would like to invite Pradeep Gupta, Shri Akhil Gupta, P. Balaji, Samir Vayaru, Daniel Royston, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar to join everyone near the lamp lighting on the stage, please. Can we have a group photograph as well, please? Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And before we commence the welcome session, I would also request everyone to please have a look at the cyber media stall that is just outside, to have a look at all the displays of the magazines that have been published by the group. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman, Cyber Media Group, Voice and Data 5G Conference for the welcome session. Fondly known as PG, Mr. Gupta is the chairman of the Cyber Media Group, the specialty media house with brands like DataQuest, PCQuest, Voice and Data, Dare, CIOL, Global Services. May I now please welcome and also put your hands together for PG. Oops.
So good morning, all of you, and a warm welcome to all of you for this 5G conference today. And it is indeed a very, very exciting time. This is the first time what we are seeing is that the different sides of the industry are all coming together, with great cooperation from the government. I think this is the first time in the entire telecom industry that this is the kind of a synergy that we have seen amongst different kind of stakeholder, with a new technology round the corner, with the telcos racing to implement various kind of 5G solutions in record time. There couldn't be a more exciting time, and I'm sure all of you are going to benefit greatly from the things that we will be talking about throughout the day. As Piyush just now talked about the economic impact and the technology revolution that is taking place, throughout the day we will be dissecting different parts of the entire 5G the collage, as it were, and we will be walking you through that. So with those few words, I don't want to take much of your time. Once again, welcome to all of you for today's 5G conference. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, PG. That was short, sweet, and to the point. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next guest has played a pivotal role in Bharti's phenomenal growth right since inception, both organically and by way of various acquisitions. He has led the formation of various partnerships for Bharti with leading international operators like Bharti Telecom, Telecom Italia, Singapore Telecom, and Vodafone, in addition to induction of leading financial investors like Warburg Pincus, Temasek, KKR, Qatar Foundation Endowment, AIF, and Sequoia, among many other private equity funds. He has also been instrumental in raising several $billion by way of project finance for the group over the years from global banks, bond markets, and export credit agencies. Please put your hands together and let us welcome on stage Mr. Akhil Gupta, Vice Chairman, Bharti Enterprises.
It should be okay, I guess. Good morning, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks to Voice&Data for inviting me to share my thoughts with this August gathering on what is perhaps the most topical subject, not just for the telecom industry in India, but for the entire country. I am really pleased that finally 5G is here. And why I say that is because I still remember it must have been about 4 or 5 years back, well before COVID times, in Barcelona at the GSMA, it seemed as if 5G had not only arrived, but was done and dusted. That was very clearly the mood at that time. But like every other new technology, an evolution of a new technology like 5G does take time. And it's so good that at least in India, it's going to be a reality. The two main operators have already announced their plans. And we are all set to see 5G, at least in the main cities, starting from next month. And over the next 1 to 2 years, it will go very deep down into the country. I think great work done by TRAI and DOT for the speed they have shown in not only conducting the auction, but also in following it up with release of spectrum, putting the new ROW rules in place, and extension of Gati Shakti to 5G. Now, one thing is pretty clear that while we are all seeing and feeling that 5G will be transformational, it will be a very important tool in the quest for digitization which India is looking for, I think there are many questions and many concerns which still exist. So let me, from an industry point of view, try and take a few of them and give my quick view on those. The first and the foremost is a very ironical one. We all feel it's going to be transformational, but there are very serious concerns about the use cases which we can have on 5G. My personal feeling is that having seen telecom evolve, telecom is one of those typical industries which is clearly supply-led demand. If somebody asks somebody what is the kind of speeds which you need, the general answer will be, well, we get a decent speed on 4G, maybe we don't need too much more than this. So it is a case of supply-led demand. There will be some really good use cases which can bring big revenue to the telecom companies, is my belief. So let me point out a few of them. The first and foremost is mobility itself. I think as we move on to apps which require bigger speeds, to more gaming, more complicated gaming, and metaverse, though I was told that metaverse may require a higher version of 5G, which I really didn't know, but I'm sure some adjustments will be made so that 5G can accommodate the metaverse platforms. So mobility is clearly going to be one big use case. I'm particularly bullish about the fixed wireless broadband. If you remember, one of the major features of the digital communications policy was broadband for all,
by, I don't remember the year, perhaps it was 2022, but that's not relevant. What is relevant is that this country, to be truly digitized, will need to provide decent internet speeds to everybody. Now, in a country like India, it's so vast, connecting everybody on fiber is physically and economically absolutely impossible. The only way is to provide fairly decent speeds which can be available on 5G. So I'm very bullish on fixed wireless broadband, not just for India, but for continents like Africa, where we operate in 14 countries. I think we are seriously looking at FWB. And of course, a lot has been said and discussed about private networks. With the ability to slice the spectrum, I think private networks will become a big business case, the enterprise segment. And it's my belief that instead of the private companies putting up the network themselves, they will be better served by the operators putting up the networks for them. The second big concern is about 5G handsets, and which is correct, because today the 5G handsets are just under 10% of all smartphones. But what is heartening is that the current level of shipment of 5G has already reached 22%, and it is projected that within a year, 40% of all smartphones shipped will be 5G. So I'm very certain that the 5G handset availability will keep in tandem with the network rollouts. Third concern has been supply concerns. The chipset shortage, we all know. Fortunately, it seems to be easing. We have, as operators, been assured of the supplies, at least for the first and second phase. So I'm sure as we proceed, supply concerns will vanish. A very major concern, of course, is infrastructure. Because we are all aware, 5G being on 3.5 gigahertz and thereafter on millimeter band, the propagation is so bad that it will require a huge number of microsites and small cells. And those have got to be necessarily connected on fiber, because there will be no space for microwave. This is a very big task, because currently only 30% of the towers are on fiber. It's a big challenge. And I think two main factors come into play here. First is, of course, the investment. Now, it is roughly estimated that within the next 2 years, we will need anywhere between 1 lakh to 1,50,000 crores for creating this new infrastructure which will enable 5G networks. Fortunately, I can confirm on behalf of all the members of Digital Infrastructure Providers Association, we are absolutely ready and capable of putting those investments. In fact, our members are very excited about the opportunity to put this investment. The other aspect in this quest is, of course, the right of way and availability of approvals. And I'm very hopeful that the recent steps taken by the government, the DOT, in issuing the new ROW rules, in consultation with the states, and in particular extension of Gati Shakti and establishment of Gati Shakti portal, should ease this. But to me, the last but the most important concern that remains is the financial health of this sector. We are all aware that while it looks as if this sector is booming and this is being done, 5G is being rolled out, the fact remains that the return on capital employed in this sector is so poor at this point of time that needs to be something seriously done about it. We must remember telecom is one sector which requires continuous, very large investments. And unfortunately, the fact is that only financially healthy companies can make those investments. Weak or bankrupt companies are not known to make big investments. So I think it is the duty of all stakeholders that we ensure that the ARPU, which is currently the lowest in the world, moves to at least 300 rupees over the next 1 to 1.5 years, if we are to look for a decent ROCE in this industry. I think this piece will be vital if we want to fulfill the dream of digitization of the country. I have no doubt that together all the stakeholders with the support of TRAI and DOT will overcome all these problems and put up some real robust 5G networks over the next 2 years, not just in the tier 1, tier 2 cities, but deep down into the country, because all technological developments need the bedrock of a solid telecom network. 5G is going to provide that, and unless we are able to ensure good 5G networks, I think the dream of this being a decade of technology for India will not be fulfilled. My best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful session and thoughts. Our next speaker is a member of the core leadership team of Vodafone Idea Limited. He leads the company's regulatory, public policy and government relations activities along with industry advocacy, corporate communications, reputation management and CSR. Pioneer in telecom sector with a rich experience of over 30 years in diverse functions, including sales, product management, marketing, strategy, and operations. He has the unique experience of holding leadership positions in all 3 telecom verticals with leading technology devices companies and telecom operators. Prior to joining Vodafone, Balaji was managing director of Nokia India and Sony Mobile. Over the years, he has led senior leadership positions in startup and turnaround ventures of Tata Group, AT&T, Ericsson, and Lucent Technologies. Let's put our hands together and welcome P. Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs, Vodafone India.
Thank you, PG, and thank you, Voice&Data, for this wonderful conference. I think it's always a delight to be here with you, PG, and your entire team. Akhil, I think, has set the stage very beautifully in terms of highlighting what the opportunities and the challenges are for the sector. I think I'll just add a few more points of view. The good news is a lot of progress has happened in the last 12 to 18 months as far as the sector is concerned. I think we hit a low in 2019 when there were a lot of adverse judgment, a lot of headwinds for the industry as a whole. Since then, the government has really done a stellar job in terms of coming up with a reform package in September last year, which allowed for the industry to stabilize. They've also given a very clear signal about the industry structure. They want to make sure that there is a 4-operator play in the industry, and they're also kind of clear that they need to provide adequate time for the industry to repair itself, because the last 6 or 7 years had been brutal prior to that. And so all of that is very, far-reaching, and one must absolutely congratulate the government for transformation policy. The recent 5G auctions, again, are a very clear reflection. The nature of the way they've conducted it is to make sure that there was a fair amount of spectrum available for all the operators to buy what they needed. That's number one. Number two, they ensured that the payment terms that were actually put in place were those that allowed for investments to go into the network rather than to end up making too much of upfront contribution to the government exchequer by way of paying for the spectrum. So what is 50% of the spectrum of 20 years being paid upfront is now made annuity, which is obviously a very, very welcome step in that direction. So that's the second dimension. That said, I think Akhil made a very important point on the financial health, the need for repair, for the need for having adequate return on capital, and therefore clearly there was an increase in tariffs, a small amount of increase that took place in December last year. He's absolutely right when he says that the ARPU needs to be between 250 and 300 rupees at a minimum in the next 1 to 1.5 years' time. I'm sure that with new technologies, new services and everything else that's being rolled out, that would be a journey that would actually be hit soon. The overall digitalization plan that the government has, the industry has, is tremendous, and obviously that's driving the need for a lot more investment into robust infrastructure. We have about 700,000 base stations and installed across the country. all on 4G over a period of time. Next few years, we'll obviously start to migrate towards 5G. That's number one. Also, for enhanced coverage, you'll end up having another 500,000 sites, to my mind, which are going to be the micro cells that need to be built up for 5G to basically be, ubiquitous in that sense. So we're talking about $100 billion kind of number that NDCP talks about across the entire ecosystem. I'm not talking about just the telecom space or the tower space, but also what AWS does and what the device manufacturers will put in and so on. But that's a significant amount of investment that needs to be made in this industry, and therefore to that extent, making sure that every layer of the ecosystem is having enough cash flow and returns is going to be a very critical part. On the immediate opportunities that I see for 5G, a lot of it is going to be driven around Industry 4.0. A lot of it is going to be driven around the enterprise solutions. From our own experience, should I say, from our parent company, Vodafone, that has rolled out 5G robustly in many, many markets, I would say that the Industry 4.0 opportunities are going to be significant. But yes, it requires a lot of collaboration and partnership, which has to come in between the telecom players, the infrastructure providers, as well as the end enterprises. So in the space of automotive and the space of manufacturing, we expect a lot of use cases that are going to come up, whether it's in the space of connected and smart factories, whether it's in synchronized planning, whether it's smart supply chain network or on smart logistics operations. All of those will be significant drivers for uptake of 5G. The second area, of course, is in the healthcare side. It's very evident that with the need for primary and secondary healthcare to Tier 2 and rural India, it's a good opportunity that you have with these robust networks coming up and the speeds available to make sure that there is adequate interplay between the healthcare providers and the telcos to provide services around healthcare area. Smart cities is another area which we believe is going to take off in a pretty big way, whether it's smart utility management or whether it's smart grids or metering system, whether it's smart traffic management systems or traffic lights or video surveillance, and so on, or even for that matter, waste management. I think there'd be significant opportunities that are going to come up in this dimension as well. And agriculture is another area that is potentially, an area where 5G can make a transformational impact. So what are the operators doing about it? I think Akhil talked about some of the plans that are being announced. 4G needs to go deeper, 5G needs to come in, and all of this will happen. But I think at the heart of the whole thing, the architecture of networks has been substantially improved over the last 24 to 36 months in preparation. So if I look at Vodafone Idea, we've absolutely moved a lot of our applications to the cloud. New technologies around AI, ML, cloud, robotics, and blockchain have been executed or implemented into our operations in significant way in order to make sure that we are ready for that rollout which will happen in future. And clearly, the other thing which is coming up is the fact that with the virtualization and with the effort that all the cloud players, including you guys do, the Amazon guys do, the ability to kind of turn up, should I say, capacity on the server side, on the data side is, of course, very easily done as you start to see scale up in the enterprise spaces. So, as a company, Vodafone Idea, building on the experience of our parent company as well as our own strong position in the enterprise space, are engaged with our enterprise partners and looking at the use cases that can be put up in the early rollout of 5G into enterprises to begin with, and over time, as the devices pick up, as the density of 5G devices and our customers pick up and the competitive intensity picks up, then we will kind of also go into more large-scale deployment on a city, and then thereafter the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. But the primary use case to my mind will come in the enterprise space, which is upon us almost immediately. I think the steps overall, the cooperation that I think PG talked about, the ecosystem coming together, has been the key. Device manufacturers, the amount of testing that's being done in order to make sure that we can actually get these devices tested for 5G networks across all the operators is ongoing. The enterprises are showing a lot more, should I say, enthusiasm towards getting 5G services into their factories and in their operations. The fact that the government has been a very, very big, strong supporter. Akhil mentioned about Gati Shakti. It's a great initiative. we're getting the state and the local administrations to collaborate with the center and the industry to make sure that there's no rent seeking, but actually right-of-way tower fiber is laid out very quickly. I think is a very important step. The fact that today we have 36% of towers fiberized, needing to go up to about 80-85 is a real thing. The fact that the government has made E and V band available for microwave backhaul as an interim step is again a good, it's a very, very good step. So in effect, from planning to execution is where the industry and the government and the ecosystem players are, and it's a very good space. But at the core of it is, again to repeat what Akhil said, you need to make sure that financially things are sorted out sooner than later. So 18 months is a good time rather than to leave it for 3 years. And I think I'm quite hopeful that with the maturity that's come into the sector, with the space that is there structurally, you've got a good number of operators, strong infrastructure players, and renewed interest in the sector in terms of investment. I think we're looking at a good opportunity in the future, of course, with a few headwinds, which I'm sure will disappear over time. I once again thank PG and Voice&Data for inviting me here today, and thank you very much for being with us in this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Balaji. I would like to also tell everyone that this is a hybrid event. It is being streamed online and hundreds of people are watching it along with all of you on the Voice&Data digital platform and social media handles. I would now request, before moving on to the next session, I would like you to watch a 2-minute video AV, which will be a prelude to the session.
I have a vision for telco.
Danielle Royston, who goes by her initials DR, is Telecom's leading public cloud evangelist. She is the founder and CEO of Telco DR and the acting CEO of Totogi. You may recognize her from the main stage at Mobile World Congress 2021, where she delivered an unforgettable keynote on the power of the public cloud. Telco DR took over the 6,000 square meter Ericsson exhibit space and brought Cloud City to Barcelona, catalyzing the industry to shift to the public cloud. DR's goal is to fundamentally transform the software that fuels the telecom industry. She has raised $1 billion to do just that. In 2021, Telco DR invested $100 million in Totogi, the world's most advanced telco SaaS company that is building software born natively in the public cloud. And it's starting with charging and rating. Powered by public cloud tech, the Totogi charging system can scale up to 1 million transactions per second to instantly handle charging for 1 billion subscribers, all in one instance. Totogi is an Amazon partner, and the Totogi charging system is available to buy in AWS Marketplace. Starting price, 1 cent. The India 5G spectrum auctions are over. Now is the perfect time for Indian operators to embrace the public cloud and use software born natively in the public cloud to drive down costs and build customer loyalty by focusing on the subscriber experience. Telco DR and Totogi are ready to help.
There really is only one choice. It's go time. Let's do it.
Danielle Royston, Telecom's leading public cloud evangelist, CEO of Telco DR and acting CEO of Totogi. Let's give a warm welcome to Danielle.
Thank you. Thank you, PG and Voice&Data. Let's see, where am I? There I am. Great. Yeah, I always like to have a little bit of video, wake everyone up, right? Open up my presentation. So, welcome everyone. Whether you're here in Delhi or watching from elsewhere around the world, I'm Danielle Royston, CEO of Telco DR and acting CEO of Totogi. Everyone knows me as DR. telco's public cloud evangelist. In case you don't know me, I graduated from Stanford University in California with a computer science degree, and I've been in enterprise software my entire career. In 2017, I became the CEO of a charging company called Redknee, based in Canada. And I traveled to Mumbai to visit one of our largest customers, Vodafone Idea. We managed all of their prepaid data charging across 6 circles. And as an outsider coming in, I noticed something interesting. Telcos around the world were not using public cloud technology from AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud. Instead, all of the charging and rating software was being run client-server out of Vodafone's own on-premise data centers, the way software used to be managed last century. And I said to myself, there's got to be an easier way to do this. I thought, there's no way this is how telco deploys mission-critical software. And so it was in Mumbai that I first had the idea to move the telco industry to the public cloud. To me, it was a no-brainer. The public cloud will come to telco. Since my last visit to India pre-COVID, I built Cloud City in MWC 21 and delivered 2 keynotes at MWC Barcelona. I built my company, Telco DR, where I'm CEO and founder, and I've raised a $1 billion fund to invest in software for telco exclusively for the public cloud, buy telco software companies to pivot their products to the public cloud, and advise telcos to move to the public cloud. Our industry is changing right before our eyes. The proof points of the public cloud are everywhere. Look around. For the first time at a Voice&Data conference, we're talking about the public cloud at an event where AWS is a lead sponsor. 7 years ago, there were no AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud data centers in India. Now there are more than 5 regions in cities like Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, and right here in Delhi, representing billions of dollars of investment by the public cloud vendors. Elsewhere around the world, telcos are adopting the public cloud. Just look at the biggest hyperscaler partnerships happening globally. Vodafone has signed a strategic partnership with Google to move all of their on-premise analytical workloads to Google Cloud. Last year, AT&T sold off their network cloud business to Microsoft, who will refactor it to run natively on Azure. And of course, the news that rocked the industry, the move by US company Dish to go all in on the public cloud, building their entire 5G network on AWS. It is happening. And so I'm back to tell you why the public cloud is perfect for India. The public cloud is perfect for 2 key reasons. It can provide the scale India needs at a low, low price. Because India has one of the largest subscriber bases in the world, with over 1 billion subscribers, any software an India telco chooses has to be carrier grade. It has to be able to handle the big scale and provide rock star performance. But India also has some of the lowest ARPU in the world, at about $2 per user, as compared to more than $20 in the United States. This creates a unique challenge for Indian telco operators. Do you know what technology can do both? The public cloud. Let's talk about the scale of the public cloud. Of course, there's the data centers the hyperscalers built here in India. That's a given. But there are other examples, like when Amazon retail business outgrew its expensive Oracle databases, AWS built a new cloud database, DynamoDB, which can scale to more than 100 million requests per second to handle massive online shopping days like Prime Day or Black Friday. Or how AWS has invested in building their own custom silicon. Intel chips weren't up to snuff, so AWS created their own custom Graviton chip, which has a 40% price to performance improvement and is faster. The data centers of the hyperscalers are so much more than infrastructure. It's chips, servers, databases, software. And you can use all of the services of AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud and pay as you grow, using more one day and less the next. It's the world's best technology built and supported by the world's best technologists. There's only one catch. In order to take advantage of this technology and save tons of money, you have to select tools that are architected to be truly cloud native. If it is, it should be 80% cheaper, making the public cloud perfect for India. And what perfect timing! India just completed their record-breaking 5G spectrum auction. Because 5G was built to be cloud native, you can use cloud native software to build out your new network. I bet all of your old vendor buddies are coming around to tell you about their new cloud native products to go along with your shiny new spectrum. You probably have dozens of sales reps from Amdocs, Ericsson, and Nokia knocking down your door to tell you how the latest versions of their legacy dinosaur products are now cloud native. But hold the phone for a minute. You need to understand that it's really easy for these vendors to call their legacy products cloud native. You need to be sure you are selecting software solutions that are architected to be native to the public cloud. You might ask yourself, how do I know if a product is truly cloud native? It's easy. There's a super simple test. Just look at the price. See, if your vendors are going to sell you the same legacy products that they've always had, call them cloud native, and their price will be the same. For example, let's look at Amdocs and their advertised price on AWS Marketplace. Amdocs is offering their digital brand suite product for $400,000 for 100,000 subscribers, or $4 a sub. But everyone knows that every Amdocs installation is custom, and there are always additional service fees. It even says so on their AWS Marketplace listing. So let's do some math. When you look at the revenue mix of Amdocs to get an idea of what you can expect, you can find that it's 40% software to 60% services. So that $400,000 is not the all-in price. You'll probably end up paying closer to $1 million for 100,000 subs. That works out to be more like $10 a subscriber. Let's look at it a different way. For example, the largest customer of Amdocs is AT&T with 101 million subscribers. They pay Amdocs $1 billion a year to support them, or about $10 a sub. So you can see that even though they call their product cloud native, it's still the same price. Absolutely nothing has changed in the cloud for Amdocs. But there are companies out there, like my company, Totogi, that are building truly cloud-native products where their starting price is 1 cent. Still don't believe me? Let's look at it another way. What Amdocs tells their shareholders. Amdocs very boldly says they are focused on the cloud, and they are forecasting to grow for the next several years. You should ask yourself, if they are delivering truly cloud-native products, and they are forecasting growth to their shareholders, where will this growth come from? How is it possible that they won't face any pricing pressure, especially when there are companies out there pricing things at 1 cent? It's because they will be increasing prices for their cloud products, not lowering them. This is a great example of something that is not cloud native. What it is instead is cloud washing. Thankfully, there are new vendors out there that are charging 80% lower than what you're used to paying. And if you're not finding these vendors, come find me and I can tell you about them. Indian telcos have an opportunity with the public cloud and 5G to dramatically lower their IT capex and OpEx to operate these networks and deliver better experiences to their subscribers. For the big scale of India, with low ARPU, the public cloud is perfect for India. We've seen it work everywhere, and it will work here too. Come talk to me. Let's do it, India. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Can I just request you to stay on stage? And I would also like to call Mr. Akhil and Balaji sir on stage, along with PG, to please felicitate them with mementos. Feeling hot? And bouquets. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to the next session, we have a keynote on reinventing communications together by Samir Vayuru. Samir is currently the head of WW Business Development for Communication Service Providers at Amazon Web Services. His team works with all the leading players in the telco ecosystem in the co-pursuit of transforming the way networks and network services are built and monetized in the future. Samir is a customer-obsessed veteran of the telecommunications industry. He prides him on delivering value through innovation to the telecommunications ecosystem worldwide. Samir most recently was the co-founder and CEO of Voice&Data, a Shanghai-based AI startup delivering predictive network services for self-organizing networks. Prior accomplishments in the telco space include helping launch the first ever 40G and 100G optical transport networks, LORA, the largest IoT network as a service, and numerous other innovations starting from GPRS baseband and driving through the generational upgrades all the way to 5G. I think he has done it all and seen it all. Let's all welcome on stage Samir Vayuru.
You know, after the presentation from Danielle, I should just say what Daniel said and walk off the stage. All right. All right. We ready? All right, I got it. No, that's okay. I got it. I'm good. Well, thank you. That was a long introduction. So my role basically is to, it's very simple. I serve the telco customers of Amazon Web Services worldwide. My job is to go sit in front of the thought leaders at the telcos, shut up and listen, and then basically go execute very quickly on the needs for our telco customers, right? And so what the big privilege of my role is I get to see across 1,500 telcos worldwide what's working, what's not working, and I just wanted to share a few observations about that today. What are we not going to speak about today, right? We are not going to speak about what the cloud is. We are not going to do 5G benefits, okay? May come as a surprise, but this is probably the last time you will see 5G in my presentation. We're not going to talk about AWS-specific solutions and services. But we will have a discussion about the trends that we see in telco, how the cloud has evolved, what we've seen as the recipe for successful transformation, right? And how, most importantly, AWS and telcos can work together. I think the previous speaker said it well. There's a financial issue we have to solve, which is revenue growth and capital for investment. That's where we think we can play a role. There is cost reduction, which Danielle articulated quite succinctly. And so we'll talk about all of that today. So let's get into it. One of the biggest asks of every board member, every C-level, every VP at our telcos is help us move from a telco to a techco. So let's take numbers, right? We like to get into detail at AWS. When we deploy into an enterprise, I'd like the audience to guess how much of the total value of that enterprise workload is connectivity today. Anyone want to venture a guess? It's between 5 to 10%, right? That is the value that telcos, for all of their investment, are capturing in the industry today. Our role as AWS is to help you capture 20, 30, 40, up to 100% 5G is happening, right? We're not going to talk too much about it. You know better than we do about it. But one of the things that you have to consider is how are you going to address these B2B companies? They are already on the cloud. Your customers are already on the cloud. They're already using hyperscaler tools, right? But the procurement process of connectivity is, I'll use the word abysmal today, right? It takes months. Our enterprise customers want to click a button and get connectivity in seconds. And we're not there yet, right? But we will get there, I promise. The rise of the network as a service, right? Why do we need to go through tenders for enterprises or governments? Why isn't the network as consumable as compute has been, as storage has been, as databases have been, as analytics have been, and so on and so on? Why aren't we billing the network in 1 cent increments to the enterprise customers? There is growing demand from private networks across the world, but that is being led by fixed wireless, as Mr. Gupta said earlier. And what we've recently observed is the sustainability issues are moving to the top of the agenda. Anecdotally, we were working with an operator in another continent, and they saw their electricity bill, their energy bill, skyrocket from 50 million to over 300 million in the space of 6 months. Okay, that's just not sustainable. What has the cloud done, right? The cloud has gotten close to the business, to the developers, and to the end users, right? If you're watching Netflix or Prime Video on your phone, the end user is using the cloud. The developers are developing on the cloud. The businesses are running their applications on the cloud. So the constant refrain from our enterprise customers to us is get me to the cloud as quickly, cheaply, and programmatically as possible. I do not want a sales guy calling on me or a sales lady calling on me telling me I should buy this 5-year contract from somebody. I want to go on a portal and I want to buy connectivity. Security first. Enough said. Faster, scalable, more predictable, right? I think that's all cloud. Vanilla to industry specific. What we mean by that is we are now going to market together with telcos with industry-specific bundles, right? That's a starter kit for any industry out there. We serve hundreds of vertical industries out there. And we go to market now with telcos, and I'll show you a few use cases where we bundle the connectivity in. And again, we talked about the carbon intelligent network. And I'll show you figures of how much savings in both energy cost, carbon cost, we are able to achieve by moving to the public cloud. And then finally, the rise of the marketplace, which Daniel previewed, right? We are starting to see the truly cloud-native companies start serving through a marketplace where you go, you enter your user ID and password as the enterprise, and you start consuming SaaS as and when you need it, right? With that 1 cent increment that they're talking about. But there are challenges, right? And Daniel addressed some of these. The NEPs, the network equipment providers, modernization is very slow. Daniel mentioned one litmus test, which is the price. But if anyone comes and says, we are truly cloud native, ask them how big their container is, right? And if it's more than a few kilobytes, it's not cloud native. So just basically go take a look at that and ask that simple question. There is a transition from on-prem architectures to cloud native, and we are starting to see almost every single ISV and network equipment provider start to do this now. The TCO models. We're frequently asked to do TCO on single use case, single workload, single piece of infrastructure deployments. But that misses the point of the cloud. The point of the cloud is that it's not single use case. It is not single piece of infrastructure. It is every single use case you have running at different times or concurrently on the same piece of infrastructure. And that thinking has got to change. The other one is security, control, and privacy perceptions are not always understood. I mean, we've publicly announced that the National Security Agency of the United States is using AWS Cloud. MI5, MI6 are on AWS public cloud. They know what they're doing, we hope, right? So I think there's a little bit of fear of the unknown here about the public cloud, but we have gone through the rigmarole of really critical industries, national defense industries, national security industries, moving to the public cloud. And we've worked with many telcos to do the same. Right? It's a question of understanding what the actual requirements are. So those are the challenges. So where are we investing? Our number one investment is going to market together with telcos. Right? The cloud does not really exist without the connectivity that you in this room provide. All right? Let's acknowledge that as a fact. Right? And you should benefit from revenue growth, from better capital structure, from better profitability, from the investments that you're making. And so our mental model, everything that we do is driven by how do we drive revenue for the telcos, because if you win, we win, right? But if you are hampered in any way, we do not grow, right? So we have to invest in that. And then we really double down on our AI/ML capabilities in the telco domain, and I'll show you the results of that. And the kind of data that we're bringing to bear, which is very non-traditional, and I'll show you what that is. The BSS, OSS, enterprise IT innovation, working with, like visionaries like Danielle and even the established companies who are starting to really come on board. And then finally, this gets a lot of noise, and rightfully so. We believe fundamentally that the networks should run and run best on a public cloud, specifically AWS, right? That is a fundamental belief. We are building specific services, specific infrastructure. When we talk about the capital investment needed to build a new network, that's what we do. We invest on your behalf, right? Why? So the question I'd like the audience to take away is, why do you need to invest a single dollar in CapEx? Right? I know that's a bit of an extreme, but I'm stretching a point to make a point. Right? Why do you need to invest a single dollar in CapEx? Why not experiment on the public cloud today, see how it performs, challenge us, and let us invest? That's our whole business model, right? So that's the one thing I'd ask the audience to take away. So let's talk about the revenue growth side, right? We've publicly announced more than $3 billion worth of investment in partnering with telcos across the board. But what we require of you is to make the network available as a service, right, to accelerate that growth. Now, what do we do together? There's a lot of different things that we've done together with telcos worldwide. Let's start with the consumer, right, and what you can do today. A lot of telcos today are monetizing Amazon subscriptions. It is billed through you, the telco. It is an ARPU uplift that you can get today. I don't know whether you have realized this, but we have become the third largest advertising company in the world after the unnamed ones, Google and Meta, right? And growing really fast. And I'll tell you why that's important to the telco industry. Unified communications as a service. This has historically been an over-the-top quality of service issue that we believe we've solved with a few telcos. And we'd love to have a conversation about that. Gaming's been talked about. On the B2B side, right, transport services. If you want to expand into a region that you do not have a POP in, you create a virtual POP on AWS. You can do it in 5 minutes. Instead of going to the national carrier in another country and negotiating terms with that business team and taking 6 months to do that. Take 6 minutes, create a virtual POP. India is the largest contact center market in the world. You should be all over that, partnering with us and addressing that with an AI-enabled as-a-service contact center. IoT, API platforms, so on and so forth. On the edge side, we are investing heavily in the edge, right? We invest for the future. We invest in it with a decade-long or higher time zone. And we're really starting to see a lot of traction in CDNs, in TV modernization, as they move from historical QAM-based transmission to over-the-top transmission. Smart home platforms, where we are vendor agnostic. Our platforms run our competitors' devices as well. Right, so you're not locked into a single ecosystem. And then the edge, B2B side, private networks rightfully get a lot of press because it is a growth vector. But the private networks are a gateway to the business workload that the enterprise wants. It is not an end in and of itself. Right? And so really think about working backwards from a specific industry. We're starting to see SD-WAN as a service, getting rid of all of the boxes out there, all the head ends, all of the CPEs, and just making it a virtual connection. And the computer vision side is absolutely skyrocketing for us. 5G-enabled cameras, I shouldn't have said 5G, wireless-enabled cameras that you can sprinkle around any city, any venue, and they auto-provision onto your network, and you start billing immediately. These are just a few samples of what we're able to do and have been doing with telcos worldwide and would love to do here in India as well. The underappreciated part of the P&L in a telco, when you do the analysis of where the costs are, 30 to 40% of the costs are actually in customer acquisition, retention, service, right? Churn is a big cost at the end of the day, right? So how do you actually intelligently use data to better your cost of customer acquisition, increase customer retention? That is low-hanging fruit today. So we've been working with companies such as Telia, T-Mobile, and many, many others that we will announce in the coming months to fundamentally transform that connected customer journey. But that requires data, right? You have incredible data on your consumers, right? We've got to figure out how to use it. But one way and that's the reason I alluded to ads earlier, is that the data that we are able to bring to this ecosystem is sourced from this, right? From a website called Amazon.com, right? From Prime Video, Audible, Kindle, all of the consumer-facing devices we have, right? And so when this is merged with telco data, that is an incredibly powerful story for customer acquisition and retention. Remember, when I go to a website and they want me to register, I may choose to give my real email and my real address, or I may choose not to. But when I am buying something on our retail store, I am always going to give the right address. I am going to give my real phone number. Otherwise, my whatever I buy is not going to show up on, right? And I'm not going to get it. So I'm going to give you the US specs because it's all I could do for right now under privacy protections. We've actually created a mobility audience in the United States, right? Of people who spent stuff in the wireless category and so on. How many wireless product searches have we done? And these are all indications of switching. So let's talk about remaking the data. Operations. BSS and OSS, we believe fundamentally belong in the cloud. And that's all I'll say about that in the interest of time. And then finally, the networks. This is a topic that could last hours. So what I'm going to say is we're in trials today with tens of carriers worldwide on building cloud-native networks. We've announced Dish last year. It took us 15 months from the announcement to build a full network. Zero capex. Spark New Zealand announced last week with us. Telenor announced a network as a service with us. And you will see more announcements come at MWC and TM Forum as we go. And finally, don't neglect the energy opportunity. It is a huge issue for the industry today, and it's only going to get bigger, right? So what we've been able to do is with a tier 1 customer in Europe, with that chipset that Daniel referred to, we reduced the energy cost 55% from what they were doing today, right? And more importantly, if you look at how quickly you can basically instantiate infrastructure, on day 0, we did a cloud infrastructure deployment in 20 minutes. Get a core up and running, right? That core averaged around 15 minutes to deploy. When that core life cycled, it took us 5 minutes to life cycle it across all of the network, right? That's where the cost savings come in. And so with that, the takeaway is we fundamentally rely on you for the best-in-class connectivity, for the quality of service. Our intent is to bring the edge computing, the AWS tools and services, and the applications that run on top, from hundreds of thousands of applications that run on AWS, to help you grow top-line revenue, right? And so with that, really privileged to be in this audience, and really thank you so much for inviting us to present here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Samir. I would like you to stay on stage for the next fireside chat that we are going to have on 5G after the auction's next step. And for this session, I would like to call upon our esteemed panelists, Rashim Kapoor, Executive Vice President and CTO Networks, Bharti Airtel, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, DG COAI, Samir Vayuru, Head of WW Business Development for Communication Service Providers, Amazon Web Services, and this session will be moderated by Pradeep Gupta, Chairman, Cyber Media Group. Gentlemen, I would like you to please assemble on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and good morning to my panel. Since we are running late, my request to the panel that, like good TV debates, we will keep it to the point, 1 or 2 minute answers, and let's try and cover this wide area in about 20 minutes time. So with that, the topic is after the auctions what, right? So let me first start with you, General Saab. We saw unprecedented collaboration between the government and the industry, okay? But I'm sure there are still some challenges. So what do you think should be done? What needs to be addressed today?
Thank you, Pij. Thank you for that question. Yes, I agree with you that the cooperation between industry and government has been unprecedented and has been very fast-paced. And it is likely to continue, it is certain to continue in the future. Now, this area which is yet to be covered, or area which a lot of more work has to be done, if I have to put bullet points on that, the first one is infrastructure. Like the keynote speaker said that about 70%, 65 to 70% of our towers are not fiberized as of now. With 5G coming in, fiberization is a must. And a lot of effort has been done by the government to bring in essential laws and regulations, and is continuing. We as industry are also trying to put in our best to see that fiberization happens, and we are ably supported by the government. For example, the ROW portal, for example, the Gati Shakti portal, what has come about is of great help.
Yeah, so, ROW has been around now for almost more than a decade. So what do you think can specifically be done now? And, government has time and again said that if there is any problem, come to us. But still, practically, it doesn't work. So any suggestions
Practically, why it doesn't work is you are trying to solve a physical problem by physical means, by movement of files. This is the first time that we are trying to solve a physical problem by technology, and it will work. Because the power of a babu is to stop the file. In technology, that will not happen. And that is what we have seen. In the recent drive which the government has undertaken, the cut in the processing time has been fantastic. And Mr. Dua will tell you that it has come down to 22 days now? 21 days. So this is the power of technology to solve non-technical problems. So that is what is happening now.
Okay, so fiberization of towers, as well as the second thing that you talked about is the ROW related or clearance related issues.
I would put that under a bullet which I would call ease of doing business.
Right.
Because there are many factors in that which are regulatory, policy, operational, even strategic. Even the recent amendment which is being talked about the Telegraph Act, is a step in that direction.
Yeah, that's
so.
Right.
The government has taken a realistic view that outdated rules and regulations, laws have to go. And they have to go in conjunction and in consultation with industry. And that is what is happening. And the third one is cost optimization, which has always been a problem, will remain a problem, and revenue generation. And that is where I see a lot of collaboration happening.
So cost and revenue, just hold on for a second. I think I will come to that because that's an important part of the discussion that I want to have. So Rashim, and your name is so apt because all the telco companies are today rushing, right, in terms of implementation of 5G. So therefore, from Airtel's point of view, how ready you are, what is really happening in this breakneck world behind the scenes?
So our backend infrastructure is already ready with 5G. So our core is ready, transport is ready. We have made our data centers infrastructure ready. We have also demonstrated a lot of use cases during our trials in Hyderabad. And during our trials in the key cities, we have demonstrated use cases both on the enterprise side and on the retail side, both on the high-speed broadband and on the enterprise side. As the time goes, we will be basically rushing our rollout starting from the metros to the other places. And we'll be able to leverage our existing fiber assets, our E-band to give a best customer experience.
And what are the challenges that you are seeing? Is fibration of towers, is that one of the...
I would say fibration of tower is good to have, but now there are other options available. So E-band has been a very welcome opportunity. E-band will complement fiber. It will give speed as high as 1 Gbps as the last mile speed. Challenges on fiber remains. Our endeavor is to fiberize our sites as much as possible. But as mentioned, both ROW issues, the cost of ROW and time to fiberize, those issues still remain.
So General Saab talked about the cost, so now let me move on there. You know, this is a big sort of a debate that has been going on. Who is going to pay for all these investments that are being made by the telco in the infrastructure? So is it going to be retail? Is it going to be business? What's your take on that?
Well, I think the cost aspect of this is going to depend on the revenue generation aspects of those are tied together. When you can basically align cost of implementation with the revenue generation and not have that 2 to 3 year lag that has historically happened in the industry, that question kind of goes away a little bit, because the consumer, whether it be an enterprise or a person, is the person who's actually funding the service that he or she or the corporation needs. So we're a big proponent of experimenting in multiple industries with multiple use cases and really figuring out which of those is starting to generate revenue and aligning the investment to that. So
yeah, but a broad picture, you know, how much do you think from enterprise, how much from retail side, who is going to be paying for these?
There is a large belief that the 5G deployments will be enterprise driven. We share that belief, but I don't think we should ever prognosticate as to which industry vertical is going to be the first one to go. Because the question is...
And what sort of percentage breakup? Because today enterprise would be perhaps 20% and 80% would be coming from retail. So do you see the same kind of a thing? Or?
I do. I do. I think there is about a 5-year ramp for the enterprise side to actually start becoming meaningful and profitable and meaningful. Right. Until then, the consumer is still going to be the prime driver of adoption, just because of the lag. And our role as collaborators in the industry is how do you shorten that adoption cycle for the enterprise? Because right now it's way too long.
So General Saab, your take on the same question. And, you know, it has always been difficult to get more money out of the consumer, especially with, you know, the past experience where competitors have come out with the cheaper services and so on. So how do you see, you know, there was a discussion earlier that ARPU is something that needs to go up. So what do you think can be the methodology for that?
So I agree with Samir that over a longer period, it will be finally the consumer who will be paying. But in the shorter period, I don't think with the Indian sensitivities, consumer is going to pay extra for just speed and latency. So initially, the revenues will start ramping up from the enterprise side. And the indirect effect will be on the consumer. The services which will be rolled out by the enterprise will be consumed by the consumer only if he subscribes to 5G services. And that is how the cycle will proceed. And it will reach an end state, what Samir said. The consumer, today, the enterprise, we are saying that revenue coming from enterprise should be around 70 to 80% initially. But over a period of maybe 4 to 5 years, it'll reverse. It'll go back to the consumer. But that is because the driving force will be enterprise adaptation.
Okay, so enterprise resulting into more customer usage. And therefore, Rashim, in terms of Airtel, where are you placing your bets on, and therefore what sort of technology solutions are you working on to ensure that revenue streams, those revenue streams can be captured?
So mobile broadband will continue to be one of the major use cases, and because the speed will increase, the consumption will also increase. We have seen across the globe the consumption increasing by 2 to 3x. So that will be should be one of the revenue drivers. Fixed wireless access would be a new service which would get launched. Wherever fiber feasibility is not there, fixed wireless will come into play. Then gaming require a very low latency and some guarantee on QoS. That can be one of the revenue opportunities on the retail side. On the enterprise, I would say whenever the ultra low latency use cases become real, there will be many more use cases. But initial would be edge data centers should be one big use case. Then private 5G with complement of slicing, giving granting to the enterprise customer would be one of the use cases.
Okay. Samir, you did mention that, difficult to pinpoint industries and so on, but still let me ask you that question and put you on the spot. Healthcare was talked about earlier. You also mentioned about healthcare. Autonomous vehicles, we are nowhere possibly there right now in India. But what kind of entertainment is, of course, a big piece in India. So what are, as per you, could possibly be, and that's why I'm using could possibly be, the industries or the enterprise usage that could be driving this?
Yeah, thank you for the caveats. Right. I am going to step back for a minute, right? I get asked this question all of the time by most of the telco executives that I deal with. Which industry should I invest in? And my answer has always been, we don't know. We've seen about 280 different industries being served. Pick the most flexible platform you can find and experiment in all 280. It costs you nothing to experiment.
Okay, can I ask you this question differently?
Okay.
You are doing it in a number of countries. So can you share some examples of other countries where, and can you share that this is what worked in such and such place?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take, I'll give you 3 use cases that we're starting to see really ramp at a broad level without naming the customer. The first one is the computer vision use cases, right? Really looking at a vertically integrated stack that uses intelligence to parse where the decisioning on the computer vision takes place. So it's security cameras. The telcos, in my opinion, should own that market. Wireless security aspect of it. That's one. The second one we're seeing in the United States primarily, but also in Europe, is the state local education departments, where the private networks are being asked for and being deployed. And the third one is really public safety. Security,
safety, education.
Absolutely.
Those
mostly the public
are the 3 keywords
ones, right, at this point.
Okay. General Saab, and especially, we were earlier having the discussion on healthcare and so on, so some additional views from you on what could be the verticals. Is machine-to-machine, M2M still distant? Is Industry 4.0 becoming a reality and so on?
See, PG, let me start by making an assertion. Nobody in the world knows which is the killer app today. Everybody is guessing.
I absolutely agree with you.
So,
that's why I gave the caveat that I understand, but still, it is the people with the gray hair or no hair who can actually, possibly give great amount of inputs there.
Yeah, see, wherever we require artificial intelligence insertions, wherever we require AR, VR, augmented reality. Those are the areas which we need to focus on. Because if we are going to look at 5G with wearing the spectacles of 4G, we will go wrong. And this is what is happening today. We haven't yet started looking at 5G as 5G. Whenever we discuss, we talk of healthcare, we talk of education, that can be done with even 4G. So what is so special about 5G? That is where sensors come in, what Samir was saying. Computer vision comes in, processing comes in, which will not only change the way, the life of people, but will also raise the level of employment to a different scale. So those are the things which will affect the people. And in a democracy, anything that affects the people is an application. So I think anything which touches the lives of people will be the first application in India which will work, which includes governance.
Okay. Let me spend the last 3 minutes quickly on technology. So, a question to you on, you've always been a proponent of Open vRAN. So what all is happening there in terms of, how do you see that rollout?
So Airtel has a big focus on Open RAN. We started the journey early, even with our 4G networks. We invested a lot of time and efforts on that. With 5G, we have started doing some testing and even the live deployment in some of the clusters. The main intent is to check the performance and the interop with the 4G network, which still remains a bit of challenge. The second challenge and the thing to solve on ORAN is the cost of the ORAN. And with the new chipsets which are coming up, both from the Intel and Qualcomm, and building ORANs on those particular chips would definitely reduce the cost.
Okay. And Samir, last question to you. So, you made a great case for the public cloud. What is the reality in India in terms of the adaptation of the public cloud?
Specifically for the telco industry,
yeah.
We have engagements with all 4 and more of the operators here in India. Now, there are multiple aspects to this, right? There is the application layer, there's the data layer, as I talked about. But my sense is you're asking about the network itself, right? And so in the network, it's very early days, right? And it's, I would say, at conversations, and what I would encourage the community here to think about is experiment with us. Costs you nothing. The upside is massive. Let's go experiment. That's what we do. We experiment and see how it works.
Sure, absolutely. And this is one industry which has experimented a lot, with the sort of changes that have happened over the last 2 decades. And I'm sure that is something that the industry will...
The difference, Pradeep, is the cost of experimentation is close to zero.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely true.
That is the reason why it will happen.
Yeah.
Because cost optimization and increasing efficiencies is what the telcos want.
Absolutely, absolutely.
These things will happen.
They did it earlier in terms of, putting all the assets of the infrastructure together and so on. So that cost optimization is something, but, all said and done, somewhere I think the return on capital employed for the entire industry needs to improve and needs to go up. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. In a short time period of 20 minutes, I think we have covered a lot of bases in terms of, what needs to be done in terms of the government agenda, what needs to be done in terms of the private sector agenda, which industries or users are going to be paying for it, as well as looking at what kind of technologies focus is currently being provided. So with that, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for a very, very interesting session.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, everybody. Can I request the panelists to please be on stage? And PG, can you please felicitate them with tokens of appreciation for giving their time and their insights to us? Thank you so much to all three of you and to PG. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next fireside chat session on 5G rollout. We have with us Ashwini Khilan, COO and CTO, APAC American Tower Corporation, in conversation with Dinesh Chand Sharma, Director, European Projects on Standards. Ashwini Khilan brings over 25 years of telecom leadership experience with a consistent track record of driving increased levels of productivity, profits, and customer engagement. He is recognized as an operations and network expert in the industry, especially in the areas of designing and implementing solutions to reduce total cost of operations and delivering a strong ROI. Mr. Sharma is the Director, Standardization, Policy and Regulation for a European project on standards known as SCSEI, which stands for Seconded European Standardization Expert in India. He brings with him 21 years of experience in ICT and IT field, both in India and abroad. Over to you, Mr. Sharma and Mr. Khilan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for your brief introduction. It's indeed a real pleasure to be a part of this conference, this session which is dedicated to 5G rollout, and it's only me and Ashwini. We have a long association. We work together in Ericsson, so we come from a long background or a long experience of working in the telecom sectors. But before I start the fire chat session with you, let me briefly touch upon, I think we all know about it. We are talking about rollout. It's no more a time of talking about technologies. But still, technologies plays a dominant role whenever we introduce a new technology. So we all know and understand that 5G is going to be transform the way we talk, we interact, we connect. Everything will be connected. And as we know from a triangle perspective, it's bringing a lot of potential with it. While 4G is already taking care of all the use cases we can think of today, but still we know the way the data is exploding, the way the Internet of Things machine to machine are coming up, the way the broadband demand has gone up, the way the latency is going to play a role. We just click a button and we want everything to be downloaded. So 5G is truly bringing a lot of potential with it in terms of those three corners of a triangle. We call it URLLC, ultra reliable low latencies, massive machine type communications, and enhanced mobile broadband. And as I said, it will connect everything, whether it is machine, whether it is object, whether it is consumer. And with massive machine type of communications, there are predictions that today, if we have two devices with us, from the perspective of machine to machine or IoT, these devices will become 10 by 2025. And even this new architecture, which is a network layered architecture, we all know that there are many use cases which are non-ICT sectors, but we are putting them a layer of ICT and we call them smart. The moment you use a terminology called smart city, smart citizen, smart mobility, smart energy, what you're doing is actually you're bringing a non-ICT sector into an ICT domain. And that's why this 5G technology has a lot of potential in itself. But of course, any technology, when it is introduced, it brings its own challenges. And that's what I think we're going to debate and discuss from one of the major infrastructure provider in the country. There is also a kind of open question people does ask, that why all these use cases cannot be fulfilled by 4G? Yes, it does. But look at the potential of explosion in terms of data. So social networking, for example, the kind of data we are generating and accumulating, we call it big data analytics. So while the use cases can be taken care of by the existing 4G technologies, with more spectrum has been auctioned in recent time for 4G as well, so 4G will continue to coexist with 5G. And any new technology, when it comes, it gets introduced in a phased manner. It cannot be rolled out just by the flick of time. And with a technology like 5G, it will take its own time. So for both the technologies will coexist, for a number of years, maybe 5 to 6 years. But yes, the kind of support the government of India has put in place while introducing or while auctioning the spectrum, and on top of it, many more initiatives, ease of doing business, amending the IT Act, all these are just to funnel to ensure that this new technology is rolled out as quick as possible, and the government can start focusing on the next technology from the research and innovation. We call it 6G, but of course before 6G, 5G beyond will happen. So with that as a brief setting the context, let me come back with my colleague to have some fire chat discussions. First of all, let me begin with asking you a question. Again, existing scenario. We're talking about existing scenario, which is 4G, and a lot of infrastructure has been rolled out. And this infrastructure is not only rolled out in the cities or in urban, but the rural, which is the major part of our country. I mean, 60 to 70% is a rural infrastructure. So rural infrastructure has this connectivity. So, and when we talk about, from an Indian context, any technologies, we always talk about affordability, because that is key. And when we see it from a rural, affordability is the most important, which means also the economies of scale. So, and various initiatives, for example, Digital India, 100 Smart Cities mission, we are utilizing this backbone infrastructure. So, in your terminology, looking at the 4G, how has the infrastructure ecosystem have effectively supported the demand as of now, considering the 4G as a technology? So what's your opinion about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. I hope I'm audible. Okay. So, as you said, so, and in your beginning you said that, any infrastructure takes time to develop. It's not that, so today the auction has happened and tomorrow, we are kind of 5G ready. And this is, true for anything, but very, very true for infrastructure, because by nature infrastructure takes a lot of time to develop and a lot of efforts to develop, and you also put in the point of the cost. So if we were to hasten any infrastructure deployment, then we have to compromise somewhere on the cost also. So if we have to keep all these three aspects that you talked about, so then we have to be very, very diligent in first of all understanding that what the 4G infrastructures we have, and where does the 5G infrastructure need some intervention or some changes or some new kind of. So if you kind of step back and try to look at it, so what are those paradigms which are changing between 4G and 5G, which is kind of influencing need for newer or more innovative, or as you said, more cost effective infrastructure. So if I look at it, there are two clear paradigms which are kind of different between 4G and 5G. One is the spectrum band. So we all know in India, 25 years back we started with 900, migrated to 1800, migrated to 23, 24, 25 megahertz spectrum. And we all know with each, as the frequency keeps on increasing, the law of physics says that, free space loss increasing. So the spread of the cell keeps on, decreasing and decreasing, So there is so as we move from, let's say 23 to 3300, megahertz, which is the core band of 5G, kind of rollout, the need for densification, as we call, will increase. So this is the first paradigm. The second paradigm is, with all the applications and all the, the enterprise application and the consumer applications that we talked about, and Rashim talked about the, they anticipate the data volumes may, double or triple, okay? So for that you need, the wireless points, the points of presence of wireless network, the wireless radios. More and more radios needs to be closer to the customer to pick up all that capacity. So that's the second paradigm, which are two fundamentals of, defining what kind of infrastructure intervention is needed, when we move from 4G to 5G. But, I'm sure, as we move forward and as, more and more applications and people in the earlier panel talked about latency, and you also touched on latency. When this latency thing comes up, the third paradigm comes, gets added, which is, the infrastructure needs to be as close to the customers as possible. Okay, so to me, these are the three key, differentiator between a 4G infrastructure and a 5G infrastructure. And, the moderator to this or the influencer to this is the, the equipment, as it changes, kind of shape and form as we move from 4G to 5G with all the R&D and innovation of all the, Nokia's, Ericsson's, Samsung's, Huawei's, all these, kind of equipment providers. And we are seeing, over the years, the form factor, the size, the shape, the, weight of the equipment is reducing and reducing. So I still remember, the 2G base station, and I was in Ahmedabad and, we had to install it on a 13th floor, and it took us one complete night to take that BTS, from down under to 13th floor. Okay, so today, you can, it's a backpack of a BTS, you can put it on your back and, climb as many. So that is a big influencer, in this whole thing, The third thing, which we need to keep in mind is the scale, so are we talking, what kind of scale we are talking about when we are moving from 4G to 5G, the infrastructure intervention, what scale is required? So if, with my experience of moving from 900 to 1800 to, 2300, as I earlier said, when we move to 3300 and when we have to provide a meaningful, 3300, based coverage to the, and again, coverage coupled with the high capacity. Okay, so my belief is that, you may have to add, at least, 75% more minimum, so if not double, so, let's say you have to take your wireless points of presence from, let's say, 100 to, 1.75 or 175. So that's, my, kind of estimates that we have. And, if we look at today, today we will have about 600,000 to 700,000 towers pan-India present, and if I apply my, kind of thumb rule, 1.75, so we would need, another 500,000, kind of points of presence, to make sure that, the 3.3 gigahertz band is not only able to provide the outdoor coverage, but it is able to penetrate at least single wall or double wall, because, the experience has shown that most of the data applications are utilized inside buildings rather than, on the street and all. So, here we are talking about, 500,000 more, point of presence to be added. We added 6 to 7 lakh, towers or, whatever, okay. So, and I will talk about the, the unique requirements of that infrastructure. So it's not like, the old towers, okay. But, in terms of numbers, whatever we have done in last 25 years, 25, maybe we started in 1995, 96, so 26, 27 years. So same number of, POPs or, little lower than that needs to be added in next 4 or 5 years. So I think, the scale, the need for densification and all these things, that I, talked about in terms of paradigm shifts, makes it, a big challenge in front of all the, whether it is telcos or, the infrastructure providers. It's a big challenge in front of us. And you talked about digital India and all, so if we were to, fulfill that dream or fulfill that vision, I think that's what the work in front of us is, as we see, so.
Okay, thank you. And I think I concur with you, because one of the report, IMT 2020, published it long back, This is, in case of 5G, 1 million devices per square kilometer, against 4G, 60,000. So you're increasing 40,000 devices more in the same coverage area. So you are absolutely right. It got to have a big balance between the capacity and the coverage. The band is capacity, the coverage will be limited. You're right. We started with the coverage-based implementation, and now we're talking about capacity from a mobile broadband perspective. Before I go to my next questions, I mean, just a couple of things. Like, for example, I read it in the paper that Reliance Jio wants to roll out first in the major 4 cities, the major metros, and by next year, end of next year, they will have the pan-India coverage. Similarly, DOT has also announced even the number of cities which they are targeting. I think 13 cities they want to roll out. And there is also a claim that even 1,000 cities have been surveyed by Jio. I mean, do you think like it's practically possible to achieve such a scale, talking about the capacity band and the kind of massive infrastructure rollout? Do you think like these are achievable targets when you are putting an overlay network on top of your 4G network? What's your views around it?
So I think, two sides, to your question. One, I think, telecom is one sector, and I have been lucky to be associated with this since, means even before, 95, 96, I have been in this sector since 1989. Okay, so whatever challenge has been put to this sector, it has, very gracefully, accepted that challenge and not only delivered it, to the satisfaction of the consumer, but, I always feel pride in seeing, that consumers are more than satisfied, and again, there are, problems in, so quality and all those kind of things, nothing is perfect. But, if you see a macro picture, so I think, whatever challenge, and this is not the first time the challenge has been put to us, so initial rollout of 2G, and then, we were supposed to upgrade everything to 3G, and then 4G came, and and mind you, we started implementing 3G in 2010. So in last 12 years, from 2010 to 2022 that we are running, so we are upgrading our networks for the third time. So in 2010 we upgraded from 2G to 3G, 3G to 4G, and now we are talking about 5G. So I am quite confident that, whatever challenge is put to this industry or this, set of people, so we have people who are capable, to deliver that. So that's one aspect of your answer. The second is, that, and when we talk about, covering 13 cities or, in 1 year, so there is always a slow, kind of proliferation of any service. So when we say that, we will cover, pan-India in 1 year, so my understanding is that we will have a presence of 5G in pan-India in next, let's say, 1.5 to 2 years. But if you ask me, even today, so we started, rolling out 4G in, let's say, 2014-15. Okay, so 5-6 years. So are we, 100% there? No. Still, there are gaps. So this is, like the similar way it will get proliferated. First, we will be I think in a position to touch, the whole country in that sense, in, let's say, 1.5 to 2 years, and then, and again, so it's very difficult to achieve, first 60-70%. Rather, it's very easy to, achieve first 60-70%. The last 20-30% is always difficult to achieve. So I think, that is where I am saying, that it will, overall, if we see, so the whole capex cycle or whole, deployment cycle will be about, maybe 4 to 5 years, or if we, kind of compress it too much, it can be 3 to 4 years. So that's what, our kind of vision is, that to complete this rollout in that sense that, we are able to provide meaningful, services and, those applications that my, colleagues talked about, it may take, that much time.
All right, good, thank you. Related question, the Department of Telecom earlier carried out a study around street furniture. And this report is there. The purpose was they understood this kind of massive rollout when you talk about cell coverage area. So street furniture was targeted as a first step. Based on that report, recently I was reading, the DPPIT, the Department of Promotion and Industry, has released an office memorandum. And they have asked states to carry out mapping exercise. A mapping exercise covering bus stands, covering electric poles, covering street lights, shelters, bus shelters. So they have asked these states to do this mapping exercise. And I've understood that probably Gujarat and UP have almost completed this exercise. So government is proactively working, realizing the need of the industry to have a faster rollout of the technology. So do you think like these steps are the right steps which will help the TSPs and the infrastructure rollout like ATC? Is this enough, or do you need more to achieve the targets which have been emphasized by the Department of Telecom or the telecom operators like Airtel, Vodafone and BSNL and Reliance Jio? So do you think like that? So,
I think, again, if I, kind of little bit go back and, so I kind of continue from where I left in your, when I was trying to answer your first question, so what is needed in this, infrastructure? What is, so I talked about, what are the drivers, what are the influencers, and, what is the scale. So to me, the need is, to increase the number of points of presence. Okay, so that's the, flip side. The good part is that now the point of presence need not be as, massive as it used to be, and I did talk about. So, the requirement is, that those points of presence needs to carry lesser weight, lesser, kind of form factor and all. Those points of presence needs to be fiberized, okay, as much as they can, and the need was emphasized in the earlier panel also, okay, because unless you have fiber connectivity, it will be very difficult. Yes, the E-band will help, but at the end of the day, the wireless will always have a finite capacity. So if you have to pick up as much capacity as, the applications which are, kind of bandwidth hungry, you need to have a fiber backhaul. So that's the second requirement. The third requirement, and, Rashim touched upon, the RAN, de-aggregation, or, so for that you need, lot of these edge data centers, So, and again, what is edge data centers is something, where you can keep your, telecom equipment. It's a fancy name given to, so a place where you keep your telco equipments, which are able to provide 24/7, electricity, the grid electricity, and all those kind of things. So these are the three main, kind of requirements that we need to fulfill. Okay, and if you now, try to, plot what I have said, so actually what we are saying is that every 200 meters, in a dense urban city, you need a point of presence, okay? And if you try to, draw a similarity, so it is very similar to, the street light infrastructure. So I don't know street lights at 100 meters or 50 meters. I never, but it's if I try to foresee in my mind, the closest I can see or I can think of is the street lights. Okay, and that is where I think there is a perfect match between this infrastructure requirement that we have and some of the infrastructure that already present in terms of street furniture or those kind of things. So what is needed on those, the point of presence, if we see from that perspective, is that they should be all fiber connected, and they should have a grid connectivity on all those points. So these are the two critical points, and a arrangement where you can, kind of hang up. So the street light is very, very light, so our equipment will be much heavier than that, but not as heavy as we used to be. So that is the kind of infrastructure, and unless all the the stakeholders, and the municipal corporations, and to me, if we have to roll out in such a scale and such a way that, I have described, the DISCOMs, the distribution, electrical distribution companies have to play a very critical role, and they have to work, hand in hand with us, because each of these POPs needs to have a electrical connection also, because otherwise, we can't light them up. So I think, the steps that government is taking, I think they are in the right direction. And the key to success is that, all stakeholders have to get together, put their act together. I know what I have to do. If the DISCOM knows what they have to do, if the municipal corporation is aligned, what they need to be, needs to be done. I think, we have, over last 20, 25 years, we have shown to this country that, if we all work together, we are capable of, pulling this thing together. So that's how I, kind of, in a larger scheme of things, how I look at the things, fanning out, or how the things will move, so that, in whatever 1.5 to 2 years, we have first target to reach out to all the people, so that, they have something to see on their phones as a 5G coverage, and then to provide a meaningful coverage, in next, another 2 to 3 years.
Thank you very much. We have a time up, but in a nutshell, what you're saying is it's a new ecosystem, more stakeholders, availability of V and E band, the fiberization, government mapping exercise will truly help achieving those faster infrastructure rollout in the country, and we could make 5G as a reality. I don't know if we can get some 5-10 minutes more to ask a question. 5 minutes? Okay. So if any questions from our great colleague from an infrastructure rollout point of view, you can ask now. I'm a standards guy, I'm a technology guy, you can ask me from a technology perspective, so we can have 1 or 2 questions even if the time is up. Anybody has any questions, any clarity needed from what we discussed so far? Yes, please. Mike. Please introduce yourself, and if you have
I'm Biren Singh, I'm Vice President, and I head the NLD-ILD network for Sify Technologies Limited. We are NLD and ILD operators, basically, ILDOs. So my question here is pretty simple. People in my society and apartment, they know that I'm from telecom, right? So I told them about the auctions and government expectations of 80,000 crore going to 1.5 lakh crore and things like that. And I said, we have got towers nearby. I got the Geo towers done for you and got Airtel tower, helping people, because I am from the industry, so I help my society. But when I wrote this about 5G and getting launched in month of October, Diwali time and all, so the next comment, and I mean these would be the comment which has come in the society group. I'm sure all of you should be having a society WhatsApp groups, right? Biren ji, ये बताइए, 3G तो चला नहीं, 4G आ गया, आप बढ़ते तो 4G में गेम चेंज हो जाएगा. 4G तो चलता नहीं है, डेटा स्पीड देखिए मरी हुई है, स्क्रीनशॉट, 4-5 people sending us screenshots. Now 5G, technically we understand all those fibers and things like that, towers that we connected and other stuff, right? Spectrum, everything is fine, but where is this quality of service? Today, if you look at, earlier, 8-10 years before, we had all this SS7 networks. Today, everything is transported on the IP layer, right? So we have those one domain, let's suppose Geo, going to another domain, which is Airtel. And it's a SBC, Session Border Controllers. Though it has to those. So there are a lot of technical stuff like codec negotiations and blah, blah, blah. I'm sure all of you, when you take a call, every second or third call, maybe fourth call, or maybe I might be saying too much, is one-way voice. Call aa rahi hai, meri awaaz sunai pad rahi hai, because there's an issue with the codec negotiation. So coming back, we need to stress on the quality of service. So my question to you, sir, is that how much of the fiberization of the towers has been done? Because until that thing is there, or connectivity in between the towers is concerned, and of course, we are talking about a gigahertz frequencies and other stuff. We have a lot of homework to do, maybe 15, 20 times.
Got your question, sir. Quality of service. You will start? Please start.
So,
I'm sure this is a common problem.
Yeah, so it is a common problem, and, so I think, any consumer-facing industry, will always have this problem. Okay, so and I'm trying to represent the whole industry, so and I'm a very small part of the industry, but I'm taking this liberty to represent the whole industry, because your question is for the whole industry, not for the infrastructure or anything. But I think we need to look at the whole thing in a perspective, so I think the development that has happened, on this side of telecom, and I remember, when we were studying in college, I'm from REC Kurukshetra in 1984, from 1984 to 1989, so we used to have a manual exchange in Kurukshetra. So we had to pick up the phone and, the operator will answer the call and ask which number you want. So there was no even a dial pad on this phone of ours. Okay, so I think we need to look at that perspective, and even in data, so only about and I said we started implementing 3G in 2010. In last 10-12 years, and with large country and with so much population, it's a big challenge. But I think as an industry, we need to work on the quality of service. No denial on this, but we also need to take pride on what we have been able to achieve. Okay, it is very difficult to satisfy all the consumers, and that's why I said this problem is for any consumer facing industry. But on one side we need to work on all the aspects that you talked about, and you are from the industry, ins and outs, I think better than I know. You talked about session border controller and all those things. I will have to pick up my old books and try to understand what those means. But at the end of the day, on one side we need to keep working on improvement of quality of service, and personally I may be totally biased, but I have seen in last 3-4 years the quality of service improving. If it is not up to the mark, it is not 100%, and it is impossible to take it to the 100%, because very nature of wireless industry is such that you can't provide coverage to everybody to their satisfaction, and this effort has to continue. But also parallelly we need to take pride in whatever we have been able to achieve, and whatever we have been able to add to the community, the whole community, the way this whole digital proliferation has started, the digital payments and all those kind of things. This is all on the back of this infrastructure. I think we need to take pride in this also.
Absolutely. It's like Dil Mange More, voice versus data. Why are we talking about 5G? Because that has the situation which has become a reality today. Expectations have gone up too hugely. With those VoIP call also in existence, with Dil Mange More in terms of data, you click it and you want to download entire file in seconds. It's the expectations. And if you go back a little bit, due to reorganization of this non-ionized radiations and reducing the power of those BTS, the holes were created. It took us so long period of time to fill those gaps, the holes. And today, yes, when the technology is built, it is built with that quality of service. But yes, it's a design, it's a wireless network, so it takes time. Thank you very much, sir. If you have a quick question, please.
Sir, we're out of time.
We are closing it. Quickly.
Thank you, DC and Ashwini, great learning. But my question is technical question about small cell versus ODAS, what especially in the street furniture domain. So can we use ODAS instead of small cells so that cost is also less and coverage is more?
Sir, of course, why not to try multiple options? Yes. When we have a challenge of small cells rollout, and small cell is a reality in terms of the band availability, which we need a capacity band, why not? Absolutely, to answer your questions. Thank you very much. We close this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Khillan.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I would just request you to please stay on stage, and may I invite Mr. T.R. Dua, DG DIPA, to please give you our tokens of appreciation for a very interesting and invigorating fireside chat. Mr. Dua, can I have you on stage, please, to present the mementos? Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the next session, we have a session keynote on 5G redefining communications. But for this session, we have a video message from Shyam Prabhakar Madikar, President Group CTO Mobility, Reliance Jio. Due to unavoidable reasons, he could not be here, but he has given a message for this August audience here. Can we play the video, please?
Good morning, everyone. And as usual, it's a pleasure and privilege to be a part of this event. Pradeep does make sure that the quality of content and discussions are incredibly high. And we all as the industry group actually benefit from us. What I want to do today is just recalibrate the industry expectations on 5G. There have been lots of buzzwords, lots of discussions around how 5G is going to change. And I do believe that there needs to be a good debate and discussion, because I think this is our big chance to catapult India into industry leadership, global industry leadership position as far as the end-to-end digital economy is concerned. And in that context, I just want to highlight about 5G as the vehicle of redefining communication, not only from a spectrum perspective. Spectrum is just one add-on on the overall 5G ecosystem. And to relate spectrum and new spectrum and added spectrum as part of 5G would be doing injustice to the overall way 5G is going to change the way we actually interact, live, do almost everything, and this is going to change in the coming decade big time. I want to start with the demand side, and how is the demand side story changing? If you look at smartphones now, and I think for more than a decade, they're now becoming a very integral part of human anatomy. You just can't leave your smartphone, and this is only going to grow your dependency on smartphone, not only from a communication perspective, almost all aspects of our waking hours, be it entertainment, be it commerce, be it banking, be it security, be it safety, whatever it is. And hence I think that needs to be taken care of. But in addition to the smartphone part, there are two important parts which are now morphing into a full-fledged economy of their own, and the second one is around machines. I think massive connectivity and compute is going to be given to the machines in the coming decade. And this is going to cut across almost everything that has electronics or connectivity or sensor in it. We are talking about fleet tracking, we are talking about sensors in meters, we are talking about measurements, we are talking about manufacturing, we are talking about security of people, security of places, security of premises, and all of that. And then last, and I think the single most important change where 5G is going to drive is around industry verticals. Industry 4.0 has been again a big buzzword, and I think it is now coming of age wherein now clear use cases, very well-defined use cases, converting the whole digital story for an enterprise. It is about digital workflow, it is about robotics, it is about automated control system, driving productivity and efficiency. And if you look at all of these, it is very clear that only adding more spectrum, as in earlier generations, is not going to help. It is much more beyond adding spectrum. I keep on repeating this chart, but I think this is becoming more and more relevant. And if you see the first 2 decades, 2001 to 2020, the decade of voice and the decade of video in my story of 3 Vs, it has been around connectivity. It has been around massification of connectivity, it has been around densification of connectivity, it has been around the consumption levels of connectivity. We started with voice, then we went to video. From digitally connected, we became digitally consuming. But when you go to the virtuality, where the digital world actually embraces the physical world, starting with digital twin and then actually executing that digital twin on the ground, we are not only talking about connected people, we are talking about connected devices, connected machines, connected industries, and this will make the life digital. And again, it is very obvious here, and this theme will keep on repeating for next 4-5 minutes, is is spectrum is not the only recipe which is going to make this happen. Spectrum is going to add to the size. Spectrum is going to add to the scale of it. And if you look at two fundamental paradigms which are going to change, which are going to shift. First is very clearly it is not more of the same. And by more of the same, I mean, we have more spectrum, of course. I mean, from 30, 40, 50 megahertz of 4G spectrum, we are already talking about 100 plus megahertz of sub-6, and of course, 1000 megahertz almost of millimeter wave. So more is there, but that's just one important pillar. We have more spectrum in hyperconnectivity, we have better spectral efficiency. But the other two components, and these two joining together, I call as the holy trinity of communication, that makes 5G what it is. It is about hypercompute. It is about ability to process data, ability to run algorithms, ability to decide, ability to embed that compute within connectivity right up to the edge, right up to the distribution. I think that is what makes 5G what it is. That is what makes true 5G give the capability of connectivity, compute, and storage on the fly in real time. And that is where it goes much beyond spectrum. And the last part of this trinity is around hyper storage. We are talking about hosting content. We are talking about hosting control plane. We are talking about hosting user plane to drive latency. We're talking about adaptive algorithms on AI, ML, on big data, absolutely distributed across the network. And adding these three together, now if you look the combined vehicle which 5G is promising to be, on a hyperconnectivity model, if you embed hypercompute and if you create a distributed storage, you are actually creating multiple independent exclusive network for multiple use cases, for multiple industries, for multiple type of consumptions. It is not one size fits all. And for different size, for a bespoke solution, we need to have a very clear distinction. And that has to again go much beyond spectrum. The second shift is around programmability. Again, I think one fundamental difference between 4G and below versus 5G and above is the ability of making programmability native to 5G. It is about automation. It's about an intelligent 5G core. We've been talking about network slicing. What is network slicing? Is not about giving a dedicated pipe. I mean, there's been misconceptions about claims of network slicing in 4G, claims of network slicing in 4G plus NSA kind of structure. But it is very clear what is a slice of a network from a 3GPP perspective or from a customer or consumer perspective, more importantly, because it has impact on security, it has impact on privacy of data, it has impact on quality of service. So we need to very carefully understand this before actually getting into it head on what a network slice means. A network slice means a dedicated network, totally embedded for a particular application or a particular consumer or a particular industry, where the data is owned, where the privacy is owned, where the security is owned, where the core network is owned, rather than just creating a QoS pipe and kind of dedicating that pipe, which have so much of kind of adjacent vulnerabilities that it is very, very difficult to run it on a non-5G core. Elasticity of architecture is another big important point, wherein the ability of this programmable network to understand what the traffic profile is, to understand what the consumption profile is, and make sure that it is able to populate, create on the fly the required assets and resources closer to the customer with right capability of delivery and deliver it. Second point is around the native security. And again, 5G has security inbuilt at all the three levels. We are talking about the device level, we are talking about encryption at user level, and we are talking about the control plane security by adding wrappers and control algorithms on top of it. Now, with the compute that is embedded because of the intelligent 5G core, because of the distributed edge cloud, this security now becomes native to 5G. And these changes they may sound technical, they may sound a bit kind of peripheral, but if you actually look at this in a detailed, careful manner, one realizes that this is where the 5G will unleash it with its big power. Because the scale at which it is going to happen all the way, we are talking about data from vertical industries, we are talking about data from applications, we are talking about customer data itself. How does 5G make sure that it is not compromised? How does 5G make sure that the transactions are not compromised? They are encrypted end to end. And this is where this native security adds on. And third, and again, one of the most important things is the evolving intelligence part of it. Now, the moment you make a network or a function programmable, you also give it the ability to learn by itself. there are data events, there are telemetry events, there are management events, and if you add all of them, and if you create very, very sharp algorithms and very, very sharp AI ML feeds to process those data, the network itself will now start adapting to the traffic, adapting to the customer, adapting to the delivery, adapting to the use case. And that will continuously go up. And again, all of this is possible when you look at 5G as an end-to-end delivery, not as just adding one set of spectrum on a tower and assuming that the 5G goes live. This will also lead to hyper performance, something which India needs today, because the amount of people per square meter, the amount of devices per square meter, the amount of requirement on the enterprises to go digital is very, very big. And to attain it, to reach to that aspiration, we need to create our capability to understand the use case, to make sure that the use case is continuously worked upon. So these two fundamental paradigms are going to drive 5G in its full glory. And to do this, I think one of the biggest things which we need to realize is this will require a change in perspective. This will require us to unlearn a lot of things which we believe are part of what telecom is, and kind of reskill ourselves, understand the difference between software and hardware, understand the importance of open interfaces, understand the ability to pool the compute functions, drive an AI ML based performance module rather than creating a set of people who every time does a manual oversight of what is happening and try and do it, because it's with this kind of scale and capability, it's just not possible. And finally, and most importantly, if we are able to create independent modular network islands on top of it, the densification and scale which this country deserves, which this country wants, which the customer deserves, are all going to play well. And this is where this whole reskilling and understanding of what is on the anvil for us, what do we need and how do we need to change. Otherwise, I think if we go on following what we have been doing for last 20-25 years, I think it would be very, very difficult for us to get the real value out of 5G. And this is where the unlearn to learn capability starts. And if you look at manifestation of this on the industry part of it, because this is one of the most important parts of 5G on Industry 4.0, the overlap across verticals is now increasing. And what is at the center of the overlap? The center of the overlap is digital. Every company, every industry, every vertical, be it manufacturing, and these are just examples. I mean, you can put education here, you can put agriculture here. What you will realize is all these circles are now coming closer and closer, and the overlap portion of these circles is actually digital. And this is where I think the share of digital platform, the intelligence of digital platform, the automation of the domain itself, I think that will come into play. And once this happens, we can, in true sense of word, start saying that these industries, these verticals, these companies have gone digital. And this needs a big, big domain understanding into this. As telecom players, historically, we have always been providing bare pipes and connectivity and some kind of frivolous on top of connectivity kind of services to the industry, which is outside the telecom domain. That will stop. That needs to be stopped. Because I think we need to get into a very, very deep understanding of domain and collaboration across domain experts from manufacturing or medicine or education or agriculture. Understand what the use cases are, digitize those use cases, create platforms for those use cases, and then drive the whole domain automation and AI onto this. And once this is done, then we will be able to showcase that, yes, we have been able to create a network that is programmable. We have been able to create a network that is independent of all underlay networks. It's not carrying the baggage of what we have been doing erstwhile, and is able to take forward what we want to in the sense of digital and in the sense of real 5G, a true 5G capable. I want to end this with my favorite quote from a programmability perspective. May the source be with you. Let's take 5G to new heights. And wishing you a great, great, great conference. Thank you so much.
10 states with over 150 million subscribers and a revenue worth $3 billion, allowing customers to connect with a world of opportunities over fast 4G LTE data network across India. May I invite on stage Mr. Kapil Ahuja. Our next panelist, Himanshu Gupta, Country Manager, Telecom, Media and Entertainment, HPE India. A business professional with more than 19 plus years of experience in sales and marketing in IT, a team leader possessing people management skills, excellent interpersonal communication and organizational skills, proficient to perform under high pressure situations and meeting deadlines under diverse working environment, an avid learner with a strong work ethic. Put your hands together and let's invite Mr. Himanshu Gupta. Our third panelist for this session, Aditya Khaitan, Partner Consulting, Deloitte India. Aditya started his professional career with KPMG in 2005. During the 12 years in KPMG India, he had the opportunity to provide consulting services in more than 20 countries across Middle East, Africa, Australia, Western Europe, including multiple engagements in India as well. He has completed his tenure as director with management consulting practice, during which managed and deliver engagements focused primarily on the telecommunications sector across telecom service providers, passive infrastructure providers, broadband service providers, and LTE network operators. Put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Aditya Khaitan. Yeah. Thanks. And our final panelist for this session, TR Dua, DG, DIPA. Mr. Tilak Raj Dua is the Director General of DIPA and Chairman ITU APT. The total experience that he holds accounts for more than 35 years in the telecom sector. His experience includes all facets of telecom, be it product development, business development, telecom licensing, regulatory issues with respect to interconnection, roaming, unified licensing and infrastructure sharing, mobile number portability, spectrum management, spectrum-related issues like spectrum pricing, efficient utilization, and spectrum reframing, technical collaboration, and introduction of new products. Let's welcome on stage TR Dua, DG, DIPA. The session will be moderated by Shubhendu Parth, former editor, DataQuest and Voice&Data. May I invite Shubhendu on stage, please. Over to you, Shubhendu. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and it's actually a privilege to be with the honored guest today, and at a point of time when India is entering the 5G era, I would say. We have been waiting for it eagerly, and a lot of excitement coming in, and as the opening speaker Piyush mentioned, it would be a large impact on businesses, B2B impact would be there. And there's been a lot of discussion on public cloud in the previous sessions. So I would think, we would keep it to the private network and private 5G network and how the enterprises would benefit out of it. So without much ado, I'd like to open the floor to the panelists, and let's understand from each one of you, starting with Mr. TR Dua, what will be the impact of 5G on enterprises? Is it really a hype, or we have not seen much of use cases in India? There have been some use cases globally. So what would be the impact, and how will it be a game changer?
Thank you very much. I thank the organizers to give me an opportunity. I never thought I'll be an opening batsman, but let me think what I can do. I think if we look at the NDCP 2018, it does, if you look at the first paragraph, it says that there is a need to look at the holistic view on the AI, ML, and etc. and IoT. With that, the infrastructure 4.0. Before we talk of the enterprise or we talk of the consumer side, I think we need to check whether are we ready to take on this project itself or not. There are few things in the ecosystem that we need to address. Few things have done, few things are yet to come.
and that still needs evaluation on the enterprise side. One, we were waiting for the auction, which is done, and I think it has been done successfully. It only shows the commitment of the operator to go in for the new technology. The second one is the part of the other ecosystem is the network, equipment, and the most important, or equally important, is the availability of the infrastructure, which is very, very important, whether you want to enterprise or something like that. Now, on the infrastructure side, we had 3G experience, we had the 4G experience. Here it is a different, because you got 3 sets of the spectrum, which is the 700, 3300, and 2600, mainly to provide coverage, capacity, and the bandwidth. Therefore, what is required is to make sure that the infrastructure is ready. There are a number of steps which are needed to make sure we get the return on investment on the enterprise itself. A few steps which have come is the new amendment to the guideline, which is a present guideline which came in the ROW, which does address the issue with regard to the small cells, and also the various other, how do we handle those small cells, and also involving the other guys into the ecosystem. Like if you have to do the densification, what was required is that we need at every 50 to 100 feet, we need a pole. How do we do that? There are more than 20 million poles available in this. This exercise was done, first thing in the Kerala was done, where we had 94,000 poles. The first proof of concept has been done, and the guideline has come. That's number one. Now, all other discoms have to go. The second one is the amendment which came. The third one is the ease of doing business. The reduction in the fees which is required is that now the present fees which is there is around 100 rupees per pole, which is still, I think, going to be again toned down. These are some of the issues which we need to address before we really think up. But in any case, if you look at the enterprise, if you look at the private networks, this is the time to make sure that this one, first, let us look for the consumer. Second, we look after the enterprise. Let's go into third, into private networks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dua. I'd ask Aditya and request you not to talk more on the infrastructure, but on the impact and how it will be a game changer for the enterprises.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for the question, and thank you for the opportunity. As we started the... Yeah, hi. Yeah, okay. As we started the day today, Piyush had a slide right in the presentation which spoke about the economic impact of 5G. And what was very evident is when we talk about this technology, the benefit or the impact is not just limited to the telcos. In fact, telcos were not even the first on that chart as the industry sector. So purely from economic impact perspective, till about 2030, it's estimated that it would impact various industries to the tune of about $450 billion. Now, the use cases that are there across industries could be from an efficiency perspective, could be from a productivity perspective, could be enabling supply chains, could be enabling, let's say, automation in that sense. And the use cases that are coming about now are enabling all these aspects. You spoke about the fact that previously we have not seen many use cases because when we talk about the kind of networks that have been deployed over here, we did not have very many instances of private LTE networks in India. Now, when we talk about 5G, the good thing that the regulator has done, looking at the developments across the world, is allocate or reserve spectrum for private captive networks. So now, people have deployment options. They can go with a telco. They can use the telco services. They are developing end-to-end services, end-to-end cross-sector use cases. I mean, last year, Airtel put up a roadshow with various enterprise sector use cases. Jio has come out in the media, announcing partnerships, not just with enterprises, but with other ecosystem players, where they are enabling specific use cases. Similarly with Vodafone Idea as well. So the use cases are being developed where they can offer that to the enterprises end to end, and that would see more uptake as we go about. But also it is very important to note that globally, the kind of uptake that was expected for the private networks, that has not been the case. Typically, I mean, if you look at the GSA statistics, in January 2022, this year, there were about 750 odd private networks deployed, which was about 14% increase from November in the previous year. Now, this has generally been slower than what we had anticipated. And the reasons are supply chain related challenges. The ecosystem is still developing. And for all the use cases, the endpoint devices, which are 5G enabled, etc., are not available. But then as the ecosystem matures, as the use cases evolve, as the technology evolves itself, these challenges will be taken care of. So in terms of the benefits, they're there for everyone to see across the sectors. From an Indian context, where we are seeing a lot of traction, manufacturing obviously, and it was mentioned by the keynote speakers as well, automotive being another one, so industry 4.0 use cases. From an India context, healthcare, education, these would be the others, transport and logistics. So where we would see a lot of use cases being readily taken to the market, uptake of those use cases, and of course realization of benefits that are to follow.
Thanks. Over to you.
Thanks, Shubhendu. A very warm welcome to all the guests here. First of all, I would want to thank the Government of India for closing the auctions in a great way. India's digital policy 2020, which was very, very focused around the 5G vision for the country. And there it was very clear that the Digital India initiative will bank on the shoulders of 5G. The smart city missions, the smart villages missions, and all these will be the focus areas for 5G. So if you look a bit deeper and go into what these missions were expected to do, I think broadband connectivity 100% across the country, with 10 Gbps connectivity in the urban areas, and at least 1 Gbps in the urban areas. Now those were the figures and benchmarks set by the country. Now, all this is not possible without 5G. There is a great learning from the market. You said, is it a hype? I would say it is not. Just look at your neighbor. And we all know who is the leader in 5G in the world. China, for example, has already put more than 700,000 5G towers. And maybe by end of the year, there will be more than 1.1 billion towers. And they have a 5-year plan which is called as the highway. It is about going at least 5 million towers on 5G by 2025. Now imagine the type of investments they're doing. Just to tell you, they are investing $800 billion, and the economic impact on the overall industry is expected to be in the range of $3.4 trillion. Now with all these figures, can anybody still doubt the relevance and importance of 5G? I think nobody would doubt. Today, China has 700,000 almost 5G subscribers, and the pace at which they're developing should be looked at very, very seriously. India, I think, has done its job well to look at the growth which is presented to its markets and the telcos by looking at US, Japan, and other countries where 5G has already taken a stand, and they are growing. As Aditya said, the pace of growth in private 5G has been slow, which is a fact. And many reasons for that. Pandemic was one, availability of ecosystem was one, the devices. Now look at why it was being stalled. Because of pandemic, the ecosystem, release 17 of 3GPP, which was supposed to be frozen earlier, could not happen. That got frozen only in June 2022. Now the ecosystem will evolve at a faster pace, and new applications can be onboarded and new devices as well. So there is a lot at stake for the country. Private 5G, or the so-called enterprise 5G, will be a game changer. It will be an enterprise highway. I would call it an information highway or a platform, an innovation platform for the industry, which will really be leveraged in the next 5 to 7 years to literally bring competitive and sustainable differentiation in their businesses. If somebody is not able to latch onto it, I'm sure he will repent or maybe not be existing after 5 to 7 years. So regarding the relevance, regarding the time, in terms of how fast people have to come and onboard this, I think it is running out for companies. But since India has taken a start now, we feel the economic impact and what Aditya said, $450 billion, That is for India by 2030. But I think the economic impact and the pull-through which it will do on the entire ecosystem around it will be much, much higher. As we say, a 10% increase in broadband penetration can actually increase the GDP by 1% for a country. But for India, the numbers will be far more higher because of the productivity and the other challenges we have. So we will actually grow much more faster. So I would say we are ready. The industry is experimenting. I think a lot of speakers have talked about end-to-end what all is required to make this successful. But net-net, it is a reality, and it is a reality which is just striking on the doors.
Thanks a lot, Himanshu. Kapil, just wanted to understand also, since you are part of the service provider, and there is a big role that the service providers also have to play in the private network because they have to support. So it's not just that, it's an ecosystem as Himanshu mentioned. So could you add, we understand the importance. My question was not that it's in terms of hype, it was more that enterprise-wise, the benefit-wise, really we have not seen much. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shubhendu, and glad to be part of this panel. Thank you, Mr. Dua. You have been an industry veteran, so very happy to be sharing the panel with you. And of course, Aditya and Himanshu. So first of all, I think what I would like to just, say, what is there, what 5G is offering, and something which, a lot of us have heard about before and had read about. But I think the 5 things which 5G offers. First, of course, is the data in abundance. Second is the speed, the 10x kind of speeds we talk about. Third is the low latency. I think we have heard a lot about latency. Fourth is a true sense of fixed mobile convergence, which comes to that. And fifth is cloud, artificial intelligence, and Internet of Things. I think the fundamental change, Shyam talked about, it's not more of the same. The fundamental change in terms of the technology which is happening. The previous technologies have been more about connecting people. With 5G, we are looking at connecting anything, anytime, anywhere. So that's, I think if you put it in perspective, it's all the sensors, all the devices which will come, all the applications which ride on top of it. So the economic impact is going to be huge. I think that's the excitement which 5G has created, and all these stimulating discussions which we are having all around the use cases. We talked about, Aditya mentioned about the private networks. I think globally already, I think in 60 odd countries we have about 700, 800 odd networks. Now, when we look at it in the Indian context, I think what we need to really also see is what we were 6 years back before, we as Jio launched the services, and where we are today. We have embraced technology because it was affordable, it is present, it is everywhere. And the current consumption of data which is happening, because of the millennial population, the median age of our young population, the data consumption is the highest in the world. So 17 GBs, and with 5G coming along, it could double, triple. Now coming to your question of, what is that to offer in terms of the enterprises? There's a lot, and there's a lot of use cases which are being talked about. There are 3 main areas which I would like to address, and this is not economic. Economic, of course, would happen along with that, but the societal impact. One is the healthcare, second is the education, and third is agriculture. So if we look at the societal impact of 5G in all these 3 sectors, it is going to be massive. We saw it during the COVID times, how digital applications came around, and how healthcare, which was primarily person-to-person contact, it moved very rapidly. And in my discussion with the healthcare experts, this is going to be massive in terms of the change which is going to be brought about in healthcare. Like we have the 4 Ps in marketing. In healthcare, they are also talking about the 4 Ps, which is personalized, which is proactive, which is I'm forgetting the other 2 Ps, but I think the way they are moving, this is going to be a very, very different healthcare economy as we look at it. Similarly, in the case of education, I think we have seen the benefits of already with 4G, how the remotest of the locations got connected with the education. All of our kids, some of the kids who were studying abroad, we looked at it studying here through their all their online meetings and so on. So the further how it is going to evolve is going to be massive, and the societal impact of the remotest of the locations getting connected through 5G is going to make a huge difference. It is with immersive technologies which are going to come along. Giving a real-time experience is going to be huge. Similarly, again, when we look at agriculture, for example, with drones, how very targeted, applications can be, the spraying of the pesticides and so on, and a very, very, targeted and very, efficient way of really deploying that. And it is going to happen. We as a country have leapfrogged, many of us, and I strongly believe that we will adopt technology faster than the others, and with the platform that we have now, which has been created, the digital platform with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, I think the 5G is going to really offer the next set of leadership. And I think more than just following the rest of the world, I think the use cases are going to get developed here. There is going to be a lot which is going to happen, and there's a lot of excitement, I would say, which is coming along with 5G, and we are pretty excited about creating all with the ecosystem with our partners going forward.
Thanks, Kapil. I see that the timer is almost closing and we have a very tight deadline. So without getting into more on the, I'd quickly want to understand, Himanshu, maybe you can start about the challenges and the solutions.
Okay, that's a very good question. Now, there are various vectors in which we can analyze it, because as somebody has said, the 3 major use cases of 5G, they basically revolve around EMBB, which is enhanced mobile broadband, which can be primarily used by all the consumers, which is B2C focused. But when it comes to private 5G, I think this is definitely useful in various use cases like stadiums, or malls and retail, or concerts, where you can actually use this for developing applications, AR, VR, mixed reality, where users can participate along with the main performers and all in a augmented reality environment. Like that, you have other use cases which are very generic in nature, like EMBB, which is like URLCC, which is ultra reliable and low latency, where manufacturing, healthcare, in healthcare like robotic surgery, where haptics is required, so you need to send data back and communication signals back in real time. So all these are the cases which will really propel this motion forward. Now coming to the major challenge, I think challenge requires, is basically in 4-5 areas. Number is availability of the right resources and domain experts, which is definitely area of crunch. And when I talk to a lot of consultants from EY, Accenture, they all say this is an area which needs to be, picked up in the next 2 to 3 years, so that we're able to do well, at least in the country. Second area is around ecosystem development. As I said earlier, applications, devices, there's a lot of work to do in that area, but I think it is catching up. And unless that catches up, that will remain a challenge for the adoption of the private 5G in enterprises. Third area in challenges comes in terms of the IT governance and security. Now, if you have a company which is running on today Wi-Fi, as the internal LAN, which is covering all the aspects, Take for example, Maruti could be one example, or Ashok Leyland. We're using Wi-Fi current technologies to manage all their shop floor environments. But when they transition to a say 5G tomorrow, is the IT department ready? Is the workforce ready? Is the mindset there? How do they transition to managing both? Because it will be a transition which will coexist along with the current setup. It will not be a one day big bang approach. So that is a very important element, the IT governance, security, and the ability to manage all of it together, along with the new ecosystem of applications, infrastructure, the connectivity, and then learning the nuances of managing ultra-low latency environments, which is sub-millisecond, as you all know. So there are various challenges which will emerge. But if you're able to bring the right knowledge ecosystem and work as one team, and have approach wherein there's a framework called a lab framework, and if you look at India's guidance in the digital mission report, you'll find it talks about starting with the POC, moving to the device testing, to network testing, and then finally to the interworking of all of it together, and then do field trials. So there's a full framework involved. The challenge lies in putting these things together, making different technologies work and handshake, and then be able to give an ROI to the use case. And that's where the buck stops. If you're not able to decide the ROI from day one, and then work backwards and figure out what is the right use case for the enterprise, it will be a very difficult journey for a lot of companies. So somebody has to literally go through the entire cycle, plan it. So I would call it in three ways. You start with, first as a simple, introspection, where you do a gap analysis within the organization from where you want to be as a company, what are your goals as a business, and then how do you bridge those gaps with the technologies and data technologies available like 5G and all. Second is experimentation. In that phase, you basically go and put a CXO level person responsible for that, bring the strategies, develop the internal teams and learnings within the organization, so that with the help of a telco or a system integrator, you're able to literally build the incomplete ecosystem together. And third area is investments, where you have to literally take a leap of faith and go and plan for the big digital platforms which can help your organization evolve into the journey of digital 5G. So that's how I would like to call it. It's a definitely challenging, but the opportunity, as I said earlier, I gave certain examples, it's a huge opportunity for country to be digitally connected and go to the next level in the information highway. And unless we get all these ecosystem partners together, it will be definitely a difficult journey. But if you're able to harness it well and plan it well as an organization, then the challenges can be converted to opportunities in no time.
Thanks, Himanshu. The enterprises need to take the leap of faith, as you mentioned. Aditya, would you like to, as a CIO or as a strategic planning team, I would want to understand what are the challenges, core challenges?
In terms of core challenges, I would just lay stress upon a couple of things that Himanshu mentioned. He covered the challenges across the organization. The specific aspect that he spoke of is the return on capital deployed. Now, let's say, for example, an organization is planning to deploy a private captive network, and they take the spectrum and they deploy their own network. Let's see, today the advantage that it offers is that you can unlock a plethora of use cases that sit under an umbrella. Like, for example, when you talk about Industry 4.0 or smart factory, you can unlock video surveillance, analytics, robotics, connected vehicles. So there's a bunch of use cases, each of them having a separate requirement. And from that standpoint, every use case, you could deploy different deployment options. Today you could go with a telco and deploy it. You could deploy it as part of your own private network. So in terms of planning this aspect, such that you understand that, okay, what is the return on capital that you're going to get, and ideally, what is the best deployment option, and the evolution of those use cases, that becomes quite critical. You start off with a use case where there are no returns, the plan goes bust there and that's there itself. From a CIO perspective, etc., the other aspect would be the integration with the existing sort of platforms that might be there. Now, in typical industry environments, a big thing when we deploy private networks or any 5G use cases is the operational technology to the IT convergence. And typically a huge steps are being undertaken because typically the operational technology, you find a lot of legacy PLC environments, you know, those old equipments which do not have, let's say, a node where you could connect it to a platform. So that OT to IT convergence and planning that aspect from a CIO standpoint also becomes very critical. What I'm trying to say in sum and substance is that one size does not fit all. And depending on the size of the enterprise, depending on the type of use cases, depending on the sector, depending on the deployment options, your case might vary very significantly from your neighbor. So planning that out becomes absolutely critical.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Dua, would you want to quickly touch upon the infrastructure challenges for the private LTE and setting up the network? And I'd request to be short and sweet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Having been with this so-called evolution or revolution you can call, 2G to 3G to all that stuff, I think in last about 2 years' time, what we've seen, most of the challenges that we used to face earlier, take a case of the ROW, take a case of the SACFA clearances, I think now the time period that has reduced is pretty. Now, few challenges that we need to address is what he said, whether it is an enterprise or it is a private network, there is a 5G available to you, which has all the characteristics, whether the enterprise wants to use it or the private network. I think one is the fiber itself. Today you have 35% tower which are fiberized. Maybe even if we go by the national broadband mission, we need to do it by 70% by any standard by next year. And then you take the backhaul fiber, which is again today is almost going to 3.4 million kilometers, which we need almost 5 million to be done. So therefore, another one which is required is I can lay the fiber, I can put the fiber, sharing is the most important. If you want to do it, because everybody to reduce the capex, to say faster go to the market, I think sharing is the model which India has done it. So therefore, I think these are some of the challenges which needs to be done, which have been done and which are being addressed. Now there are many use cases over there, but it is not a new concept which is being done in India, UK, Japan, Spain, etc. If you look at UK, they have the railway development. In Taiwan, there is a manufacturing which is going on. In Spain, they have done the big. I think these are all models which are already available. What he rightly said is, what is the return on investment, which is important. Challenges we have seen right through. This sector has always been full of challenges, and we have been overcoming this. I think we will meet those challenges. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Dua. Kapil, your last word on the challenges and the solutions.
Yeah, so when we look at specific deployments of private networks, there are three types of models that are emerging. Model one is primarily the radio access network staying with the private enterprise. And the rest of it, the user and the control plane goes to the public network. Model 2 is a mix, kind of, which is edge compute also happening at the private network side. And last is the standalone, which the entire network, including RAN, including the user and the control plane, all within that. So depending on the return on investment, I think that's how the whole ecosystem is going to evolve. But we have thousands of large enterprises in the country, and we have millions of small and medium enterprises. And what 5G is going to do is bridge the digital divide between the large enterprises and the smaller and the medium ones. And why I say that is because the technology is such that the adoption of that, along with the affordability which is going to happen, I think this digital divide and the thrust which will come for the entire digital economy, and my belief is this is going to be beyond the numbers which we have talked about today, and we are ushering into the new digital revolution with 5G.
Thank you, Kapil, and yeah, Himanshu.
Sitting here and without covering what HP can add to this challenges will not be correct. So I thought, let me take another minute and tell you. See, coming to the challenges part, I think the three models, what Kapil talked about are right. Now HP has a solution which we call as 5G in a box. For example, you have to deploy 5G network for tactical forces, operating in, say, Afghanistan. You need to carry a complete 5G setup in a box. So we have our edge line connects, category of compute, which we call as edge line 8000, where we have 4 blades in which can take the user plane functions, control plane functions, with all the necessary, functionalities, along with the antenna externally connected. It can be actually sent even in an airplane in the overhead bins. The size is, and the weight is less than 30 kgs. And you can use as a complete, all-in-a-box 5G type of a solution. Now that is very, very good for deployments like in oil rigs, where you cannot really set up the setup. You simply have to carry everything together in mines. As I said, in defense forces and so on and so forth. Second deployment is, cases which are challenging, but HP again as a solution is around distributed deployment. You have the control plane, sitting on maybe a public cloud. It could be anywhere. It could be a control data center. And, you have the user plane functions on the edge side. Again, we have products and solutions which can literally take care of everything. Now, our IP is in building the solution stack, which involves the software, services, integrations, automations, all put together. And HP comes with a legacy of 30 years working in the telco domain and having these automated more than 50 solutions in the telco domain on software side, along with the hybrid IT infrastructure, which is able to service enterprises for maybe again 30, 40 years. So, and the capability to integrate and put this together. So along with our partners, we have developed this 5G core stack, which has network functions from HP and the partners, and we leverage the radio from the vendors like Airspan and JMA Wireless, and we put the complete solution either in a distributed mode or, as I know, 5G in a box solution, which can literally make these life of our customers very, very simple, because I can today challenge and give this 5G in a box solution deployed with all the automation within 1 hour. Now, can somebody really agree with that? Yes, I can do it. The core portion can be deployed. And it can coexist with other deploying models also. Now, the best part and the biggest challenge I think we all missed talking about is you have to start somewhere as a company, but you want to really start big, or you want to literally hold on to your finances and spend it judicially. So HP has a model called edge to cloud platform, which is HP GreenLake model, where you can consume the complete IT on premises as a cloud. So pay as you grow. So we have given all the ammunitions for the enterprises to literally take a leap of faith and get into the private 5G market. Depending on the use case, the vertical, the challenges, you can pick one or the other deployment models and go ahead with us. So that's where I would want to end my discussion.
Thanks a lot, Himanshu. And with the times already, we have taken more than allocated, and I'm sure Anil would be cursing me, the next session moderator. And as you all mentioned, let's take a leap, faith of leap. And as Mr. Dua mentioned, that telecom sector has always faced challenges, and we have been able to deal with it. And this wouldn't be any different. We heard about the ROI factor also, which Aditya and Himanshu and even Kapil mentioned. And that definitely is something that the board of directors and the CFOs would want to know. And I hope, I'm sure you would have a lot of questions, but request you to take it offline. And thanks a lot. And
thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Shubhendu. But I would just like you to stay on stage for a minute. And Shubhendu, can you please present them our tokens of appreciation for giving their time and their valuable thoughts to our gentlemen. I would also like to tell everybody that this event is being streamed online and on all the digital platforms of Voice&Data and their social media handles. And also do visit the cyber media stall in the break. There are lots of magazines on display that can add a lot of value to your knowledge and your learning. Thank you, everyone. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. In the meantime, moving on to our next session. Our next panel is on the future state of the industry, 5G, cloud and edge ecosystems. I would like to now invite our panelists and experts for this session. We have with us Saurabh Mittal, Head Product Management Solution and Integration Network R&D Bharti Airtel. ICT professional with more than 22 years of wide-ranging experience of telecom industry with various perspective of technology, both from strategic as well as execution level. His key expertise includes network transformation, network design and planning, network architecture, network evolution, NFV, SDN, 5G, LTE, managed services, standards, WAS, signaling, RFP planning and evaluations, CAPEX and investment management and solution management. Let's invite on stage Mr. Saurabh Mittal. Our next panelist for this session, Shiva Kumar Selva Ganpati, VP Johnson Controls. Shiva is CXO level digital executive with a collaborative mindset and business outcome driven experience in managing high performing virtual teams globally, successfully delivering solutions, leveraging contemporary technologies, platforms resulting in growth and productivity. He is responsible for the engineering and innovation centers across 5 campuses in India to drive growth through leadership, innovation, and deep understanding of customer needs, collaborating with the company's global business leaders. A big round of applause for Shiva, please. And our third panelist for this session is, you've heard him before, Samir Vuyuru, Head of WW Business Development for Communication Service Providers, Amazon Web Services. And the session will be moderated by Anil Chopra, VP Research and Consulting, Cyber Media Research. Anil, can I invite you on stage, please? Welcome everybody, and over to you, Anil.
Thank you. Am I audible at the back? Am I audible? Oh, I think we're just, between them and lunch, so that's why I'm not able to hear anybody. But just to respond to Shubhendu's comment, no, Shubhendu, I'm not cursing you. In fact, you've kind of set the context for our discussion by actually talking about all the wonderful use cases of 5G, its economic impact and all those things. It's amazing to kind of hear all that out. And, if I were to look at some of the market data, it really goes along with whatever was being said in terms of the predictions and the growth in the entire market. And so we're not going to discuss use cases, so that job is made easier. But I think it's important to really understand the key technologies that are going to be enabling 5G rollouts, that are going to be enhancing 5G rollouts, which is basically cloud and edge computing. And if I were to look at some of the numbers to real quickly talk about that, I think there's a massive amount of growth expected in all 3 areas. 5G, I think 40% of subscribers is predicted in the next 5 years are going to be on 5G. That's the kind of growth we're talking about. Cloud, has, I think, already seen about 30% growth over the past year itself. And if I were to look at edge, around 40% growth expected in this area in the next 5 to 7 years. That is the kind of growth we are seeing over here. So it's important, I think, to really talk about the role of all these technologies in enabling 5G rollout. So let's start with you, Samir, on if I were to look at, I think 5G standard has been written to be cloud native, right? Now, but what's the best way to use the cloud? When we talk about using 5G, is it hybrid, is it private, or is it using one of the hyperscalers like Amazon? What is your suggestion?
Wow, that's quite a wide question, Anil. So I think you got to look at it in terms of we've all talked about the return on capital here, right? There's two ways to inflect return on capital. One is grow the top line, which is what I talked about earlier today. But equally important, reduce the amount of capital expenditure, right? So pick the best combination of technologies that enable you to do both. Call me biased, but I think the public cloud allows you to inflect both sides. We've talked about how much money and where our telco partners are making with us in my session earlier. But on the flip side, taken to an extreme again, there is no capital expenditure if you build your network on AWS, right? It is a pay-as-you-go model where you align the revenue streams with your costs, which is ideally what you want to do, and not overbuild. Take advantage of the elasticity, take advantage of the geographic reach. If the infrastructure is already there, why not use it?
Absolutely, I think very valid point. Pay-per-use infrastructure is already there, so why not just use that? So absolutely good point. Thank you, Samir. Shiva, would you like to add on to that? And of course, Johnson Controls has been into a lot of automation and building automation and all that. So obviously, edge becomes really important for you. How is it really now becoming a viable choice now when we look at the edge? And now, is it going to really enable 5G scaling as the need arises? And are we really seeing kind of edge computing in 5G as the next level of digital transformation?
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you, Voice&Data, for giving me this opportunity. A wonderful question. I think we are going to look at how 5G can really accelerate in terms of edge and cloud-based offerings to our customers. If we start from the customer-centric perspective, let's say within here, a quick role play. Let's say we have Saurabh as an enterprise customer, and we wanted to develop cloud-native apps leveraging AWS, and definitely we wanted to integrate a rating engine from Daniel's organization, and then we from Open Blue platform as part of Johnson Control, let's say, want to give an asset monitoring app or a sustainability monitoring app or a connected security app. In order to do that, I think the fleet and the diversity of devices and assets we have from an enterprise context is pretty huge. It's local to a particular country and then to a region and across the globe as well. So here we are looking at both cloud and the edge. And definitely, as previous panelists and the speakers spoke, I think 5G is going to be a key accelerator for this kind of IT and OT integration. And particularly the scale, and also from a cloud native perspective, it's going to be very, very important to provide a tailored bundle based offering to our customers, because particularly in the Indian context, the customers are very diverse from a commercial standpoint. We have large, ambitious enterprise customers who can afford, and then we also have set of all customers who are very price sensitive. So that is where I think both cloud native and edge are going to play a key role in terms of handling this monsoon of data to provide rich experience to the end customers, that could be businesses, enterprises, and consumers across the verticals.
So you definitely feel that 5G and edge are truly going to lead to the next level of digital transformation.
Definitely, definitely.
Okay. Saurabh, just if you'd like to add on to what Shiva said about 5G and edge, but I think more importantly, if we look at 5G, and that the discussion happened earlier also, it's what should I say, massive and ultra reliable machine type communication is what 5G really offers, right? So and then we've got cloud, working along with that. So do you really see this as, a game changer in terms of delivering 5G services and, establishing some of the real good use cases, some of the ones that we heard in the last discussion?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Anil. And first of all, thanks to Cyber Media and Voice&Data for giving me the opportunity. I sat through the morning sessions, and so let me actually give a little bit of acronym to define 5G as I see, right? And India is a cricket crazy world, and 5G is associated with speed. So I am actually going to give an acronym which is speed plus, and which is a synonym of speed, that's PACE. P-A-C-E. P-A-C-E. Right? So let's look at, how the 5G through the PACE is going to be a game changer. The P over here stands for programmability. I think Shyam talked about it. The 5G inherently makes the network programmable to the needs of the application, to the needs of the user, to the needs of the enterprise. So I think, so that's the very fundamental part of it. We have seen the technologies like network slicing, right? We have seen, there are components in the network which is RIC and things like that, which essentially make the network more programmable. So that's the first P. Second comes the A. A over here stands for automate or automation. I think again, for example, whether you take AI/ML, whether you take again the way the network analytics actually get made available. And if you look at the self-organizing networks, this is something which was talked about a lot in the 4G space as well. But inherently, 5G, the way the fundamental technologies build up in the 5G, this is far more automative and self-learning, which is lending itself to the AI/ML part of it. As Shiva said in his role play, right? This is one of the fundamental beauties of 5G, that you can essentially use it the manner you want it. The C over here is the capability of the 5G, right? We've talked about whether it is machine type, massive machine communications, whether, there is URLLC type of use cases, or the EMBB itself, right? If you look at, these are the fundamental different capabilities which have been added by 5G. Sometimes, I think, these are a little bit underscored if you compare to the different access methods, right? For example, again, coming to a manufacturing facility, right, or a warehousing, which very, very large warehouses, which have multiple sensors. If the technology used was Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, this is something we have been talking about. 5G essentially gives a much more predictable environment. So these are the inherent capabilities in the 5G which actually makes it stand out as an access technology, to be used for a plethora of use cases. The last is E, right? Which is the exposure capabilities in the 5G. Sometimes it is a little bit not so much talked about. Now there are standardized APIs which are getting exposed through the functions called NEF, which 3GPP have kind of defined, which makes it all possible to be used and consumed by the applications, by the use cases, right? This is something which was kind of just put up by 3GPP or the standardization bodies in 4G, and people tried to build a lot of, gateways, API gateways, but these were not standards, right? These were not standard-based, and hence they were not fully exploited. Now, the last E essentially makes this, I would say, 5G as an innovation platform for all the different kind of use cases, right? So this is, I would say, that how the 5G is really enabling with this pace, and pace is speed plus. So this is not just speed. I think this is the pace of 5G which makes it differentiator and a game changer. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Saurabh. I think wonderfully explained the PACE framework and how 5G is going to really enable this entire next generation of transformation, I would say. Speed plus and, so many different applications. Just to extend that further, Samir, I'll come back to you on, what you said about there's an infrastructure, use it, right? And I think you've been kind of handling the telco business in the US, right? If I were to look at using the public cloud for, telcos, how do you really look at, the data security and regulatory requirements of some of the telecom workloads?
Yeah, so fundamentally, security is job number one for us at AWS, right? And you'll hear that over and over again. So all data is encrypted all the time, at rest, in transit, right? And we use quantum key encryption and all of that. We've been selected by national security agencies, by financial exchanges, and so on, healthcare, real-time applications. So it's something that we deeply understand. But I want to pivot to the edge, right, for a minute in this. So we tend to associate edge with low latency. But our view is that the edge serves three laws. One is the law of the land. When you need the data to be within a certain geography or in a certain enterprise, that's when you bring the AWS cloud into that environment, whether it's a county, whether it's a state, whether it's a single enterprise. So that's the law of the land, right? The second biggest driver is the law of economics, because it is going to be impossible to transport all of the data generated to a central processing facility or a central cloud location for it to be acted upon intelligently. So the ability to intelligently distribute processing, storage, algorithmic execution for AI/ML, where the data resides, takes your costs down 80 to 90%, as we've seen in a computer vision use case. Otherwise, you're paying for petabytes of transport to a central cloud. And then comes the law of physics, which is latency, right? And what you'll find is that in a lot of places where we have infrastructure, just do a ping to the AWS cloud. You will see 20 to 30 to 40 milliseconds today without an additional edge. And where we need that additional law of physics constraint, we have multiple engagements with telcos, such as yourselves here, where we have partnered with a service called Wavelength, with Verizon, with KDDI, with Vodafone, and so on. We have Outpost, which is a private MEC, right? We have IoT Core, which sits on the devices themselves and provides decisioning there. So the edge is really wherever the data is. And that's the mental model you should be looking at through those three laws.
I've asked one question to each panelist, so I'm just going to pause there and see if the audience has any questions on any of the things that have been said. Just to test if they've been listening.
Yeah, we are standing before the lunch.
Yeah, what are the three laws?
So any questions from any of your audience?
I'll ask a question.
Please.
5G has spawned a number of MVNOs in the United States. Do you think there is an opportunity for that to happen? If so, why? And if not, why?
I can take it because we've deployed quite a few MVNOs running natively on AWS today. So I've been privy to why they have done it. And the reason actually has nothing to do with 5G. It is about the industry expertise that they bring, right? If you make 5G a simple bolt-on and trivialize the deployment of it, the economic structure is that connectivity is only 10% of the total consumption of an enterprise. The people who are serving the other 90% are the industry-specific SIs, the industry-specific IP owners like Johnson, right? And for them, it's a simple add-on at this point. 5G is cloud native, which means you can click a button and turn it on. And so you're going to start seeing competition in that private network space from people who are deeply embedded and know the industry. And that's why these enterprise-specific mobile virtual network operators are easy to deploy now. I don't see why not. But I think it also presents an opportunity for the established telcos to really create those specific industry vertical spinouts quickly. If you look at the S-curve, just create a bunch of startups. You need 2 people, 3 people who are really familiar with the industry and the tools that are available out there. Go launch an MVNO. I can launch an MVNO spectrum willing in 2 or 3 days today on AWS.
And also it depends upon in India market, particularly which vertical we are targeting. And definitely we'll have to pick and choose which vertical, where MVNO is really required, and then deploy instead of one size fits all. So really depend upon what market segment we are looking at and really deploying it. But I agree with Samir, we should be able to experiment it and then take it forward.
Yeah, I mean, no, being from the service provider is a very tricky question to answer for me. I think the only thing I will add to what just Samir said is that, you know, at the telco side, we are investing a lot on the industry verticals, right? I mean, whether this is a MVNO or whether this is within the larger telco umbrella, I think that's immaterial. What is important is what Samir said is that it's important to experiment. Nobody, I think there are, I mean, if you look at from what earlier was said by Shyam, Kilan Saab, you know, at the end, the service experience has to be predictable for these use cases to succeed. And everybody brings their own expertise. I think telcos bring the expertise of running the network and ensuring the KPI SLAs which are required for these industry verticals to succeed. Because look, if it is just connectivity, there are technologies like, I mean, whether it is LoRa, whether it is Wi-Fi 6 or 7, which exists, right? I mean, it's not that, I mean, they don't exist, and I mean, wing of the enterprises don't know to operate it. Where 5G becomes more different is the predictability, ensuring the KPI SLAs, which are needed to make these new use cases succeed. And this is where the telcos are great at. So my sense is that, I mean, and this is something all the telcos, Kapil was here earlier, they have been investing a lot. Working with the right set of partners. I mean, to say that, okay, telcos know everything, no. We are working with SIs, we are working with, I mean, many partners in this room, over stage, to see how do we actually build these capabilities in India. There are multiple models. I mean, some models have succeeded in the Western countries. I'm sure that there are new models which can emerge at other locations, and the telcos are very well positioned to take this forward with the enterprises and ensuring that, I mean, what is needed gets done to make this happen. Thank you.
Great. So Shiva, just coming back on, you know, you talked about how 5G and edge can be, you know, the next level of digital transformation, but you didn't bring in cloud. So if I were to look at cloud, edge, and 5G, do you really see that as game changing for some of the things that you do? I mean, you've been doing a lot of IoT, you're in the IoT space, but what about bringing in the cloud?
Yeah. So definitely, I think there are two patterns emerging, right? So one is how do we cloudify, and at the same time, how do we edgeify? It's going to be a mix. It's not going to be one versus the other. I think a few years ago, there used to be a term called, lift and shift, from on-prem to cloud, or you cloudify, right? So I think those days are gone. That will still happen, but that's not the real transformation to the extent what the market and the customers or consumers are really looking at. Then we'll say, okay, let's refactor the architecture and then say, we'll make sure that it is cloud enabled. I think now with the volume of data we are talking about, we are at a point in time where we have to really look at how do we start a greenfield and by design make sure it is cloud native and leverage concepts like containerization so that we give our end customers an a la carte menu so that they can pick and choose what they need. Because remember, we were also talking about return on investment and how do we grow both the top line and the bottom line. It's very important to cater to the customer needs. And if you're going to give a grand buffet when my appetite is really low, I mean, nobody's going to take it. So it's very important to really look at that cloud native approach, leveraging microservices architecture and also monetize those through APIs and of course being very secure about it. And particularly on the edge side of it, where we are looking at edge cloud, particularly in the telco sector, really looking at how the concepts of MEG, etc., to really have closer to the device. How do we do advanced analytics for the telco operators themselves to really look at monitor and using advanced analytics concept to self-heal and make those cognitive impact to maintain well and run, and also provided value-added services to the end consumers. So that's how I see how cloud and edge are going to interplay with each other and really look at whatever is needed at the edge, having security, reliability, low latency, and advanced analytics, take it to the edge. And at the same time, whatever we need, let's say real time, less payload, less transport cost, etc., then you move it to the cloud and then interplay with it. So that co-mingling is going to stay, and that's the pattern we are looking at.
So if I could add on to that for a minute. The mental model of the edge has got to change, right? The edge is wherever the data is. So speaking for AWS, if you're in Metro Bombay, all of Metro Bombay is the edge, right? Because we have a region there. Whereas if you're accessing it out of Thiruvananthapuram or something, right, you will need an edge cloud deployed there to get the same benefits, right? So in our view, there is no discrete edge, there is no discrete cloud. The cloud extends and stretches to wherever the data is, including on the smallest chipsets available that run sensors, right? That is also the edge, that is also the cloud. There is no difference.
Thank you. As we have about 7 minutes left and we are holding them for lunch, I'm going to ask one last question to all of you. The importance of partnerships between cloud, edge, and 5G and the telcos. I think that there's a lot of partnerships that we're seeing happening, between telcos and the other providers, the hyperscalers and all that. So I think it's important to talk about the advantages of doing that and how it's really going to scale up 5G deployment moving forward. So we will start with you, Samir, and then we can.
Sure. I'm going to use real life examples, right? In 2021, we announced that Dish Networks in the United States was building a cloud native network on AWS. In 15 months, without any infrastructure investment, it is serving roughly 100 million population today. Right? It absolutely is. And it could not have happened without all of the ecosystem players, the BSS players like Amdocs, like Telco DR, the core and RAN manufacturers, the Samsungs, the NECs, Nokias, so on, all of them committing to become cloud native, to build that. So there's literally more than 50 partners that ran on AWS to enable that network to be built at that speed, right? And the key is the uniform development environment. Everyone's operating on the same environment. One of them doesn't have their own private stack, another one doesn't have their own private stack, they're all operating on the same. And the tools that you see out there, it's the tools that the IT guys use, right? The AWS console is the orchestration engine, right? So speed, very low cost of capital, right? And many, many use cases that they've deployed to B2B.
We are in a world of interconnected relationship or 360-degree relationship, if you will. So, so it's very important that partnerships, customer relationship, and suppliers, etc., we wear different hats depending upon the context in which we are in. And particularly with telcos and hyperscalers and 5Gs, etc., we also have another set of stakeholders to cater to. And when we talk about transformation, it's our collective responsibility to really make sure that we responsibly transform. So we are also looking at other kind of partnerships to really look at how do we make sure these kind of, not specific to 5G, any kind of technology transformation, we are looking at, we are environment friendly, we are eco-friendly, we are also sourcing material that is sustainable or whatnot. So partnerships is very critical for any transformation, and particularly for this 5G in telco, where there are different point of views. If you Google it, we'll get it, okay. with all these micro cells and antennas, etc., there is an impact of bird migration pattern and some of the colonial bees and their fertility or whatnot. So it's very important that partnership is key, and both outside in and inside out. And also another critical aspect is digital literacy, right? So we are talking about in Indian context of urban and semi-urban and rural. So what kind of partnership we need to really leverage this partnership to improve the literacy and the kind of offerings we give, how they adopt it and adapt it as well. So partnership is very, very key, and it's very complex and it's intermingled.
Saurabh? Yeah, I don't want to stand between everybody here and the lunch. Let me keep it very short. I think from a telco perspective, telcos have been used to working with a model called single neck to choke, right? I mean, you have a partner and you work with them on certain KPI, SLA. This has been the strength of most of the telcos, but the world is definitely changing. And I'm happy to share that we are partners to many of the people present in the room. I think we understand, telcos understand that this is now an ecosystem which has to be, supported between each other. There's this term of frenemies, which is friends and enemies, but we have to work together to solve the customer issues at the end of the day. That's something which is important. The second important part is, and I think this is something again a little bit overlooked, for a great experience to the consumer, to the enterprise, there are various domains which are essentially have to come together. There is if you look at just from a network perspective, right, and especially with the cloudification and the virtualization, many things come together there is a core network. Then you have a radio network, and then you have the devices. Now, and of course, all the automation and the orchestration which goes along with it. If you look at the people who are, having expertise in these domains, right? The person having expertise in devices probably doesn't understand ABC of the core networks or the automation. The person understanding the radio network, he doesn't probably, or he or she doesn't, give a damn to what happens on the automation. These are new words for them, right? I think so. The partnership is a model to actually overcome, these kind of challenges, right? If you look at, these are not intersecting circles. This is, I think I've said this previously somewhere, that this has to be a union of these circles. So partnership is a model which actually has to be there for us to, at the end, deliver to the business outcomes, right? I think, so, and all the telcos, I must say that, and especially from an Airtel perspective, we have been working with, whether it is, hyperscalers, whether it is private clouds, whether it is, infrastructure providers, on the compute side, storage side, down to the chipset levels. When it comes to the SI, parts, so there are whole this bunch of, ecosystem players that we work with to deliver on most of these use cases. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So with that, we kind of come to the end of the panel, and I think I've stuck to my time, and I appreciate the panelists for kind of also working with me and helping me out and being, on time. But some really interesting points have actually really emerged from our discussion. The PACE framework, and Samir, you talked about law of the land, economics, physics, in terms of, providing the right, infrastructure for telcos. Shiva, importance of partnerships and how 5G and is going to be the, game changer for digital transformation and acceleration. So thank you for that. Thank you so much to all of you. Thanks for listening in patiently. I think we'll not stand any further, anymore between them and lunch. So I'll end the panel now. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Anil, but I would just request you to stay on stage for just 30 seconds so that we can felicitate our panelists who have come here and given us such insights. Can we have the mementos, please? Also requesting the audience to fill the feedback form. You can either keep them on your desk, we can get it collected, or you can give it at the registration counter outside. Your feedback is very important for us to better ourselves and deliver quality to you every time you come for a conference. So please don't forget to fill your feedback form. Ladies and gentlemen, after the memento ceremony, we will be breaking for lunch I would request you to please assemble back at 2:30 in the hall. 2:30 we will start our next session, so it would be nice if everybody can be 5 minutes before time and be seated on their seats. It would help us to start the proceedings on time. Thank you, gentlemen, for this panel discussion, and thank you, everyone. Let's break for lunch and meet back at 2:30. Thank you so much. I hope everyone is back with some vigor and energy after eating that lunch. So let's start with the proceedings and the second phase of the conference. We will start with the panel discussion on skilling for the 5G economy. For this session, I would like to invite upon stage Lav Bhardwaj. Lav Bhardwaj is an NCVET senior consultant. He is the nodal for policy design and development in the subjects like future skills, cross-sectoral skills, blending learning, and other emerging aspects of policy in skilling at the National Skills Regulator. He is ex-Niti Aayog and has avid interest in public policy design, monitoring and evaluation, among other subjects. He shall be representing NCVET on behalf of the chairperson today. Welcome to the forum, Mr. Bhardwaj. Our next panelist, Professor Ranjan Banerjee, Director, IIT Delhi. Professor Ranjan Banerjee is currently the Director, IIT Delhi. In IIT Bombay, he served as the Forbes Marshall Chair Professor in the Department of Energy and Science and Engineering, a department that has helped start in 2007. His areas of interest include energy management, modeling of energy systems, energy planning and policy, hydrogen energy, and fuel cells. With so much energy, I am hoping, Professor Banerjee, you're going to spread that energy across in this room. Let's welcome Professor Banerjee. Our third panelist on this session is Arvind Bali, CEO, TSSC. Arvind Bali, an accomplished business leader with 35 plus years expertise in management of various business streams with globally respected outcomes. He has handled businesses in 50 plus countries for over 2 decades. Arvind is an MBA from FMS Delhi University and graduate with honors in mechanical engineering from Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. Welcome to the forum, Mr. Bali. Our next panelist for this session is N.K. Goyal, President, TIMA. President, CMAI Association of India, having 48,500 members and 74 MOU partners worldwide. Chairman Emeritus, Telecom Equipment Manufacturing Association of India. Vice Chairman, International Telecom Union, APT India. Member, Governing Board, Telecom Equipment and Services. Export Promotion Council. Director, National Fertilizers Limited. Associated with several industry associations, he has represented numerous government committees, groups, and is a very deeply involved a person in policy formulations on telecom, mobile, IT, and education. Welcome you to the forum, Mr. Goyal. And the session will be moderated by Sukanta Day from Stella Consulting. Can we have Sukanta on stage, please? And over to you, Mr. Day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful to Voice&Data for organizing this all-important and most difficult sort of panel discussion. Skilling, as you know, for the 5G is a very important requirement and something which is not that easy to do. In a country where we have primarily always had industry leading the new age equipments and technology, this was the first time in the history of India, as I can remember, that the indigenous test bed of the 5G technology was done at IIT Madras with the combined effort of all the other IITs. So it was the first time a new type of system has been held where the educational institution is doing the research and test bedding such an important sector in the telecommunication industry. So 5G is just not telecom, it is far beyond that, because 5G will be driving what is known as all the elements of the fourth industrial revolution, which is, everybody knows, IoT, ML, AI, robotics, augmented reality, virtual reality, machine learning, and so on and so forth. It's a vast array of various parameters which is already in session for the last almost 5 to 10 years in India. India has adopted all elements of the fourth industrial revolution with the vigor which has been done in developed countries like the US, Western Europe, Japan, Korea, etc. So India is not behind. India is way in deep into all these sectors. And the key driver of that will be 5G. And with that, I have a very eminent panel over here, as you can make out. You have the stalwarts of and leaders of the nuggets of the educational verticals, which will drive the skilling in 5G. And as we have shortage of time, we will just go directly into the questions. I'd like to start immediately with Mr. Love Bhardwaj, who is from the National Council of the Vocational Educational Training of the Government of India. And I would like to ask him, how can the educational value chain be made more inclusive to achieve the skilling requirement for the new age jobs, like in the 5G, which will drive the fourth industrial revolution? These are completely new subjects. The technology is new, the use cases are new, and the application in the industry and agriculture is completely going to be a new thing which the country will handle. And obviously, as in any society, we are a very complex country, unlike the US and Western Europe, where there's a lot of standardization. The US has one language almost all throughout, where we have so many languages. We have rural areas, we have urban areas, we have small towns, big towns. So it's a very unhomogeneous landscape. And the various use cases and various industries and in agricultural field will be completely different from what is there in the Western world. So we have to adapt these technologies into the fourth industrial revolution, relevant to our economy and relevant to our society. Over to you, Mr. Bhardwaj.
Thank you so much, sir. It's my pleasure to be a part of the panel where I'm the youngest of the lot and having stalwarts sitting with me, so I'm truly delighted. Thank you for the question, sir. Addressing it in parts. Since the National Skills Regulator came into existence post-Genesis, which was almost 3 years back, the National Skills Qualifications Framework, which is the main framework looking after the various skill qualifications in the country, in the nation, has been incorporating the future technology areas. Not just the future technology areas, but also the future skilling areas. When we say future skills, it primarily has the connotation of technology, but I would say that we are looking at it as a larger segment than rather technology. Technology being primarily the largest of it. So the National Skills Qualification Framework has been addressed in a certain way where the qualifications are designed across levels, and we also at the same time recognize a lot of awarding bodies and assessment agencies in the skilling ecosystem where the future skills are being incorporated heavily. If you look at the last 5 to 6 National Skills Qualification Committee meetings where the qualifications for the country are approved, which are pertaining skilling, we can see around 250 plus courses which are to do with IoT, machine learning, artificial intelligence, 5G, 6G, etc. So in the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister and Chairperson, which is Industry 4.0 and beyond, which includes Industry 5.0 as well, we have empowered rather the awarding bodies to develop the qualifications in areas which are cross-cutting at the center of technological evolution. For example, as the esteemed moderator mentioned, that it is not just the core area or the core sector where the technology makes an impact, it is also the cross-cutting or the cross-sectoral aspect of it. For example, in agriculture, if you see, we're moving towards drone technology, we are moving towards precision agriculture, we are using telecom heavily. So all this, keeping in mind, we are actually at the National Skills Regulator, which is under the aegis of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, under the leadership of Dr. Kalsi, who was to be here for the meeting today. We are developing courses which cut across various sectors and have incorporating all the technologies, be it 5G, 6G, or be it a drone, be it electronics manufacturing, and the like. So thank you, sir.
Thanks for the opening remarks, Mr. Bhardwaj. And it's very encouraging to note that the government is completely seized of this problem, and your organization has done more than 250 courses. And the cross-sectoral and the cross-functional aspect of it is what is really completely a new game in both the 5G world as well as the fourth industrial revolution. Dr. Arvind Wali is, of course, a very well-known figure in the Telecom Sector Skill Council. He heads that, and he has been the leader in this segment for a while. And they have, their report says that there is already a demand gap of nearly 28% of the skilled persons required. And I'm sure this demand gap will go on increasing as the rollout happens. So I'd like to request Dr. Bali to please tell us a little bit about how they are planning to reduce this demand-supply gap, and it is expected that the talent gap will continue to widen with the 5G rollout. Your thoughts, sir?
Thank you, and thank you, Voice&Data, for inviting me here today. It's always a pleasure. I enjoy it. As far as 5G scaling is concerned, I think, first of all, as a telecom industry, I think we have a big advantage that whatsoever is happening, it is happening in a very structured manner. And also we have got most of the companies who are well structured, well organized, and like everything is there in place. And also when the new technology comes, I think we get a really long head up. We really come to know well in advance that this is going to happen. And you all have been hearing for a long time that 5G auction will happen. So when we were hearing that 5G auctions are going to come, and we were in touch with all leading players, and this time, I think I'm very happy to share it with you. This time from government side, there was so much of participation on this aspect. Our Secretary DOT, he had already conducted 5 or 6 meetings with our council itself. Then Dr. Kalsi himself, NCVT, I think for last 1 year, he has been talking that we should have 5G courses. And MSDE Secretary, Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, he also takes so much of interest that on future skills and 5G, I think we should be well prepared, because this is a technology which is going to help the nation in exponential growth. And that is what I think we all are expecting. So thankfully, with all the support from the industry and also the push and support which we got from our lead ministries, 6 or 8 months in advance, we prepared all the qualification packs. We prepared all the QPs. And as you all know that 5G is not just limited to networks or infrastructure and technology. 5G also is going to ultimately be a big use case, right? There will be usages like drone technology, machine learning, and then all other related technologies which are going to work on 5G, connected devices, etc. So we have not only developed QPs for per se technology, we have also developed QPs which are related to this. And there's also a very good concept which I'd like to share with you, which has been introduced by NCVT and the present ecosystem. All our qualification packs have got different notches. Like if there is one qualification pack, there are 5 to 6 different chapters, as you can say in a simpler term. So a lot of 5G related courses will be moving across the sectors. It will be going to agri sector, it will be going to health sector, it will be going to automobile sector. So we have like QPs which are on telemedicine or connected vehicles and all that stuff. So I'm very happy to share it with you that as far as skilling part is concerned, I think we are very well equipped. Over and above that, we are also going to set up 10 center of excellence within this financial year. As a team, this telecom sector has committed that 2 have already come, another 8 are going to come. So all this work is happening. So maybe in my next question, I'll take some additional points from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bali, for all your observations. It's glad to know that nearly 10 centers of excellence are being set up. There are a lot of labs which are also being set up by you. And the fact that you are going to various sectors, use cases like the health, agriculture, etc., are all important milestones in reducing the demand and the supply gap of skilled persons in this industry. I would now like to request Dr. Angan Banerjee, Director of IIT Delhi, and as you know, the indigenous 5G test was done in IIT Madras along with the combined efforts of all IITs. I am an IIT alumni, I'm very proud of that. So may I request Dr. Banerjee to talk a little bit about this, how they got about sort of spearheading this whole indigenous testbed, and what are some of the other initiatives that are driving innovation for the new age technologies. Over to you, Dr. Banerjee.
Good afternoon. So good afternoon. The 5G testbed was an initiative which was funded by the Ministry of Telecom, and it was an initiative where IIT Madras, IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IIT Hyderabad, ISC and Samir got together, and we basically worked on all aspects of both the software and the hardware, and the testbed has been launched. We at IIT Delhi have a number of components of this testbed, and in the process of creating the testbed, not only have we been looking at we build up the capability in terms of research capability. We have also been able to look at standards. We've been able to look at security, a number of issues related to access, wireless access. So there are a lot of learnings in this. This testbed is now available, and the issue is how, of course, this will result in the hardware and the software actually scaling and seeing large-scale adoption. At IIT Delhi, we have a Bharati School of Telecom, and that is the main focus, where we have faculty colleagues from different departments coming and working on various aspects of telecom. We have articulated 5G and beyond, and we are looking at essentially projects where some of our projects are in the 6G interface. We are looking at multiple use cases. We are looking at the network of smart sensors for energy and pollution and air quality. We are looking at healthcare. We are looking at interfacing with drones. We are looking at the 6G infrastructure for Industry 4.0, gaming and entertainment, and then also majorly in terms of imaging and healthcare. So there are many different, we have a vision, and we have an articulation of looking at individual projects run by faculty members and putting it together to create a larger impact. We are seeing how we can interface with industry for this, because the whole challenge is about translation. We have research projects. Many of these research projects are also done with defense. With DRDO and the Navy and the Army, we have actually, in terms of specialized projects related to communication, high-speed mobile networks, a whole host of things. But often what we find is that we have this capability, we are getting researchers, we have a master's program, an MTech in telecom technology and management. We have a MSR, Master of Science in Research, and a PhD program. But often all our graduates, skilled graduates, are picked up by the international industry and not the indigenous Indian industry. So the challenge is for us to see two challenges. One is to see that how we interface the research with industry and create a pathway where we can actually build a competitive advantage for Indian industry. And we also need to see that we can attract our students and take them in so that they can actually make an impact. But this is a very exciting time for the telecom sector, and we are looking at not just the telecom hardware and software, but we are also looking at the use cases and the algorithms, so that using 5G and beyond, whether it is 5G or 6G, we can actually see that we really make a difference in the lives of people in society. So I'll stop here and come back later on some other issue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee. I think it's heartening to note that you have been able to create a very high level of talent base, and the very fact that international institutions and organizations are looking at the talent which you have created is a testimony of the quality. And as you rightly said, the important thing is to create a pathway so that this talent gets funneled into the Indian system. You also talked about security, which I think is a very important aspect. That's a subject in itself. Very important aspect of this entire of the 5G revolution, because without security, a lot of things are going to get sort of centralized, and so without security, if somebody has access to that central structure, then you will be in deep trouble if you don't have the necessary firewalls and the security. I would now like to request Dr. N.K. Goyal. He has a very interesting concept. I attended a couple of his meetings where he says that every Indian, we have 1.3 billion, large population in India, every Indian has a right to connect. So he created a right to connect campaign. That means every India has a right to access to the internet. And access to the internet means obviously a better standard of living for the individual who is able to do it, because he can work, live, learn everything from the internet and from the mobile telephony. So I'd like to request him to throw some light on the Right to Connect campaign, which he's actually the founder of that campaign. Over to you, Dr. Goyal.
Thanks a lot. गुप्ता जी की एक क्वालिटी है, ये उनको इकट्ठा कर देते हैं जो डिफिकल्ट होते हैं. IIT, TSSC, NCVT, all together with a humble man like me. But before I answer Right to Connect, I want to say a few things. Sir, in India, typically we always have faced dichotomy. India versus Bharat, standard example hai. On the one side, the government of India itself has given money for test beds in 4 or 5 IITs. On the other side, the same DOT, body TEC, is hunting for test labs for 5G. And they have exempted not only 5G, but any mobile handset or mobile equipments from testing because there are no test labs. So my first dichotomy is what prevents DOT itself to announce their own funded labs as a lab, so that TEC can start the testing. And you will also have the real feeling of the industries coming up. I don't know why they are stopping it. When it comes to research projects, as you said, we also discussed before that, the second point was, India is capable, competent of developing any research anytime. You know, I remember 6-7 years back when there was no 3G. There was a meeting with the minister and they said, we want to have 3G. At that time, we were just having 2G. How much money you want? I said, I want zero money. Even today, I want zero money for 6G. I am making a statement with full conscience. I want zero money for 6G. But what I want is access to market. If we have made 4G domestically in India, we have failed to give them access to the BSNL or any private operators. Research तो हम कर लेंगे, माल किसको बेचेंगे? That is the disconnect we have. And about skilling, I mean, wonderful plans, MSD, NCVT, earlier SDC, TSSC, they are doing good job. I mean, extremely good jobs. One dichotomy, what prevents us to proliferate this to the standard education systems, where we teach BTech, MTech, etc., etc. Why you cannot have a program jointly with the universities, or this goes to students who are the upcoming? And third dichotomy, every second week or third week, a new term will come. Sometime AI, sometime IoT, sometime this, sometime this, sometime this. We still are grappling with 5G and talking of 6G. India wants to become leader in the world for 6G. Because I deal with education institutes, around 1 lakh of them are with me. I am advisor to around 18 vice chancellors. Technology जो बनाते हैं ना, they are sitting somewhere else. And they will have a word tomorrow coined XYZ. How does a professor or teacher sitting in Madras or Timbuktu or Jharkhand knows these technologies? Always disconnect. Now, having said these things, now right to connect. We have been pushed into digital era, one because of COVID, another because of government policies. Very nice. We have survived COVID. The only country survived very nicely. Everything is now on digital, everything. I don't name the things, but digital. The problem is, line तो मिलती नहीं है, phone तो मिलता नहीं है, internet तो है नहीं. I am borrowing some sentences from the next speaker which will be coming here. He said there are 300 million households in India. Only 3 million has high broadband. And we know. So, Right to Connect was just a campaign we wanted to have is that मेरा right है भाई मुझे phone दिया जाए. जैसे demand करता है ना हमें बिजली चाहिए, इलेक्शन में पानी चाहिए, रोड चाहिए, वो चाहिए. But we are not getting much success in that, let me tell you. Why? Because there are no commercial engagement involved. But there is a great need for this thing. And now, only few weeks back, we heard government was to impose some digital fees on every transaction. Now, if I am a very ordinary citizen, मैं गांव में रहता हूँ, मुझे तो डिजिटल की जरूरत ही नहीं ना. मैं तो पेमेंट कैश दे दूँगा गुप्ता जी को या बाली जी को या भारद्वाज जी को. आप मुझे फोर्स कर रहे हो कि मैं डिजिटल पेमेंट करूँ, फिर उसका पैसा भी दूँ. This was it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goel. And this is always the disadvantage of technology. I have a big clock which is looking at me, and every second it's telling me you have to finish in time. So we have very little time, but I'd like to request very quickly for the summing up comments from Mr. Love Bhardwaj, please, to start with, on any point you want to discuss. At the end of the day, we still have a big gap, and the gap will go on increasing with the rollout. So we seek your help in how to reduce that skill gap.
So thank you so much for highlighting those dichotomies. I think I'll be in a very good position to answer at least one of them, which is, or at least we are attempting to do it, the adoption of skill qualifications in higher education. We are not only stopping at higher education, we are starting from school education, sir. So, my Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Kalsi, is heading a committee of Government of India where the National Credit Framework is coming up. And that credit framework is actually going to seamlessly put candidates right from schooling to higher education to work stream, and interchangeably amongst these, they can actually travel from one to another because they will be accumulating credits in a credit bank. Now coming to the dichotomy that you highlighted, sir, I'll be very happy to share that working with the regulator of technology, which is AICTE, a lot of sector skill councils, including Bali Sirs, which is Telecom Sector Skill Council, they are making qualifications which can be adopted in BTech curriculum, in BE curriculum, and similarly for other technology areas. The qualifications are being picked from higher levels and the lower levels as well, and being placed in different semesters of the engineering students so that they are well equipped about the new cross-cutting technology which is going to hit us maybe 2 or 5 years down the line, or is already in play but it is emerging. That is one, sir. Apart from that, we are also happy to say, sir, that NCVT is a new age regulator. It also talks about blended learning. We have been developing guidelines of blended learning. I would request all the honorable ladies and gentlemen in this room and my fellow senior panelists that, sir, please go and have a look at these guidelines, because they're first of its kind, where the whole idea of where edutech companies have been operating in the country, the blended learning, online, offline model, and a mix of the same. As sir made a point that, there should be network for all rather. Similarly, there should be learning for all. So somebody who's sitting maybe in a tier 2 city but has access to the online interface being offered by some organization which is registered with one of our awarding bodies should not just not let skilling happen to him because he does not have access to the hard material or the course curriculum in print. So we are also doing that. But of course, sir, we are far from the actual outcome to take shape, and that will take another maybe, in my opinion, not NCVT's opinion, another couple of years to make you satisfied about this is also happening in higher education and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's glad to learn about blended learning and that people from rural areas can also participate in the process. And Dr. Bali, quickly, if you can do your summing up comments, please.
Yeah, so as I think one thing I like to share, because I've been in business for almost 40 years, last 5-6 years, especially the kind of work which is happening in government is unbelievable. I think private sector has to now learn from the kind of work which is happening in government sector, especially all the field where we are now interacting, whether it is DOT or MSDE or NCVT, I think unbelievable. I can tell you, I've seen such a great change there. Now, coming to skilling side, I think as far as government is concerned, they have done a lot of work. Now, I think a lot of responsibility comes back on private sector. What is expected now is that private sector, they always have a issue, maybe a bit of planning issue. They need every manpower on yesterday basis, right? And then when they are doing that way, they don't have enough time to skill people. And then most of the time, you end up doing skilling on the job. If you are doing fiber laying, splicer, you just hold any laborer, just tell him that Ustad ji isko dekho kaise karte hain, aur 2-3 din ke baad that laborer becomes an expert. Whereas, we have got so many institutes. For 15,000 ITIs, there are 7,000 different colleges, engineering colleges, everywhere. There are centers, but still, that is the way it is working. So as a Telecom Sector Skill Council, we are trying to act as a big bridge between industry and academia or training center side. We are now trying to proactively train people so that, industries, this demand on yesterday basis, I think, so on basis of some planning, we start providing. So I think we have got so many senior people sitting here from the industry. I'll request them, urge them that, approach us. Any kind of skilling you need, any level of skilling you need, I think we are very well equipped to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bali. You're right. There are so many engineering colleges and so much of talent available. But the idea is to all hone it together and make it work. Dr. Banerjee, your final comments, sir?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we need to do is we need to proactively look at what are the needs for the future engineer managers in the telecom sector. And we need to work together with the industry to reskill the existing workforce as well as to create the future workforce and to see that the future workforce that we create who are actually future ready are getting the jobs in the Indian industry so that we can make a competitive, we can have a competitive advantage. I think also startups will have a big role. And we currently are running a 6-month startup boot camp where there are a number of startups who are looking at the telecom sector. So I think we need to visualize and be proactive about the future, both in terms of creating the technology, the R&D, and seeing the use cases which will make a difference where our industry can have a competitive advantage. And together, with we at IIT Delhi are very clear that we want to enhance our impact. We are looking at a 360-degree curriculum review of all our curriculum. And we would like to see that we work with industry and see that we can make a greater impact where we can fulfill our role in society.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee. I think curriculum review is a very important thing. And curriculum review is a continuous work. It's not that you do it once in 5 years and then you stop and then you again start after 5 years. No, it's a continuous thing. I'm sure all of you are better aware of it than me. And finally, Dr. Goyal, may I request you to make your closing comments, please?
Sir, two things. One, I was miser not saying so, but Baliji is correct. जो आजकल का टाइम है इंडिया में कभी नहीं था ऊपर से नीचे तक मंत्री संतरी सरकार सेक्रेटरी ऑफिसर एवरीबॉडी हेल्पफुल वी हैव लॉट्स ऑफ सक्सेसेस टू अवर क्रेडिट 4G वी हैव पीपल सिटिंग हियर दे हैव मेड इन इंडिया 5G stick for the first time we have got 5G into 5G lots of success stories are there so that is the one part second part right to connect में हम किसका इंतजार कर रहे हैं हम पे सैटेलाइट है अलाउ कर दो ना कल लगाना कल से उसको मुझे तो फ़ोन चाहिए वॉइस या SMS चाहे 2G हो चाहे 1G हो चाहे वो 0G हो चाहे सैटेलाइट हो थैंक यू
Thank you so much, all of you. The time is, of course, up, and I have to hand over thank you, all my esteemed panelists. Thank you, Voice and Data. I'd like to hand over to the organizers of the conference.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this wonderful session. May I call on stage PG to please felicitate all our panelists with mementos of appreciation for the time that they have given to us. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We now move on to our next session, another important panel on a very important topic. The session is now on indigenous 5G networks and ecosystems. I would now like to call upon my panelists for this session. Mr. Kishore Babu, Officer of Indian Telecom Service, is a strong supporter of competencies of Indian innovation systems and entrepreneurial abilities of startups and SMEs. In his current role, he facilitates engagement with Indian technology companies in the domains of standardization, R&D, innovation. He contributed and facilitated National Digital Communications Policy in 2018 and spectrum reforms leading to delicensing of 5 GHz Wi-Fi spectrum and license exempt brands for short-range devices and ultra-wide band devices. Let me welcome on stage Mr. Kishore Babu. And he's running and coming, so you can take your time. Moving on, let me introduce the next panelist, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, an officer of the Indian Telecommunications Services of the Government of India. He is currently working as Executive Director, CDOT, and Deputy Director General in the department. He's not there? I think they're all outside. So I think I will start over again. No, they're all here. I think they're just coming. So let me introduce Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, an officer of the Indian Telecommunications Services of Government of India. He is currently working as Executive Director, CDOT, and Deputy Director General in the Department of Telecommunications. Earlier, he was the Additional Director General for DD and AIR and in charge of South Zone of Doordarshan. Prior to this position, Dr. Upadhyay was working with Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. During his stint as advisor in TRI, he has involved in preparation of National Broadband Plan and National Telecom Policy 2012 for the country. Welcome, Dr. Upadhyay. My next panelist, Rajesh Tulli, MD, Coral Telecom. Coral have been building enterprise communication solutions for defense, railway, ISRO since over 45 years. Our largest aircraft carrier, Vikramaditya, runs on communication solutions designed by them. They cater to requirements for call centers, smart cities, and various metros. With the experience of managing enterprise networks, Coral has taken upon itself to integrate various pieces of subsystems of 5G network designed by Indian MSME companies. Let me welcome Mr. Rajesh Tulli. And the session will be moderated by Prasanto K. Roy. Prasanto is Managing Director at FTI Consulting, a DC-based advisory firm. He was earlier Vice President at NASSCOM. He has worked closely with industry and government on policy, market development and growth, and many other issues. He was the President and Chief Editor at...
On the 5G area, which is, of course, this new, and it's a completely revolutionary technology. On the network side, it works very differently. There's an enormous amount of software. So, when you're trying to look at things like localization and all of that, it's actually very difficult to put your finger on exactly how you will classify those and how much of it is software, what is the value to that software, where was that software made, can you actually apportion that, okay, this much has come from this region and things like that. So I'm going to just start by asking the panel really, what does Atmanirbharta mean in the 5G context? What could we aspire to here when we are looking at 5G? And can we look at, and for each of you it may mean different things, and Mr. Tulli, we were talking about from the enterprise point of view, it's a very different thing and it's a different niche. Thank you. But for each of you, and you could start, sir, perhaps, that, in your point of view, what is Atmanirbharta as far as 5G is concerned? And we'll be very specific about, because 5G is here now. It's not now, next year or the year after. So what does it mean?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible to the people sitting in the back? Yes, first and foremost, very, very good afternoon. And I presume that there would have been one more session after the lunch. Otherwise, it's difficult for us to, keep you interesting, because that also such a complex topic called 5G and Atmanirbharta. And thanks for the moderator for asking the very, very important question about what is that you view as, Atmanirbharta, especially in 5G. Representing the Standards R&D Innovation Division from Department of Telecom, first and foremost, let me thank all the industry stakeholders, Indian companies, domestic companies, indigenous companies, and as well as the global companies who have been contributing very significantly for building the necessary competencies. If you look at, I think around a year and a half back, we started taking an assessment about what are the indigenous companies, who started working on these deep technologies in 5G. Okay. We realized that many of these, their founders who are young entrepreneurs, most of them are from, some of the global companies, global centers of excellence who worked and came out with that entrepreneurial spirit. They started these, technology companies. So the competencies what have been built in the system to really what's called strengthen the Atmanirbharta initiative or Atmanirbharta program is coming from every stakeholder from the industry. It could be service providers, technology companies, global companies, academia, and one and all. So coming to the specific issue of about 5G, as you can see, 5G as a technology, nobody can start straight away, okay, I'll build a 5G product. So here, when you mean about Atmanirbharta in 5G, it includes something called building capacity as well as competencies for something what I can call as a R&D stack. Suppose if somebody wants to develop a 5G system in the country, they have to do something called wireless R&D. What are the things required for wireless R&D? Are we having ease to get the spectrum to do R&D in your lab? That becomes part of the 5G R&D stack, which can promote, technology development. Coming to specific 5G products, again, in 5G products, again, as the moderator mentioned, there are components, there are systems, and also there are many IPs which you may have to bring from others, because this is a kind of technology which has been flowing from 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. So a lot of IPs are owned by many of the, I should say, many industry majors who may have to work with and work together in a very collaborative way. So from my view, Atmanirbharta in 5G system means it includes developing systems by owning technology ownership. Yes, in the process, you may also develop some of the IPs involved in that, and also building competencies for manufacturing so that you can able to give affordable products. And at the ultimate point, especially with regard to 5G, even the use cases, how you can make use cases locally relevant use cases in the country so that there will be demand for 5G products as well as services. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Babu. Mr. Upadhyay, from your point of view, and from a technology organization, from the R&D point of view, okay, what would you really be focusing on when you're looking at trying to sort of indigenize a lot of the value chain and the supply chains of 5G? And there are different directions. I mean, you could be looking at really overall by value, how much of localization you can bring in. From the government's point of view, it's a range of things, jobs, etc. There are cyber imperatives in terms of security and so on. But what would you say would be important from the R&D side in terms of identifying what is key in the Atmanirbhar 5G ecosystem?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. See, first of all, Atmanirbharta, the clarion call by Honorable Prime Minister, is for all the sectors. But as far as the telecom is concerned, there are two critical aspects of Atmanirbharta. One is economic perspective. There is a second perspective, security perspective. First, I'll come to security perspective because all of us know as the softwareization is happening, increasing in the 2G to 3G to 4G, 5G is totally software. The chances of security breach are very, very high. And many of the countries, you may be aware, have banned certain vendors because of the security breach. And telecom being the critical infrastructure in terms of if this goes down, your banking will go down, your education will go down, your health will go down, your grids will go down. Therefore, it is imperative for all of us that our network is fully safe. And in the software, it is very difficult because I worked in 2 years in IISc. It is very difficult to find out what is inside because if you get asked, give me 10 libraries are there in that function, the vendor can show you all 10 libraries. 11th is inside, but you don't know. It will operate when it wants. So these are the problem, security problem. Because of the security problem, we must get the technology developed in India. Now the second question is economic perspective. Why should we do this? Because in any management decision, there is a make or buy. And the globalization has led to the concept of saying that go to a place where you get the cheapest item. Today, textile is cheapest in Bangladesh. Clothes will come from Bangladesh. So same is the technology. And we have been following that wherever the technology we get, we used to do tender and get the technology for India. But if you look at the overall, if you have to look at the security part, you cannot, then you have to develop your ecosystem, right from your components to chips, to manufacturing, to R&D, design, everything. And since most of the talent is driven by India, even the chips for Intel, Qualcomm, Broadcom, most of it happening in Noida, Gurgaon, Bangalore. So when we are such a talented country, why can't we do? And that's what Prime Minister said, that you guys are so intelligent, you guys are doing IPs for the rest of the world, why can't you do it yourself? So therefore, from our perspective, we were given this task in 2020 that give 4G for India. Start with 4G. If you can't develop 5G, because 5G was a little distant that time. And I'm happy to report to you that we have developed indigenous 4G as well 5G NSA at CDOT along with radio with Tejas. And this particular equipment will be launched in BSNL within this year. Before December, it will be launched, indigenous technology. So this 4G gave us confidence that we can do, when we can do 4G, it is again incremental thing. So we did 5G NSA. In fact, BSNL will launch the service with 5G NSA. So this is, but what happens that, when you are making your own technologies, there are two parts, hardware and software. Hardware, we still have a lot of problem because we have no control on supply chain. Today you order any chip, the lead time is 52 weeks. what will you develop? The guy is saying, I'll give you chips after 52 weeks, then you design PCB, then you assemble it, then you test it. 2-3 years, technology changes. What has happened? Why is the time for India now? Because as we have moved from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, hardware is going down like this and software is coming up like this. Our 4G doesn't depend on any hardware. It is just you buy a piece of server from HP, IBM, anybody, it will work. Same will happen with 5G. So what will happen to earlier, what used to happen, if you go from 3G to 4G to 5G, they will say, okay, I'll give you one more additional card at this price, and you cannot throw him out because you are now wedded to that hardware. So that time they will charge you bomb. Now since your hardware is same, tomorrow you change the software, become 5G NSA. Again software is changed, become 5G SA. Lot has to be done. Government of India has taken multiple initiatives. I can start with MITI doing something like MSIP, PMP, so many programs which has now led to manufacturing of mobile phones in India. Today we are exporting $5 billion worth of mobile phones and importing hardly 2 billion, not even 2 billion. So the whole, if you look at the whole export of the electronic components, it is hardly $10 to $15 billion. What is the import? Import is $70 billion. So we have a trade deficit of approximately $60 to $65 billion. If this import can be bridged, a lot of jobs will be created, a lot of employment generation will happen, your disposable incomes will go up. Therefore, Atmanirbharta not only is cyber security, it is economic perspective also. Government, definitely government should invest in R&D, because without R&D you can't do this. R&D is a must. Without R&D, manufacturing is of, you will buy imported technology and manufacture here. Therefore, our Honorable Prime Minister on 15th August speech, he said, he added the word Jai Anusandhan. And government, whenever coins a new slogan, it gets implemented through various schemes. You look at the National Policy on Electronic, NPE 2019. Based on that, PLI came. PLI in telecom, PLI in IT, PLI in this. ISM came, Indian Semiconductor Mission, 76,000 crore mission has come. Under that, the government is funding for semiconductor fab, display panels, semiconductor packaging, as well as design-led incentive schemes. So many schemes, government, when you simply coin a word, it won't work. So government has to follow it up with various schemes which government has come up, PLI, DLI, ISM. So many schemes are there. So therefore, I see a big opportunity for India, we are not only supplying for India, we will slowly supply for the rest of the world. I'm very sure about it, because the kind of talent we have in our country, the kind of, like Mr. Kishore was referring, that so many startups are coming up, and the government has also, put a lot of attention on startup. They are funding, like we are funding now. From CDOT, we are going to fund, DOT is going to fund, DOT recently funded from DCIS scheme some 50 crore or something. So a lot of startups are being funded, and therefore, bit by bit, straight away we can't reach 100%. Bit by bit, we'll close the gap, and sooner or later, it should be fully indigenous. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to some of these very interesting points you raised, because supply chain security, I think that's a very foundational, very fundamental thing. And there are, of course, two aspects to it. One is securing your supply chain so that you don't have disruptions, like the automotive industry has been disrupted by lack of chips. So there is obviously a supply chain security issue, apart from other issues there which are there. Or EVs, lithium, if lithium gets to be in short supply, there'll be a problem and so on. But on the cyber security side, it would be actually interesting to look at, since you said there is so much of software. We'll come back to this question of how then you can actually, define how much of the actual silicon and so on should be made in India. Should it be really the software that you are primarily looking at in something like 5G? I'll come back to that. But Mr. Tully, I want your perspective first. And your very interesting perspective from actually a manufacturing, a design and manufacturing company here, which is focused on the enterprise side of 5G and other technologies.
Thank you very much. And before I start my answer to this question, let me say this is the right time. If India can do it, this is the time. I've been in business for 45 years. If India can't do it at this time, I don't think we'll ever get a more opportune time to do it. The government the ecosystem itself is fairly conducive. We find support from the top leadership in this country today, at least in the telecom ministry, I see that happening. And the kind of monitoring of our key asks, today if we make an ask to the government, to the minister level, it is being systematically monitored, better monitoring that we see in corporate. The entire ecosystem, right from supporting MSMEs by way of giving them schemes like DCIS scheme, 17 startups were funded, 52 crores was given to them, and 100% success was achieved. So that is something which we see. I am a member of several committees of the government where we do R&D funding. It's the first time that I see that funds, the grants are being given to private sector. Erstwhile, we used to only give grants, R&D funds to public sector companies. And we got excellent results. Another large scheme, DCIS, where government is funding up to 10 crores to startups, MSMEs. Now that is where we will create the foundation for Atmanirbharta. Similarly, for market pull, it is not just one policy. This is the first time you see a bouquet of policies which are going to support the concept of Atmanirbharta. If I was to just design a product, it will not really give me, I'll not be able to monetize it. I need to be able to get a market pull, something that Mr. Goel was talking about a little while back. So there is a PMI policy, public procurement manufacturing preference to domestic manufacturers. Now that has also been put in place, and today people are getting traction because of that. So all I'm trying to say is that it is a bouquet of policies and government initiatives which is going to create this particular platform for Atmanirbharta. Now regarding products, we have been able to design in these MSME companies, right, even the chipsets. So very soon you will have a 5G radio which has a domestic chipset. Now Atmanirbharta is all about building an environment, an ecosystem where we are not dependent on a foreign country or a foreign nation. The IPR belongs to us. We can set up the entire system, entire solution without being dependent on any other country or any specific organization. So that's unlike, now look at the concept of WhatsApp. WhatsApp is an excellent tool, but today they virtually Meta dictates us. Our privacy rights, we are raising lot of voice about the privacy encroachments that we see in Meta, but can we do anything about it? So that is the situation. Now it's not essentially for economic gains. It is your sovereignty which is at stake. It is the security of the nation which is at stake. It is my privacy which is at stake. So I would say it is not only the commercial or economic considerations. When we talk about, at least I interpret Atmanirbharta, I mean my privacy, my security, my decision to set up a network or not to set up a network should be in my control. That is control of India. I think here in 5G, today we have the entire ecosystem. What government has even further motivated us, these small Indian companies, the startups, the MSMEs, they created e-node Bs, they created radios, they created IMS, they created NMS. Customer does not buy an e-node B, customer doesn't buy an IMS alone. Customer wants an end-to-end solution. That is where we domestic companies used to get left out, because you go to a large customer, railways, defense, or mines, or anyone. He wants an end-to-end solution. He doesn't want to deal with a radio guy. And that's where this particular ecosystem, government supported, and they said, you get into creating consortium. So we created consortiums. We integrated and stitched together all these pieces. DOT has been extremely supportive. That's why I'm saying again and again, it is the entire bouquet of policy and ecosystem which has been created, which is going to take us to the next level of Atmanirbharta. I promise you, today we have stitched together multiple solutions and use cases for various private networks. And my focus and my take is that private network would be one tool which the government needs to leverage to promote domestic companies and domestic designs. While the public networks may be far more critical, they may be far more sensitive. Enterprise networks which are yet to come up, they're not going to be all that critical. They will allow time and place for us to experiment, and together we will succeed with our domestic companies. In fact, my request to the government is that spectrum for setting up private networks should be earmarked only for such companies who are using domestically designed complete solution. This is not a new ask from us. This was there in NFAP 2010 and NFAP 2012. So our frequency allocation plans, national frequency allocation plans, in the past have been having these kind of stipulations and safeguards to promote domestic. So if we do all this, you have Atmanirbharta in place. Thank you, sir.
Terrific. That's a very promising view. So I'm going to come back. I also want to keep this interactive. So at this stage itself, if you have something to intervene or a question, please just raise your hand. So yes, sir, go ahead. Let's start with that. Exporting?
Yeah, actually, to 2021 we exported around $3 billion, and this year we are expecting exactly to a $3.16 billion. 2022 we are expected to export $5.5 billion worth of mobile phones.
Okay, so may I please know which companies are those? Just
you know, even Apple is being made here.
Yeah,
even iPhones are being made.
That's okay. If even in
Foxconn, Dixon, many companies are there.
Great. If we are accepting that part of it, then how come the companies are, which we got the recent news that are trying to park the money outside India and benefiting through other corrupt means, where we saw that a lot of money was...
no, I think you are talking of some brands of a particular,
yes, exactly.
Company.
We are giving our facilities, our resources.
That's a very different issue.
Conversation.
As far as the production is concerned,
yes,
production happening here and export happening here. This is the data, not mine. ICA or
that's okay. Is India benefiting from that?
Which publish
that is the part. Yes, we are exporting. Is India benefiting from that part? I'm just asking a clarification. It is not that I'm pointing out something.
The manufacturing operations, are you saying, is India benefiting?
Yes.
No, definitely.
I would imagine so.
Definitely. Because see what happens when you, I'll give you an example. If India was not benefiting, government will never come with PLI. Government came with production linked incentive. Why is that we are giving this incentive? Also, you must understand. We have the disability in our sector in terms of logistics, in terms of quality of power, in terms of taxation. 8 to 10% disability is what is suffered by the Indian, and that is why Mighty, if you look at, they brought the first schemes way back in 2012. Then they modified in 15, 16, 17, and as per the demand of the industry, these policies are regularly getting changed. PLI, DLI are recent.
Be on specific areas of this, given that there's a lot of software, there are maybe some critical and strategic components. And incidentally, this question of security, cyber security, it's not just there in telecom. There are 6 critical infrastructure areas, and we're going to get to all of them. So telecom has been the first one where there's this NSDTS and this directive, but power sector is following up. BFSI will be next, there will be transportation, government, defense, all of that. So obviously what telecom is doing is going to be a template in terms of how you can make a system potentially cyber secure, understand the supplies, the supply chain, where the components were made and so on. So my question would be is, are there areas that we could focus on when we are saying, indigenous? Clearly, I think there's a recognition that you would not make everything yourself. Even in DPIIT's classification, class 1 is at 50%. So there's a recognition that, at your class 1, 50% is good enough to get you class 1 right now. You're not going to get to 100% in everything, or 70 or even 80% or 60%. Okay. So therefore, are there areas that we should focus on in terms of strategic importance, which are critical because of this supply chain security or supply chain cyber security issue? Because right now, the focus is pretty much on all active silicon in that. And that's not so much based on cost or BOM, but it's based on basically all silicon. But should it be, for example, software? Would there be particular components? I'm looking at it from the cyber security and the strategic security imperative, and this concern that 5G, especially because of this enormous amount of software. And by the way, a lot of that software might be in the cloud and not actually on the devices or on the BTS units or whatever. So any thoughts on that? Anybody on the...
And I'll take your question on this. I know first you said 50% value addition, the mighty condition of classifying a product as Indian. I think we'll have to count on baby steps only. We just can't say day one that 100% including silicons are going to be Indian. Not possible. So it has to be baby steps, and I think we've taken some baby steps. There are concerns about silicon. One, we don't have a furnace here. So in any case, I don't see it happening in the near foreseeable future. The best that you can do is to hope and count on the software that you're building around a chip. Chip directly is not picking up a picture from you and sending it to Beijing. It is the software and the intervening layers which come into the picture. So one need not be hypersensitive about using silicon which is coming from outside. And if you stop silicon use from outside, trust me, all this will go, far.
Okay, that's a very clear, articulated view. Any other thoughts?
So, if you look at 5G, the core equipment, that is purely software, I don't think India has any challenge. Next year, believe me, there will be multiple companies which will come up with 5G as a core in India. Jio is already saying we have. We are also developing, TCS is developing, and many more we will be developing, and the best product will come out. So, on the core side, we have no issue. But the RAN is still, as Tuliji was telling, a lot of chips have to come from outside. You cannot design chips overnight here. Even if your semiconductor mission has come now, the results will be seen maybe after 5 to 10 years, not now. Your policy of mobile manufacturing, which you have achieved today, the steps were taken in 2012. So almost 10 years later, you are now boasting that I'm manufacturing here. So on the RAN side, these challenges will continue. And because of that, as you said, 6 critical infrastructure, but let me remind you that all other infrastructure depend upon the telecom. Your power sector grid depends upon telecom. Your banking transactions depend upon telecom.
Telecom also depends on power. I'm on BFSI.
No. So power you can't bring down. The electricity you can't bring down. You can bring down the connected software. You can bring down the grid which is connected. So slowly these, see what happens, the chip manufacturing is one part, but chip design is another part. Chip design, primarily a lot of chip design happens in India. That's why India is thinking that, with our semiconductor policy, the design, since design we are already quite well in terms of our talent. If the manufacturing also happens here, the complete supply chain will do. Now regarding, you touched upon the trusted part, the government of India came somewhere in December 2020 with National Security Directive or Telecom, wherein there is a portal, a telecom trusted portal managed by NSCS. They basically, take all these technology, all these components, they get into in detail and declare you a trusted source. So once you are declared a trusted source, anybody can buy. Like for example, suppose Nokia has been declared a trusted source, Airtel is buying, they won't have to do any other thing.
No, you have the trusted product after that. That's the next step.
That's what I'm saying, trusted product.
First step is source.
Suppose Nokia has given the RAN design completely and told this RAN I have manufactured like this, these are the chip design, this is, and this particular product has been given trusted tag. So next time Airtel buys or Vodafone buys, you don't have to do that process again. You just say that I want to buy this, is available. If it is a trusted source, you can buy directly. So a lot of control on the trust part has been done. Maybe completely you can't eliminate, but a lot of it is actually controlled through this trusted portal.
Actually, the approvals are interim because some of the components which are China sourced are a problem, and they've been asked to look at alternate supply chains for those. Anyway, that's a different issue. I'd like to come to you, sir, for your thoughts on this.
See, when you look at the trusted source, and the other one is that Atmanirbharta as a, two themes. My view is that they are complementary but different paths. Trusted source is something what we are looking at, okay, among the available ecosystem, which are more safe for me to use and deploy. That could be Indian, that could be imported. It could have been, assembly of many Indian as well as imported things together. That is with regard to trusted sources. But when we look at Atmanirbharta as a program, there, as the previous distinguished members spoke about, there are multiple elements are there. One is about economic aspect. And second thing is about how you can reduce your dependency on others, strategic dependency. There's something beyond what I should say, safety, security, economic part, dependency issue, which may impact your economic challenges. Like for example, some of the previous last 2 years, I think 3-4 years back, a chipset company declared that they will not support a particular company for its chipsets. So the company almost came down to knees. So I was told that some 3 billion was penalty put on that company, and some particular top executive manpower has been hacked. They have been removed to restore the chipset company's support to that particular company. So the issue of Atmanirbharta includes economic impact, strategic part, as well as remaining technologically independent. So, but at the same time, in the case of complex ecosystem like telecom, is it really possible for everybody to make 100%? Just not possible. It's just not possible because I happened to see one of the Reebok shoe, how it gets assembled with various components coming from different parts of the world. Something similar even in the case of any telecom ecosystem. Like it works on not only technological competences, but production capacities, and also the component competencies in different parts of the world, based on that economies of scale. So over a period of time, like the way we started with mobile manufacturing in the country, maybe initially it was purely a kind of trading mechanism. Now some of the PCBs are coming, we are doing kind of assembly, testing and other things. And we have also seen the phase program where some of the components, there are plans to get them developed. Then when it comes to semiconductor part, which ultimately is like a black box for many of us, what is inside we don't know, but there is a lot of dependency on importing the chipsets. As Mr. Upadhyay mentioned that now even the supply chain disruption is very, very high to get them to delivery. We have seen in the news that, okay, transport vehicles are getting delayed because chipsets are not available. So this has become this could be a kind of challenge for us, for a flourishing economy like India. The supply chain disruption itself also could be a major problem. So what could be the way forward? Yes, we have a kind of fabrication plants or capacities in the country, which is again a huge investment versus opportunity. Plus going further down, that is in the upstream, that can we also have the design capacities, as Mr. Upadhyay also mentioned that for many of the MNCs, there are competencies in the country where you design, but as a contractor. Is there any way where you can own the design ownership? You can become the technology partner to the world, the way National Digital Communication Policy envisaged, how India can become a kind of more constructive and as well as collaborative partner in enhancing in value chain. That is something where I feel that Atmanirbharta as an initiative coming, how we can enhance our value add. Like somebody was telling that in the market of chipsets, they say that the market is around 650 billion globally, in which they divided into 3 parts. One is about assembly and mounting, which is said to be around 100 billion, and some part again with regard to fabrication, which again it is to around 100 billion. If you remove these 200s, the remaining is around 400 billion. This 400 billion is owned by, is going to design ownership. The designers who own fabless design, they are neither manufacturing nor doing assembly and testing, but they get this much value in the total value chain. So we are already having, we have got demonstrated competencies for doing even the majors. A lot of chipsets get designed, at least 50 to 60% they get designed in India. So the opportunity is that can we create the model ecosystem where India can be a value added partner in the particular high value domain, which of course it creates invariably a kind of high end, high qualified professional jobs, but also kind of technology ownership in the country, which reduces dependency on the strategic areas so that they don't get economically impacted in case any of the difference in the powers of imbalance.
Okay, that's a great point there. So I'm going to take up from there, and I just want to closing round on the geopolitical alignments which are there now. India is getting into the presidency of the G20, and I want to see what are the likelihood of alignment on the 5G cooperation side, because there are a lot of common concerns as far as 5G, security, etc. is concerned. A lot of countries want to establish leadership. India has leadership in software. So let's look at what the possibilities are there in terms of perhaps, trusted corridors, trusted security corridors or cyber security corridors. But I just want to stop for a second, and if there are any other questions or interventions to the panel, we have another 7 minutes left. Yes, sir, go ahead. If we could, do we have a mic there? Okay. And just introduce yourself and put the question very briefly since we are low on time.
Hello, this is Alok Saxena. I have a question regarding 5G economy. How is 5G good for the economy, especially in terms of jobs opportunity? In terms of details about Indian perspective, because there is lots of jobs requirement in Indian perspective. How is 5G helpful in the Indian context?
Okay, so we'll just park that for a second. Any other questions which we can? Yes, Mr. Goyal, please. Again, do we have a mic which is just coming up to you?
I'm Professor N.K. Goyal, Chairman, Telecom Body TEMA. I'm just raising a very controversial issue. Has anybody in the world done or doing any study with the increase of so-called BTS, small cells, 5G proliferation? Does it have any effect on the human health?
What's the last sentence?
I was saying that with the proliferation, so much of small cells are BTS every 100, 500, 600 meters or so. Is anybody in the world doing any study? Does it have any effect on human health?
Okay, EMF and human health. So that is, of course, an old area which may come up again in the 5G context because of microcells. And I think those of you who, many might remember that actually India dialed down the power transmit level. It capped it at probably the most aggressive.
1 by ICNRP, 1 by 10.
And WHO said that that's a health hazard because when you're cutting it down that much, your phones are transmitting at high power, and everybody has phones in their pockets transmitting at maximum power. But that's a different story. So would anybody like to quickly address both of these issues? One is jobs. I think very briefly in the context of Atmanirbhar, clearly the Atmanirbhar ecosystem, whether it is manufacturing of handsets.
Yeah, I can only say that the kind of new applications are going to come with 5G. It will definitely create new businesses, new revenue streams. Up to 4G, it was voice and data, nothing else. Now with the 5G, a lot of new things are coming. Industry automation 4.0. You would have seen port saying that we have tested 5G in port. Mining department saying we have done this use case in mining. Somewhere drones are doing, your fertilizer kind of thing. There are not many new applications will be opened up and they will create jobs. Like 4G did Uber, Ola, these kind of things. 5G will definitely bring up new ways of deliveries, new ways of doing, automation, new ways of new use cases, and therefore definitely it will create jobs, additional jobs.
I would only compliment what Upadhyay is saying. Look, till 4G, it was all a telco domain. And it was one set of features which was given to everybody. 5G is going to be for every enterprise. Now, every enterprise, every organization, say this hotel, or a mine, or a railway, they would have specific use cases. The requirement of railway is going to be very different from that of a mine. A mine may have an autonomous vehicle, while in railways there could be anti-collision systems, there could be Excel counters, there could be different kind of requirements. So this is going to open up a whole lot of opportunities for various entrepreneurs and domestic companies to come up with these solutions. Their dependence on telcos, I personally feel, will not be all that much, because telcos would try to deliver something one size which fits all. So they would cater to a large segment of the market, but these niche areas will open up huge amount of opportunities. Like Coral, at Coral we set up enterprise communication system, the PBXs. The way a PABX works in a call center is very different from the way a PABX works in a hospital, or the way it works in a defense network. They're all very different. So it is not, telco cannot probably cater to these niche needs. So this will open up a lot of opportunities for building applications, as Upadhyay said. You need a billing solution, you need a ACD, you need a call center solution. So all these kind of application opportunities will come up, and there we as Indians are very good. You will have a whole lot of companies coming up with these solutions, and I think we will have overall a very positive scenario for SMEs and software companies. Thank you.
Anyone want to take up the EMF question? Mr. Goyal?
Goyal sir put me in a very difficult situation. No sir, always this is a very important question. Just to complement with regard to the previous question with regard to employment generation, you look at ultimately having a kind of real-time scenario where we can extend our senses. That's what internet or broadband is doing. Like for example, today if you look at the aggregation markets, aggregation platforms, like for example, Urban Clap. So many skilled people are there in the society, but I'm unable to tap them on one-on-one. Imagine about the kind of directly you're able to give employment to somebody who is skilled. That is something the power of internet. And when, as it grows in capacities and abilities, like you may be aware, in the case of 5G, apart from the broadband speed, it is going to have more capabilities like, ultra reliability, low latency, massive machine type of abilities. Like I was sharing one example with members, like we are having only 26 alphabets in English. How much of literature we have created? Similarly, 5G has got, imagine, 3 alphabets. It can create hundreds of applications which we may not be even thinking right now. That's the kind of capabilities what it can bridge by becoming more and more real-time and close to different applications. It could be agriculture, it could be education. Nowadays you have seen after this video conferencing and as well as broadband got proliferated, how many teachers are getting employment in private tuitions? They don't travel everywhere. They take so many students in the day, maybe hourly basis or something. So to really encourage this 5G applications across the economic as well as social verticals, DOT has constituted something called Interministerial Committee with 21 ministries who are working together to push proactively how these use cases can be adopted in all these enterprises, apart from that government agencies for different applications. Coming to that EMF issue, sir, yes, it's a very, very important issue for the government as well as society. And as they mentioned, WHO and its associated agencies, they are continuously working on this front. And what we hear is that even the 3GPP, when they came out certain power levels for LTE as well as for this 5G and even for LTE advanced, there were license statements with WHO and others about what are the power levels they are going to use. If you look at, though they are becoming small cells, power levels are still limited. It's not that power level is increased. The same definition of what is a class 3 device, class 2 device, class 1 device, they remain same. So 23 dBm remains to be the handset, which is a what's called more closer to us than what is coming from BTS. So naturally, all those EMF concerns, health concerns are taken into consideration. Experts world over, not in the India alone. It's well taken care. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are actually out of time. Okay, we'll go ahead and take that question, and we'll have to drop this last bit on the G20 part. So if there are maybe 1 or 2 questions, we can just quickly take them up because time's up here. And very quickly, please.
I'm Gaurang Mishra from Orange. My question to you, sir, is that since we are talking a lot about the sovereignty and data privacy, at the same time we are talking about moving our telco infrastructure to public clouds. So is there anything that, from the Government of India perspective, where we can talk about forming a consortium of maybe developing a telco cloud for the Indian subcontinent in order to, protect our data and move forward in that direction? Because this thing is something which is being taken care by the European subcontinent as well, forming a telco cloud on the European subcontinent.
Yeah,
so.
Having said that, you've got to keep in mind that the BFSI sector, for example, does use cloud very extensively. Of course, extraordinary levels of security, and they are dealing with money. But anybody would like to quickly address that?
See, if you look at this privacy, data protection as well as cloud kind of regulation concern, you may be aware that Ministry of Electronics and IT has been working on that, especially taking into consideration the developments on regulatory front in Europe as well as in other countries. It's something very, very important because even for telecom perspective, lot of technologies with regard to mobile switching are moving to the cloud, and that's invariably a priority area. Even when you go to mobile edge computing, still you are having some kind of cloudification where your key resources are going to be positioned in the cloud. And some of the institutions, even like IISc as well as IIT Kharagpur and one more institution, IIT Delhi, they are having certain proposals and thoughts what way certain protections can be enhanced when you are using cloud or when you are moving resources to the cloud. Of course, taking note of the concerns, privacy as well as security, protection, etc. Yes, it is very much on cards about how do we realize this, which can go in a long way with what's called maximum security and minimum disruption.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We have to wrap up. We are well over time, and we haven't been able to take up this last bit, but we are getting into G20, and on the Sherpa track, technology cooperation is one key part of it. So I'm sure 5G and opportunities there on the cybersecurity side, all of that will come up in a big way. But thank you very much. This has been a very illuminating discussion, and very clearly we are heading into very significant capabilities that India can kind of leverage toward Atmanirbharta with 5G as a peg and a platform. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can I just request you to be on stage for a minute, and let me invite Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Country Manager, Telecom, Media and Entertainment, HPE India, to felicitate you with mementos of appreciation for being here at this conference. Also, a short announcement, we will be serving tea inside the auditorium, so nobody needs to really go out and, because we're not taking any break as this is the last session. So if there's any tea requirement, it's going to be served inside. Also, those of you who joined us in the second half of the conference would request you to please fill up the feedback form. The Voice and Data team will be sharing that with you. You can leave those feedback. You can leave those feedback forms on the table. The team will collect it or give it on the registration desk. All those who joined us in the second half would appreciate some feedback, please, for us to improve and serve you better. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this very rich and interesting conversation. Moving on to the next session. We now have a session which is a keynote session on satellite in the 5G ecosystem by Rahul Vats, CRO, Airtel India. Mr. Vats has expertise in regulatory policy, licensing and spectrum with more than 25 years of experience. He is an active participant in evolution of telecom and digital journey in India and part of various industry and regulatory initiatives which have shaped policy reforms over the last 15 years. He is responsible for regulatory approval of biggest telecom M&A in India and also for approval of biggest FDI approval in telecoms in India, and is also responsible for obtaining more than 30 telecom licenses in the last 12 years. Please put your hands together and let us welcome Rahul Vats from Airtel India.
अच्छा वहाँ से लगाइए ओके सो आई नीड टू मूव फ्रॉम हियर अच्छा ओके That's fine. Hi, Good evening, everybody. I am Rahul. I am double hatting as the director for OneWeb in India, and also I am the Chief Regulatory Officer for Airtel. I am going to briefly cover the topic of satellite communication and try to make you understand what exactly is happening on satellite space and what is happening on the communication space. Please move on. Yeah, so basically I'll cover in brief, why is there sudden interest in satellite field, what's changing, why are we suddenly interested in it. I want to cover what is LEO, the low Earth orbit satellites going to do, how are they going to revolutionize the broadband communications. And then I slightly cover on what is there in terms of OneWeb in India and what exactly are some of the issues which we are likely to face, going ahead. Go on. So why the sudden interest in satellite? I think the biggest problem today is that nearly 52% of the world still does not have internet access. Right? That is one big indicator. In spite of 20-25 years of 2G, 3G, 4G, and even 5G, the fact is that the world is still underrepresented. Yeah. And out of that, nearly 20% of the fixed broadband is still at a speed below 10 Mbps. Right? So when we talk about 5G, the fact is that even ubiquitous coverage of 4G is not available, and even where it is available, the speeds are quite slow. Also, large part of our businesses are now going on cloud. Right? So we are moving towards enterprises, and enterprises are working on cloud. So if you are on cloud and if you are going to access your data, you require much more stable broadband connectivity. Also, we are now into a new phase of economy. Everybody talks about Industry 4.0, and that is not going to happen if we don't have the connectivity ubiquitous across the world. Go on. So let me talk about the LEO, the low Earth orbit, where the satellites are placed. Low Earth orbit basically means that you are trying to place a satellite at around 1200 kilometers above Earth's surface, as against a normal geostationary satellite, which used to be around 36,000 kilometers. So what is the advantage? The advantage is that you get very low latency and you get higher speeds because of the miniaturization of the chipset. Now LEO satellites are then able to cover the entire globe with a certain number and at a very low latency and a very high speed. So wherever 4G, 5G are not reaching, you will always have a satellite reaching completely. It's also a good solution for rural connectivity gaps. And when I'm talking about rural connectivity gaps, you'll be surprised to know even a country like US has got huge coverage gaps. And they have something like what we have USF out in India. They have called something called a Rural Development Opportunity Fund, called RDOF. So RDOF is actually subsidizing large part of that coverage. So what are these satellites going to do? Basically, there are three basic use cases. One, of course, is to go down to the public sector agencies, which largely cover the manufacturing facilities and healthcare facilities. It can cover the traditional buyers, which are maritime and air. And then, of course, the public utility and energy companies, which are spread across large swathes of land. So these are the basic areas which are going to get connected. Go on. So one of the questions which always you ponder is, why should I go for satellite? Why, when I'm going towards 5G, what is the advantage you get or what is the disadvantage you get? So let me first share with you that OneWeb is already built as a LTE network. We are a beam-centric configuration. We are basically ready for 5G type features, right? So this is a satellite which is a next generation satellite. It's not an old satellite. We are going to have data rates greater than 100 Mbps per user, right? We are going to support mobility even at speeds greater than 500 kilometers per hour. So that is the amount of latency and the stability you will get in the overall context. Of course, we come with advanced slicing features, and we can also differentiate the quality of services which an individual user or a B2B enterprise is going to get. One. About OneWeb now. So OneWeb is a company which has been promoted by Bharti Group. Recently, we have announced proposed a merger. Currently, our biggest partner is the UK government. The Eutelsat merger, once it happens, hopefully around first quarter of next year, we are going to have the French government becoming a part of the venture, UK government, Bharti being the largest shareholder out of the entire lot. So that's the structure in terms of the company. Of course, we are committed in India to cover every single square inch from day one. right? So whenever we power up, we are going to cover the entire country. And of course, we are working with our distribution partner Hughes to spread the services in the country. What are the use cases? Strategically, we are already in touch with Ministry of Defense for large part of our usage. We will also work along with operators for backhaul, connecting the backhaul. And last but not the least, we have tried to work with the Government of India and NSIL in actually sending some of the OneWeb satellites through NSIL. And the first lot of those satellites should hopefully power up into space starting, I think, around mid-October next month. Go on. Okay, so the developments so far. You are of course aware that the Prime Minister has announced a new Spacecom policy, and we are all hoping for major reforms to now get a leg up. As a part of that, the Indian Space Association was launched. General Bhatt is there, who is representing ISPA. And of course, the INSPACE headquarters have also been opened up in Ahmedabad. So the entire ecosystem is now getting ready for something big in the space sector. What is it that we are currently covering? So already you are aware satellites are covering large part of societal applications. We still have a satellite coverage through phones in some defense areas. Of course, you watch television at home. The DTH is part of the satellite journey. So some part of satellite is already being used. And now we have to move to more strategic areas, applications which require low latency, AR, VR type of applications. And so that is the normal gradation path for this journey. What is the opportunity which is available to us? Well, clearly we are a very minuscule part of the world economy. India's share in global space economy just 2.6%, right? So we have got much large opportunity available in space, and I think that is the pie which we are looking at, and that is why the rush of so many startups in the entire space ecosystem. And we were recently in a conference last week in Bangalore. You'll be surprised, there were more than 30 to 40 startups already, all powered up to really support the space ecosystem. Go on. So what about the policy? I mean, are we in the right frame of mind for a space explosion to happen in India in terms of communication? I think the NDCP was quite visionary. It already visualized that satellite is going to be a way forward in addition to the terrestrial. And so it is one of the paths which has been clearly recognized, particularly considering the needs. We may have need for backhaul, for disaster, for defense needs. But what's the important point to note out here is that it's a nascent industry. Like anybody who's young and anybody who's just come, you require support to be able to grow. And I think that is one point which this industry would require. There is a long talk happening about auctioning of spectrum, etc. Now, if you start the industry with auction, I don't think the space industry is going to ever power up in this country. Go on. So what is it that we are really having as a challenge in the regulatory space? So spectrum I already mentioned. We require spectrum to grow. We also require that there should be a complete prioritization of how the satellites works. Please remember, a satellite comes with a common set of spectrum, and that spectrum is common throughout the world. So you cannot have an India-specific charter for a satellite system, because the same satellite system is supporting the entire world. So you require much larger coordination. And the usage I have already covered earlier, and that is what, if we require the satellite space to grow, we can get a lot of opportunities in education in covering large areas which are still unconnected. So in terms of way forward, I think the big items out here is to get 100% FDI in this sector, right? It allows a lot of investments to flow in the sector. And of course, promotes the ease of doing business. Currently, the procedures which are there for investing in the country, for getting approvals for launching these systems, quite tedious, multiple processes. I think that is something I think which needs to basically change. So that's it as an introduction from the satellite space from my side. I hope you were able to get some flavor of satellite out here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request you to stay back and have a seat to join us on the panel. Moving forward towards the panel discussion, I would now like to call upon stage Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, Director General, Indian Space Association, to join Rahul Vats on the stage. The Indian Space Association is an apex industry body created to be the collective voice of the space industry. General Bhatt has held apex leadership and management positions in the Indian Army. He has spearheaded several projects and has demonstrated great ability in building collaborative consensus while providing mentorship. He has headed numerous studies aimed at developing implementable solutions to complex challenges and has unparalleled insight when it comes to the functioning of the Ministry of Defense, Department of Military Affairs, state government, and civil administration. During a career spanning 4 decades, General Bhatt has been the recipient of several awards from the Government of India. The most recent include the Param Vishisht Seva Medal. Welcome, General A.K. Bhatt. And to continue the panel discussion, I would like to invite the moderator on stage, Meenu Sarsalewala, Executive Editor, Special Projects, Cyber Media. Over to you, Meenu.
Very warm welcome to the participants and all the attendees. If I could say save the best for the last, we have excellent speakers from the space community, and Mr. Watts has already set the ball rolling, and I had a lot of questions on regulations and what's the hindrance, sir, but I think you kind of touched upon it. But if you could just elaborate on that what are the real challenges, and I would rather ask you, what do you think are the solutions there? Because we do understand the challenges, but how do you think the community could address the challenges and take it forward?
Sure, thanks, Meenu. Am I audible? Yeah. I think, first of all, let me start by saying that I have been in telecom for more than 25 years. And when I today look at telecom, it makes me remind so much, when I look at space now, it makes me remind so much about telecom, right? The amount of opportunities which are there, amount of potential which is there in terms of doing what you can. I think this is really a green sector for us for the future. Having said this, the satellite comes with its own set of challenges. For last 20 years, the biggest challenge in the sector was, of course, how do you miniaturize the satellite, right? How do you reduce the cost? How do you improve the coverage? And how do you compete with technology like 4G and 5G? And towards that end, I think large part of the technology question is not sorted out. We have got satellites, for example, the OneWeb satellite is hardly 13 kgs in weight. Each single throw from a space like ISRO is going to send, 40 satellites go in a single go, right? 40 satellites going 13.5 kgs per satellite. 1,200 of these satellites, 1,200 kilometers is the space to which they go. Total 650 satellites are covering the entire globe, right? For a company like Starlink, this number is going to be around 7,000. For Kuiper, it's going to be around 4,000. So this is the entire ecosystem. So what is the first challenge in this entire piece? The first challenge is how do you get the spectrum under which you are going to operate? And I think out there, ITU is doing a stellar job. ITU has laid down a parameter of how each of the operators are going to get a priority over what spectrum to use. Now, by priority, I don't mean that I will get first and other person will get later. Priority only means if I come to you first, then the second party who comes later has to ensure that there is no interference caused to the first party. Right? That's the meaning of the priority. So spectrum is the first challenge internationally. Once you get the spectrum, you then come down to your local administration. In case of India, the WPC. They have to endorse the same set of spectrum which has been given throughout the world. Once that is done, now that comes a third challenge, and these are all challenges I am facing today as OneWeb, right? So the third challenge is that in India, we have not visualized a satellite operator who is going to operate with 500 satellites at one go, or 600 satellites at one go. So we have a satellite license, but we don't have a gateway license. So typically speaking, I require just a gateway in India to operate this constellation of satellites, right? But there is no separate gateway license which is today available. So I think that is one, I think the TRA has already done a consultation. We are hoping for a recommendation to come out. So that is one set of challenge. The second set of challenge is who really governs this space. Is it ISRO? Is it Department of Space? Is it the WPC? We don't know. And that is where the formation of InSpace by the Honorable Prime Minister is one big leg up, because you have now a space regulator who is going to determine the space policy, and what are the contours of that is what we are waiting, and General Bhatt and his team are also pursuing with the ministry on that. So the Spacecom policy. So spectrum I talked about the gateway license, I talked about the regulator in space. The fourth issue is that once you have all this in place, then is the time you start actually building out your entire network, and that is where you require multiple clearances today. So technically today I have to get an endorsement from the government, then go to InSpace. InSpace gives me a clearance. I have to go back to WPC. WPC gives me a clearance. I go to InSpace, they authorize again. I come back to WPC and now say I'm going to start a service. So 5 to 6 approvals before you can actually start a service. So that's the last challenge. And I think other challenges are more you set up in any business. Like today for a gateway, I require 20 to 30 acres of land. And when you are acquiring 30 acres of land to find a user who's single user becomes a challenge. But these are the challenges you generally face in a business. So these are the major set of challenges I would say which are there.
So General Bhatt, if I could continue, we were discussing it online, so you were also mentioning the challenges that we are seeing as an industry. So if you could just elaborate on those thoughts, please.
In fact, the biggest challenge I wanted to highlight has been highlighted by Rahul, but at the cost of repetition. Spectrum. What is available for space world over, in the low band and the high band. In India, it has to be harmonized with that. We cannot have a different set of rules for India and rest of the world. Because the challenge will be the satellites which are being used, and I'm just talking of communication, in the LEO communication, they are not only meant for India. There would be anybody who launches them, 645 by OneWeb or a few thousand by Starlink, they would be providing ubiquitous communication world over. They cannot have their transponders working on different frequencies in different countries. And that is a very, very important aspect. We've been arguing it for a long time that 28 gigahertz should be shared, or from space it should be taken and shared and all. It would be, we are blocking or closing the door for international usage. And that would be the most important part. And the second is what he said is, we have to have a single window clearance. And it is to be in practice and not in theory. The government is coming out with an excellent policy where an InSpace has been created in the space domain, who would be the promoters, the sanctioning authority and the regulators for everything to do with InSpace. But the biggest part, that is how satellites will communicate and anything to do with frequencies, is still with the Department of Telecommunication. So that single window is SANS spectrum. I hope they are able to resolve that, because otherwise this also will become a major challenge.
So how do you see 5G enhancing this ecosystem when it comes to, because satellites are not new. They have been existing, of course. So where do we see this getting augmented, and where can we see it being leveraged for use cases and business opportunities?
No, satellites actually have become new in the last decade or so. And what has happened is, mostly communication or even for remote sensing, everything, satellites were used in the geosynchronous orbit, which was at 36,000 plus. From one place, 1 or 2 to 3 satellites could cover for communication and remote sensing the whole world. And maybe only one satellite was required for India. But that had a challenge, latency. And that is why satellites were not very popularly used in communication. Now they have come down from 36,000 to 500, 2,000, and the latency has been significantly reduced. And the other issue is of speeds, of capacities. They are also being increased in comparable terms, like which was shown by Rahul also. And there will be very good speeds which will be available in the LEO domain. So it's a total change. There has been disruptive technologies which has come into satellites in the space domain.
Rahul, your thoughts on this, please, about 5G?
Yeah, so I think I tried to cover that in my presentation, in the sense that actually speaking, at least the LEO generation is already a 5G ready sort of a network. What do you require for a 5G network? A, you require a network. B, you require spectrum. C, you require a device. So as far as the network's capability is concerned, the 5G readiness, LT readiness is already there in all the LEO satellites. In terms of spectrum, I think the release 17 has just been finalized by 3GPP, where they talk about the interfaces for satellite. Release 18 is going to really capture it out in terms of 3GPP ITU. The Radio Regulation Board of ITU already recognizes the requirement of satellite spectrum and what is required to do that. In terms of devices, I think you saw the Apple launch happening last week, and Apple launch this time talks about satellite connectivity through Globalstar satellite. So I think devices are on the same trajectory, right? So everybody in the ecosystem is now getting ready to be able to serve that. So as you are seeing the trajectory of 5G in normal, non-terrestrial or terrestrial networks, similarly the satellite space is also follow the same trajectory, and we are actually 5G ready. In fact, let me share with you. Even at OneWeb, my current generation of satellite is still around, let's say, 2024, 25. From 26 onwards, we have got a second generation, which actually is a migration towards 6G, right? So already, I think the ecosystem is ready for that sort of growth.
That was just my next question, that how are you looking at, complementing these services with OneWeb association, and reaching out to the last mile? Because I think price is still a pain point, as always, so how do we see that also being addressed?
I think in terms of application, in terms of pricing, so there are two particular ways of looking at it. See, the pricing of any commodity is always dependent on what are you trying to address, what is the demand, and how are you going to reach to that location. Now today, let me take the example of US. We have got 3 strong operators in US. The average ARPUs run by these operators is nearly, if I convert to Indian currency, around 2,000 to 2,500 rupees per subscriber. And they are good, ample operators. In spite of that, US today has large areas which are unconnected. And that is why you have Starlink, you have got Amazon, you have got OneWeb covering those areas. In fact, OneWeb has tied up with AT&T for coverage in US. Recently, we did a tie-up in a community in Alaska. We are covering large parts of Alaska already, with large parts of Norway already. So if I go to the government today and I tell that I can help the government in going to the last known village where there is a school and I can connect that school, imagine the opportunity and potential which is available. If I go today to my troops standing out in Ladakh or in the deep border areas, and I can tell them that I can provide them connectivity, imagine the opportunity which is there, right? So this is the business model which is there. You are going to go to areas which are hitherto unconnected. If I can tell you that you can sit in a bullet train and still get the same type of connectivity you get when you are stationary, right? So the pricing of that is dependent on what exactly are you giving and where are you giving. In terms of that, I think the satellite systems are quite capable. The prices of devices have dropped down because of miniaturization. So I am very confident, on this particular front.
So General Bhatt, if I could ask, do you think it would be more of an initiative if the government takes the lead, as you rightly mentioned, the use cases, where we could start off with a larger use base over there, and then the enterprises start adopting, or do you see a parallel there?
Both of them, by my assessment, will move in parallel. Of course, like for the unconnected areas, where initially maybe, commercially it may not be a very viable one, maybe the government will have to put in funds. And I feel the USO funds, some of them need to be used to ensure that there is a digital divide which is there in far-flung areas and in the rural areas. And even in central India where many areas are not connected. We use these funds to connect India, which itself will, all other commercial activities will follow.
So will it be only when there's a volume game that we'll see some price effectiveness, or could we also look at some solution where we could get pricing to be very competitive?
So it's not about volume game, as I said. As I said, we are going to go to an area which is hitherto unconnected, right? Suppose you want a LTE type speed connectivity for a ship or for an aircraft, right? Now, who are the people who are going to serve that? There are hardly 2 or 3 people in the world who can serve that. Right, so price is not a major consideration out here. Similarly, the government's requirement to connect a village or connect an education center, I think that is the bigger priority here. Right, so I think that is the market, which is the potential. See, we are not going to compete with a pure telco in a city environment, let's say out here in Delhi. Right, in Bhikaji Kamaji place or in Hotel Hyatt, are you going to compete? No, that's not our market which we wish to compete. However, if an operator is not able to get a fiber to Hyatt, yes, I am going to be available. I am going to give you that link which can connect any 2 given points across the planet. Right? So that is our market. So our market is backhaul, our market is unconnected areas, our market are mines, hospitals, centers which you cannot connect today. So that is our ubiquitous nature of what we are offering, and that is what we really want to focus on.
So not really looking at a number game yet.
We are not in the number game at all. I mean, that's not the market which we have to address.
So as Rahul had just touched up on the startup ecosystem also. So General Bhatt, if I could ask you, how is ISPA working to encourage the startups in the space sector? And what are any of the success stories if you have, or anything that you would like to share on? Yes.
It's the most exciting domain of what is happening in India in the space world. By the end of this year, of course, the first satellite is already up there, and by the end of next year, there will be 36 satellite constellation which would have been launched by a startup which is 3 years old. Pixel is the name, and they are going into a domain called hyperspectral sensing, remote sensing, which is in the world itself is a very difficult one. And I'm very sure by the end of next year, their whole constellation of 36 satellites will be there in the sky, looking not only in India but in world, and they are available for mining, they are available for disaster management and many other usages which one can imagine. There's another startup of 3 young men from small towns who are now being incubated in the Indian Institute of Science, who are looking at debris management. And they call themselves that they will be the Google of space. Because space is becoming contested with too many satellites, too many debris, they already have launched on 30th June their first trial equipment into space. And maybe the first solution of Google in the space will be from India. There are many such stories, and there are these 8 to 10 of them are really promising. There are 3D technology being used to make rockets. We would be very soon having rockets launched from India which are being made by 3D technology, 3D printing.
So Rahul, would you like to add something to this? Because
I think,
you seem to be having that as an important aspect of your presentation.
I think General Bhatt and myself, we were very proud recently to be in Ahmedabad, where the Prime Minister inaugurated InSpace. And before he inaugurated that, we were into a small place where there were around 10 companies exhibiting, what do they really want to do in space sector. Of course, we were there as OneWeb, but I think besides us and L&T, who were the next big player, all other 8 players were actually startup companies, all of them. And these were, General Bhatt was mentioning, these are people who are just out of their colleges, some of them are collaborating through IITs, and the amount of variety in what they were offering, right from, GIS, from rocket launchers, from 3D printing, which General Bhatt mentioned, space debris, on space application parts, what are the usages which you can have on space. So this was so encouraging to look at that sort of ecosystem, and these are companies which have got a ticket sizes of, I know companies of size of 6, going all the way up to 80 and 90. So such an encouraging, entire ecosystem which they are trying to create. Okay, I thought maybe that's one off. We were in the CII conference last week, and again 30 to 40 startups were there with various applications, and these are not startups on ground. These are some of these startups actually have an investment already available with them to fund, right? And in one of the meetings of ISPA, I think one of the big questions was that what should be the FDI policy, because the startups were feeling that they require more money to be able to invest. So that sort of vibrancy, that sort of discussion on investments, it augurs well, right? That augurs that this space sector is now really charged up to do a lot of things going ahead.
I was just about to ask that, what's the kind of impetus we need from the central government or, from the authorities, especially in shaping up the policy, so where is the need and how do you think that is being addressed? Or what is the ask, that we need to voice ourselves and put forward to?
So there's been a really positive movement on that. In fact, I have not seen such intimate discussions with the government, which we've had on the new policy, and how they've taken in our recommendations. After we gave some recommendations and we had the second interaction on the same policy, those had been included. We are just waiting for the space policy to come any day. What we are told is it is in the advanced stages, it is with the PMO, and it is going to come very soon. And this would launch the whole story ahead. And the Space Activities Bill, which is also likely to come by the end of the year. In both, the Department of Space has been interacting with us very intimately. And the two major, in the Space Activities Bill, the challenge is insurance. So far, all satellites were launched by ISRO. There was a government commitment, the liability was the government's. But now private players will be doing it. And if the insurance is very high, it will be a cause of worry. So that's what we are recommending to government, that some form of incentive has to be formed, that the insurance money, the liabilities are not very high. And secondly, the returns on investments in space sector take a lot of time. And hence, we are recommending to the government that incentives like tax holidays, PLIs, and many other incentives, apart from government funds, will be provided, will require to be provided to the startups as they grow up.
So Rahul, as a service provider also, if you can wear that hat now, so your expectations and how do you see that really seeing the light of the day?
Yeah, so let me try to break it up into a couple of parts. The first part is today the rules say that whenever I use satellite, I have to go to ISRO and to NSIL, which charge a factor of 6 to 8% of the. Suppose even if I'm taking capacity today from SES, right? For many other satellite provider, I end up paying a markup to ISRO. So the first part of the Spacecom policy has to be that I don't need ISRO or NSIL to come in between, and I can independently trade that bandwidth from that satellite company, and that's what InSpace is going to govern. That's one part of the approval process, I think, which needs to be satisfied. The second part of this entire journey is then how do you encourage the ecosystem to grow? What are the sorts of initiatives you need to take that people are able to invest more and more into the ecosystem? And that, I think, part is what General Bhatt has already covered. Coming specifically as a telco now, always telcos have one ask, which is spectrum, right? So our ask is very similar, is that the spectrum for the Spacecom has to be clarified. We cannot compete on auction grounds with the normal terrestrial networks, and the reason is that the amount of market we are addressing is very different, and nowhere in the world do you see an auction for a satellite spectrum happening. So I think those are the three big buckets of asks.
So my question to you, so 5G from space, how close are we to this reality?
Like Rahul was mentioning, we are very close to it. There are two parts of it, and one part which is backhaul, it is already there. As soon as the licenses are there, for 5G backhaul, it is available from day go. From directly even to the customer, like the first Apple phone has been launched, and many more will come. Otherwise also broadband, when it comes and it will be available from the LEO satellites, it is providing digital connectivity all over. So 5G, there is no gap. It will be launched the day our satellites get effective.
Rahul, your thoughts?
I am saying that's already there. I mentioned about a project which OneWeb has done in Alaska. Yes. So we are covering a community today in Alaska, which is actually having connectivity of 5G from even terrestrial operators. However, the people using OneWeb are much higher than the normal networks, right? And because we are having a 5G-like experience already, available to them. So as I said, these satellites are all ready, LTE ready, 5G ready, and so it's very much a reality today. It's already happening, and I'm sure it's going to only progress with time.
So would you like to share any use case work in progress in India, which could be seeing the reality?
So in India, we have had some very healthy discussions which are ongoing. We have had a discussion with Ministry of Defense. We have had a discussion with Ministry of Education. We have had a discussion with the Ministry of Commerce, right, for a lot of logistic solutions which are possible. We have also tried to talk to some state governments. For example, a lot of fishermen going down seas and they don't get any coverage, right? So what are the potential opportunity areas for them? Of course, we are in touch with various telcos in India. for backhaul coverage. So it's already, even before we can launch, the amount of use cases which are possible are immense, and we are actively in discussion with all these potential users.
So if I could ask anybody from the audience has a question. Yes, Mr. Govind.
Yes, sir. N.K. Goyal, Chairman, Telecom Body Tima. What I am surprised, Prime Minister himself has given the open space policy. He has said nobody should remain unconnected. Everybody in the government knows we have lots of unconnected areas. General Bhatt is here. We have pressing demand from border, our police, our army people to get connected. States like Assam, Meghalaya are crying for connectivity. And with people like Bhatt, Spy and you as Airtel and OneWeb, what is that preventing the user doing business to go ahead? Going from Spy to WPC to here and there. Where are you? Every day from the top of the roof we will have a statement from some minister, user doing business. So what is preventing them? And why we are not able to, you are right to the state. If the state of Assam says, I want to have this thing, what prevents them? I think we need to attract this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal. Your questions are always insightful and really touch the core of both the operator community and the customer community in that sense. I think there are two parts to the question. The first part is that is there an enabling policy environment to be able to achieve what you want to achieve? And I think the answer to that is largely yes. It's a new field for our country, but I think in terms of getting the pillars correct, I think we are mostly there. The second thing is about the timing of the services. So when I was young in telecom around 20 years back, also there were satellites which were going to give the same story. So there was Thuraya, there was supposed to be Motorola, which Iridium satellites which were going to cover the entire globe. Unfortunately, they didn't happen. Why they didn't happen was you have to introduce the right service at the right time. And the satellites were bulky, the equipment were bulky. So sometimes it's the confluence of the technology which has to coincide with the requirement. Also, were there use cases available earlier for low latency? The answer is no. Today the robotics, today the virtualization, augmented reality allows you to do much more. Was there a market for connected cars 15 years ago? It was not, but it is a market today. So I think the technology coming at the right adoption time is a very important part. Third is, sir, there is a general lethargy, in the customer's mind also. Is that, should I try this thing new and at what price will I try this thing new? Right? I think we have to bridge that cusp. We have to bridge that particular, requirement at the correct time with correct amount of incentives, and that is how it happens. So I'm sure satellite is just at the right cusp to do it. There is already a lot of requirement from state governments we are seeing, and I'm sure it's going to only increase with time. Thank you.
So would you like to add to that as the ease of use?
Sir, I have a question. This is Alok Saxena, Cyber Media. Sir, basically the question is the information of weather forecast, which is basically based on the satellites. But we are still facing the unauthentic information or not up to the mark. For example, the monsoon prediction in India. Is the satellite accuracy is measurable in India or not?
If there is one man who is ridiculed world over, is the weatherman, despite doing an excellent job. The variables for weather are too many. My friend who works in Australia into this domain says there are 562 variables they work on when they predict rain or dry in a particular area. But I would take you to the other side of the story and the success. The number of people who would die because of the storms which would take place in Orissa or on the eastern coast of India. Just see what the figures were 15 years back and what are they today. They are in single digits at times. The eye of the storm is monitored when it is far away in the Asian Ocean till the time that complete thing does not get over. And that is being monitored by the Met Department. Despite that, not that they always get it right, it is a very difficult science. It is a challenging science. But the successes, I would say today, are more than the failures. And India meets global standards as far as weather prediction goes. That is my assessment.
Anybody else, please? All right, so I would like to thank you all for this enlightening interaction. I think satellite is not so much spoken about generally when we speak about 5G and the impact it has on the industry. So thank you for your thoughts, sir, and a warm welcome again.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Meenu. Can I just request you to be on stage, and may I call upon Mr. Ravi Shankar Rai, the MD of Savitri Group, to give away the mementos for this session as a token of our appreciation. I think they want a group photograph as well. Thank you so much to all the guests and the panelists. Well, I would now like to invite Rachna Gargas, Senior Vice President, Cyber Media, for the closing vote of thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Just allow me to give a small thank you to all our panelists, all our speakers, our esteemed, distinguished guests, along with our partners and industry associations who have supported us. I would like to mention our presenting partner, Telco DR and Totogi, our platinum partners, Amazon Web Services, and HP and PC Solutions, Academia partner APJ, research partner Cyber Media Research, and DataQuest, our media partner. Along with this, there are many people who have worked for this entire event and to make this conference successful. I would like to thank our event partners, our team. I would like to thank you, Pradeep Gupta ji, he's our chairman. Thomas, he's heading our team. Gajendra, who's the editor for our Voice and Data, along with his team members, Anchal, Josen, Meenu, and all the editorial team members. Along with this, our circulation team who has got a stall outside. We've also had the marketing team support the event very vigorously, and the operations team, Rajiv Pathak, a special big hand to him, CP Kalra, Ravikant, our operations team, Vijay, our designer, along with our social media marketing team. And with this, I would like to thank our event, but this is not the end. This is the beginning, the new beginning for 5G. So we look forward to a new 5G, a new world with 5G. And all our deliberations today, which we've had, you'll be able to see this in the Voice and Data October issue, our website, and our social media handles. Till then, stay safe. Thank you, everyone. Be healthy. Thank you. If I've missed any names, I want to thank everyone and everybody who was part of this conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Rachna. As you said, every end has a new beginning. This conference does not end here. The discussions, deliberation, insights has led the editorial team of Cyber Media to think about the future of telecom. We will meet again, come together to celebrate the 22nd edition of Telecom Leadership Forum in the month of March 2022. Till then, stay safe, stay healthy, and do let us know your experience on the 5G networks and devices. Thank you all. Please do fill in the feedback form. If you still want to visit, the stall of Cyber Media is outside, which has all the display of the publications. Please do have a look. This event was streamed online, so all of you have been there somewhere connecting with people all over the country and all over the world. Thank you so much for being here.